capabilities and the interior. I'm gonna keep tweaking things a bit, but I'll keep you updated. I'll post maps. That'll help any invaders safely navigate, you know. I don't think it will be possible for enemies to invade to begin with, Haruka. Just seeing this would be enough to make me turn around and go home. Welp, the advisor approved, and that was good enough for me. If it was anything to do with the Duke's castle, your best bet was to ask the advisor. After I built a spacious dining hall and luxurious living room for the orphans, it was time to feast. Mr. Meridad was the one paying, so I could make it as lavish as possible. Now it was possible to think of this as a first-class castle. The Duke and his family could have a place for themselves here. It would have been such a waste to make the Duke's castle less impressive than the inn. The orphans wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves here otherwise. Father, it's so luxurious that I can't relax at all. I agree. Shall we build a small shed in the garden, just a normal-sized house? Lord Haruka did this for us, though, at least the interior is cozy. Guys, hurry up, I called. You'll get lost if you don't keep up, and we'll need to send out a search party for you in your own castle, which is quite a problematic situation. The search party wouldn't know where to go either, and we'd need a search party for the search party, anyhow, dinner time, and stuff. We passed through an arched lobby lit by vast crystal chandeliers and traversed down a long hallway with plush red carpets toward the dining hall. I had wanted to carpet the whole interior, but it was so spacious that I didn't have enough materials to do so. I only installed carpet in the guest areas. This is what a medieval castle is supposed to be like, I said. Everywhere in this world is so crappy, not romantic at all, just a bunch of moldy rocks. Oh, let's build a little hut in the corner of the living room. That could work. It is a little overbearing in here. Okay, let's do it. This was a true royal court. That being said, it was still a large stone castle, only a fraction of which was extravagantly decorated. Maybe I'd hold off calling it a royal court for now. Good idea. We need to stop Haruka. If he makes it any fancier in here, we'll have to run away from our own home. I think you should give up. It's already too late. Poster Girl and her family have been living in the warehouse ever since the inn got remodeled, because their new rooms are too fancy. That general store orphanage branch was a marvel, too. He put marble statues around the place. I bet he'll do the same here, too. Everyone continued the pleasant chit-chat, which included wails of agony coming from the Duke's fam for some reason. Maybe they were upset that there wasn't enough furniture to fill the spacious rooms. I better make them some. Yeah, how about some classy Art Deco stuff? Seriously, what's with this princess-like furniture? Nobody can use this. Maybe a princess could. Haruka sure does love cabriole legs. You'll understand if you go to one of his picnics. There's no escape. The overall atmosphere was, in a word, French. I still hadn't got my hands on any cream, but I was importing milk in bulk now, at least. I could skim some cream off the top of the milk for my crepes. For the all-you-can-eat buffet, I prepared mushrooms, vegetables, fish carpaccio, potato and cabbage confit, tomatoes stuffed with herb-grilled ground meat, and breadcrumb-crusted grilled fish marinated in wine as the main entree. I made chicken thighs sautéed in white cream sauce and some kind of grilled rib roast for the extra meat dishes. I prepared a variety of sauces, too. Bread sounded too lonely as the only side dish, so I also made potato galette as well. Then for dessert, hang on, I can't bring out dessert yet. That's too dangerous. I suppose no introductions are needed, sighed Mr. Meridad. Let's eat. After a never-ending speech from Mr. Meridad, we started the pre-dinner meeting. Look, I didn't know what he was going on about with the whole thanks for saving kingdom whatever it's called after being cornered by whoever it was and the whole thingamajig. This castle hadn't even been named yet. I had no chance of keeping up with whatever he was prattling on about. I put up the sign, but I didn't know what the place was called, so I wrote Nameless Frontier Castle. Well, maybe there is a name, but I don't know it, so it's nameless. You know. Mr. Meridad looked like he wanted to say something, but he was pacified after I put some new vibrating massage chairs into his chambers. After that, Marimuri kicked off her rebellious phase and asked for another house in the garden. I supposed she was about that age, so it would be nice for her to have a house to go to if she ever wanted to run away from home. Wouldn't want her to smash the windows and take the horses or something, or smash down the door with a hammer or whatever. Still, it might be literally impossible for her to break the glass. It's fully powered up and 20 inches thick. I'm not going to steal something or run away or break anything. I'm not in my rebellious phase, and my name isn't Mary. Hey, there's the all-temper tantrum. Dancer Girl and I joined in, the orphans next, and soon we had a whole big stomping sesh going. Maybe they were upset that they couldn't let loose at the ball like this. Before long, the orphans were doing the hop-back. That's not standard foot stomping, guys. Hang on, Mary started doing it too. Did she start a trend? The pre-dinner meeting ended safely, and the orphans, who had been nervous earlier, stuffed themselves. Unbelievably, the girls were eating with good manners. Back at the inn, they whipped around tridents and activated their skills in all-out dinner fights, and yet, there they were, pleasantly smiling and taking petite bites. You frauds. Who are you calling frauds? We're maidens, ladies. Did someone say Mayday, lady? No. Even Slimy had perfect table manners. He grasped a knife and fork in his tentacles and carefully wiped his mouth with a napkin. Except he didn't have a mouth, and the napkin got sucked into him too. Royal Girl, Mary, and Maid Girl chit-chatted, happily reunited. Even the registered slaves, Miss Skeleton the armor rep, and Miss Mummy, the dancer girl, were official participants. Everyone was happy. I introduced them at the ball as, oh, this is Miss Armor Rep the Skeleton, and this is Dancer Girl the Mummy. Oh, and Slimy the literal slime, so they had met them before. Everyone had been confused at the time, but my introduction was totally on point. We had isolated the meatheads at the end of the table, threatening them with punishment from our whip-wielding class rep, so they were doing their best to behave. They couldn't disobey their trainer, after all. At least they were eating off of plates, for once. The nerds were as quiet as church mice, their presences shrinking so small that no one noticed them. Thank goodness, it was even more impressive than a presence-hiding skill. Even though this was a formal invitation, everyone had worn their ordinary clothes. If everyone had suddenly changed outfits and personalities, it would have shocked the orphans, which we didn't want. They talked loudly and freely. The hosts, Mr. Meridad and Mrs. Muramuri, along with Royal Girl, made the rounds greeting everyone and expressing their thanks to each guest. That was why they had invited us. They, as well as the king, wanted to express their thanks, although it was hard to be appreciative of thanks from a pimpin' king like him. They hadn't wanted to hold some ceremonial event, lavish us with flowery praise, or disseminate honor and glory. They wanted to apologize and bow their heads in true regret and thanks. They knew doing so would be meaningful. That was why we had been invited here today. They dropped down onto their knees before each orphan, smiled, and spoke to each one. The only reason the frontier had survived for so long was because everyone believed in their leaders. Only on the frontier did everyone come together to help one another in this cruel, divided world where people focused only on their own power and desires. The Duke's family was proof of that. The people believed in them. It wasn't about family prestige, power, or history. It was how dedicated they were to the people. Their people trusted them, and they didn't betray that trust. A gaudy castle, power, those were nothing more than meaningless ornamentation when not recognized by the people. They could be bought with money, so they didn't hold any real value. If you had the recognition of the people, then a gaudy castle was simply a pale reflection of your real power. Wielding power in an unearned castle should be ridiculed, but a duke who had truly earned the respect of his people ought to live in a residence befitting them. But what was the point of that extra house in the garden? It was so shoddy and ugly looking. Day 85. Night. I don't think the horde of bikini armor-loving teenage boys out there will ever forgive such a sin. White loser in. Thanks to the long, pre-dinner meeting, we got home late. The girls ran hither and thither, getting the kids washed up and ready for bed. Technically, those kids had just gotten back from being talked up by the most powerful people in the domain. They might not have understood what had happened, but when they grew up, they would always remember this day. It wasn't because everyone pitied them, either. They'd been invited as guests and equals. It wasn't simply that they had been there, but that they belonged there. They had become true citizens of the frontier. Other countries may have been scheming behind the scenes without making their intentions public, but that didn't change the frontier's priorities. Everyone listened to the reports, including the one about the nerds' invitation. They needed to send a response. And they did. Those damn meatheads responded. Since when had they learned how to write? Since when did they know how to read? Learn how to throw a damn boomerang first. Wiggle wiggle. I chilled in the bath, idly formulating plans, then went to my room to figure things out. I upgraded the MKX armor to MKZ, which was the limit of my current abilities. I'd figure out further enhancements at some point, but this was the best I could do for now. It still hadn't reached the power of the dresses or the equipment from the lower dungeon floors. I suppose this was the limit of using ordinary metal and mithril. Maybe I can find orichalcum somewhere. I don't think lace, frills, or corsages go with a cloak for a proper armor set, and it poses a risk to the poor monsters. Although, I kinda get the feeling we've already crossed the line now that we have armored kindergarten backpacks. Here was the philosophical conundrum. If metal armor didn't get the job done, the logical conclusion was to make battle dresses. From an objective perspective, however, something seemed off with the idea of girls in flowery dresses slaying monsters wholesale. Metal Kevlar strength thread powered up with mithril had the potential to be as sturdy as armor, though. The current dresses didn't have any problems, but the girls cared about them too much to wear them in dungeons. Royal Girl had made the same mistake and ended up getting her clothes dissolved by the Rafflesia. All the girls cared about their clothes. They could learn something from those of us who lived in nothing but tracksuits. I'm looking at you, meatheads. Then there was the guy's armor. Nothing fun about making that. Amazingly, everyone agreed for once. I shouldn't make nor should the nerd brains wear sexy, body-tight armor. That's totally unsurprising. The nerds prefer heavy armor, and the meatheads prioritize mobility. Those idiots are so idiotic that they use their own armor as shields. I suppose there's a way to make that work, but they're too stupid to understand an explanation, much less remember it. Jiggle jiggle. Shoulder, arm, and breastplates provided protection from sword attacks, but it was hard to equip the meatheads with armor when they were prone to using their armor as another offensive weapon. They underestimated the range of what armor could do, demanding armor that was as thin, flexible, and mobile as possible. Armor probably meant wearable shield to them. The least they could do was consider the perspective of the person who has to make this armor. What about his comfort? I honestly considered making the meatheads bikini armor, but I'd rather die than see that in real life, so I didn't in the end. I didn't think the legions of bikini armor-loving teenage boys out there would ever forgive such a sin. The item I found in the hidden room, Spike Buckler, all stats plus 30%, thrust bash, plus defense, was hard to evaluate. A 30% stat boost to all stats meant it could at least make a bargain sale appearance after a mithril power-up. That was a destructive skill, so it wouldn't get in anyone's way. Then there was the traditional Japanese attire requested for our upcoming picnic, yukata for the girls and jinbei for the guys, with kid sizes for the orphans, too. Kimono required straight-line cutting and sewing, so I made those in no time. Making the fabrics, dyes, and patterns were all tricky. They didn't need to be perfect, though, so that was quick enough. The Furisode kimono I made for book club president was likely to cause an uproar, but the girls had all passed level 100. Coming-of-age style clothes shouldn't be too out of place. I didn't get why they had to go for Japanese attire as their Sunday best when we were in a fantasy world, but I let it go. Even after making yukata and armor in a fantasy world, I'm struggling on these paper lanterns. Yeah, these are really tricky. Jiggle jiggle. Slimy was in the middle of trying his hand at making bamboo ware. He was better at pasting on the paper than I was. Paper is so annoying to make in the first place, I said. The simplest things have the fewest shortcuts. Even magic and alchemy doesn't do enough for me to cheat my way through it. Wiggle wiggle. A festival just wouldn't be right without paper lanterns, though. It wasn't hot like summer, but I decided to mass-produce paper fans, too. They had Festival Oma whatever printed on them. I didn't mind putting in the work. Everyone wanted the orphans to make happy memories before they moved to the orphanage. If we were going to put in all this work, then everyone needed to have a good time. High school kids shouldn't have been fighting in dungeons or wars. They should have been shopping and messing around at festivals. Hence, why I engaged in full-on festivities of the flirtatious type and activities fit for teenage boys at night. Gotta try my best tonight. I had prepared food carts, and they now sold everything from grilled corn to taiyaki pastries in town. Mr. Meridad and his fam were finally back, and things were going to get busy. I had to hurry. I had prepared 2 pairs of my trial-run nightwear yukata. Since these were trial products, I ensured that the fabric was thin and transparent, and that they had wonderfully deep necklines. I made a men's yukata for myself, but nobody cared much about that. The nerds said they wanted yukata too, but the meatheads wanted jinbei. I also got orders for happy coats. Did they want to do a portable shrine too? If it involved wardrobe malfunctions for a female goddess, then I'd definitely be down. Hang on, would she only have an underskirt? Yes, please. Slimy was resting, so I was able to do my side job in peace and quiet. Not that I liked doing my side job, I just didn't have any money. Got it. They say you shouldn't light your nails instead of candles and oil, but I've been firing up the nail clippers and razor sales out the damn roof lately. Plus, we've seen great mirror profits, and I'm somehow still out of money. My profits don't keep up with my supplemental investments, and my ever-extending labor time can't account for my big spender lifestyle. I took 1 day off, and this much work has piled up already. Zzz. I'd definitely fall into a cycle of never-ending side jobs if it weren't for wisdom. Fortunately, my side job was the time and place for my high-speed parallel calculator wisdom to show its might. Probs. The infinite helix conveyor belt spun and spun. It was a dizzying sight to behold, and I watched in silent but pleased shock. Right now, it was in the middle of processing and producing designs for yukata, beach sandals, and shaved ice, plus new dress orders and swimsuit trial samples. My classmates had quite the list of orders. In the midst of my ennui, I confront my side job daily, producing goods from an ever-accumulating list. Yet I fail to ever land in the black / get my life back. Like seriously, what's happened to me, you know? They talked about ennui, but man, it was really bad. Was I losing it, or were the girls craving stuff like crazy? My classmates were the frontier's biggest spenders by far. I supposed I could give them a free paper fan at the very least. I was already ripping them off with everything else. I'd sure love to see 2 beautiful bodies right about now while I was in the midst of my long night of the soul. For real, the sleeves of a white on navy, lily of the valley patterned yukata appearing in the stillness of night and pure white snowy skin peeking out. The crimson, rosy-faced lovebird patterned yukata and the enchanting amber skin beneath it. Those fleeting, falling fabrics and the charm of 2 curving figures contained within. Their hair pinned up by simple, ornamental pins grace their soft, supple necks. Here we are, how do we look? Nod nod. My God, even I was stunned into silence. My eyes were glued to the scene in front of me, recording mode activated. Standing up, sexy. Sitting down, sexy. Walking, sexy. And if I take those off, a sexy time. We wore what you made us. Are we cute? Nod nod. Yes, so cute. Incalculable hotness, enough to run the cute and hot meters past their freaking limits. The atmosphere of elegance, purity, and sophistication overflowed into amorous, beguiling sexiness. Have some tea. Nod nod. Miss Armor Rep sat on my right and scooted close. She could sit in perfect, formal Japanese posture, and I noticed she didn't have any underwear. 'Cause I can see through the outfit. The pale white skin underneath, the alluring nape of the neck, she was mesmerizingly erotic. A truly captivating figure. Good work, here T-Sweets. Nod nod. On my left, dancer girl leaned against my shoulder coquettishly. My gaze was sucked into the deep opening in the front of her yukata. I knew this was a trap, but I was more than happy to be drawn into the profound depths of her soft, supple skin. True beauties looked amazing in any type of clothing, without clothing too. But they were so dazzling that, even clothed, I couldn't bear to look away. I sipped tea from pink-painted lips. I nibbled tea manju from scarlet-painted lips. My right hand slowly moving deep into the navy blue, transparent thin kimono sleeve, my left hand opening the v-neck of the scarlet kimono and caressing the full, plump breasts underneath. As I alternated between tasting tea and manju, my own clothes had somehow disappeared. Now, they licked my body all over. I was caught in teenage boy throes, unable to resist the woes of the foes dragging me into the throes of night. There's only one thing left to do. Let's goo-woo. Their obi kimono sashes were tied tightly. Who taught them how to tie those properly? Forget that. Those were the sighs every teenage boy dreamed of hearing. Hang on, did the girls teach them to sigh like that? Thanks, ladies. Time to dig in.
Image summary: manga illustration of two young women wearing floral yukatas and obi sashes, one with dark hair and a neutral expression, and the other with light hair and a gentle smile.
Day 86. Morning. We're safe from the fantasy world age problem, but the history problem's off limits. White loser in. It was safe to say that, despite the customary morning glares, I didn't have much of a lecture to listen to today. You two sure are quiet this morning, and very glary. HMPH. Harumphs. Without saying anything at all, the two beautiful girls in yukata harumphed at me. I mean, I had been invited in by the beguiling bodies beneath the ultra-thin kimonos, the soft, smooth flesh simmering with sensations. My friendly teenage boy hospitality sincerely activated the full force of its feelings, yet they glared at me. Testing out those prototypes had value. It was fair to say we had reached the pinnacle of yukatas. The true essence of the yukata was the contrast between curved and straight lines representing the true yukata aesthetic. The girls may have been glaring and grumbling at me, but they turned red, shut up, and sunk back into the futons after I told them, "You were too cute, so I did it, you know." I mean, they were so cute. They were cute, and with their half-torn yukatas towering over me, my own feelings started to rise up and gush out. If I acted on them, I'd have another lecture on my hands. The world of the teenage boy is one of eternal suffering. They had their heads half buried under the covers, glaring at me. Technically, they were older than me, but they looked so adorable. Generational history depends on this generational gap. Never mind. Where the hell did the morning star come from? Did you have that hidden beneath the covers this whole time? That's impossible. The morning stars were too big to hide up their sleeves, and there was no way they kept them between their breasts, although that would be a sight worth viewing. A morning star wardrobe malfunction, a malfunction so massive it surpassed all comprehension. Thwack bonk. Ochi, they did say to never discuss a woman's age, but with these two, it was more of a problem of history than age. Well, I'd be quiet if they didn't want to talk about it anymore. Who cared about ancient history that was nothing more than legend at this point? The only things that mattered were the massive mysteries that were the heaven of now. Even if they wanted to talk about their pasts at some point, I decided to not ask for their birth dates. That'll turn me into ancient history. Time for breakfast? I don't think you should expose the world to your tantalizingly transparent yukatas. If the nerds saw, I'd have to gouge out their eyeballs and fry their brains until they lost the memory, so I'd appreciate it if you two could get changed. I couldn't help them take the yukata off, because then they'd be in no shape to get changed into something new. I had gotten a lot of sensory stimulation and bonking this morning. I was wide awake, Revival was hard at work healing the lumps on my head. I mean, the let's goo-woo from last night followed up by the so good, had caused a bit of a Revival overload. Sheesh, I couldn't decide what was better, the let's or the goo-woo. The ensuing reaction had caused Lascivious and Sex God to level up. It made sense. Barging in on them when they were all vulnerable and equipment-free had them bending over and gasping. I was maximizing sensation with the combination of Lascivious and Sex God and entanglement, but it turned into something incredible for me and incredibly embarrassing for them. Yeah, they were still glaring. Morning, everyone, you know. Good morning. After finally escaping from the allure of morning yukata, I went downstairs to find a bunch of teenage girls in extra-tight compression shorts giving their morning greetings. Not that the tight compression shorts were doing the exclaiming. Even the mean girls were in skin-tight shorts. We're talking Sakata Jinko level compression shorts mastery here. Looking too much would get me in all sorts of trouble. I'd appreciate it if people could be more understanding of the struggles of teenage boyhood. The nerds' presence had faded so much I was starting to have trouble finding them, even with my presence sensing skill. As soon as the girls left, they immediately started putting in orders for the same compression shorts and gym shorts for Beast girls. Bleck. I should give them some credit, though. Classic otaku move to put the underwear over the gym shorts. We'll pay however much we need to. Just give us school swimsuits and gym shorts. With sizes for the lowly dwarfs, too. That's an absolute necessity. And for the flat-chested elf girls. Calm down, guys. We need to start with striped panties and sailor uniforms. Oh my goodness, you're a genius. Meanwhile, the Arctic glares from the girls washed over the clueless nerds. I wish they could decide whether or not they wanted to exist. At this quoted price? Hell yes. The temperature had fallen below freezing. Forget ice, a spilled glass of water would turn into diamond in this blizzard. That was how frigid those glares were. None of our classmates had the Tsundir title or anything, but they must have all learned Tsundir magic for a cold spell like this. Gotta dash before the glacial lake floods. Next, breakfast. After an outbreak of ladylike opinionating, vicious violence against the guys' demands for grilled meat bowls, we settled on chicken and egg rice bowls. The orphans ate everything. I knew my classmates' bad influence was starting to creep in. Gluttony's influence is unstoppable. Thanks for breakfast, said class rep. Now let's clean up and get going for the day. Yeah. My God, they changed modes on a dime. Those were eyes of warriors, hunters' gazes. Yeah, they wanted to make some cash. They'd settled on their requested swimsuit designs. It looked like today's monsters were destined to be turned into swimsuit collateral. They washed the dishes with terrifying vigor and snapped their armor over their compression shorts. Since the armor had to be put on from the bottom up, the girls had to bend over in order to pull up the armor, making for a scene of bottoms dangerously close to full exposure. On the flip side, putting on the tops required them to stretch out and jump up and down, turning them into a bunch of jiggling slimies. The nerd brains sat in the corner in silence the whole time. I knew they had significant reasons for why they couldn't stand, something that us teenage boys wouldn't confess to under torture. I went ahead to the Adventurers Guild and finished up some errands while I waited for everybody. As suspected, yet another day of immutable, immovable, indestructible, invariant bulletin board postings. The unshakable fact that the jobs haven't changed has been bound by the ironclad will of destiny. When is there ever going to be a job that I can make some money at? Receptionist glare rep side. If I may ask, why does someone who is not an adventurer sneak in each morning to cause a ruckus? I'd like to see your shameful sneaking change into a noble strut. First, allow me to check first whether you're an adventurer who has any right to be here. Oh, you're still not an adventurer, you still don't have a right to be here, and you've never done anything but sneak. Why is someone with no right to be here also the person who's lodged the most complaints about our postings in the history of the guild? Answer me that. Yada 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 yada. I basked in that magnificent badmouthing. Receptionist glare rep truly deserved her title. Her glares would go down in history, not that she had the title in her stats. Anyway, class rep and the girls had finished their report to the guild, so it was time to get going. Take care of it, thanks. We're on it. Of course. You can count on us. Next up, the dungeon. The squad merged into ever-shifting formations as they swept through the monsters. They had intended to stop at the 75th floor, but the girls had already decided to make it to the 80th, so that was today's task. As usual, the plan was to split up and rendezvous at lunchtime. Keep moving and attacking, no stopping. Roger. They had a defensive formation that the enemy's relentless attacks couldn't break through. The giant, level 75 blade gorillas launched attack after attack. The girls took the attacks with their shields, then parried and sidestepped to get in attacks of their own. Vice Rep A, who couldn't carry a shield with her dual-wielding style, kept one of her swords rotating, turning the enemy with the flat of the blade and then skewering them as they charged in to attack her. The girls proved that they far surpassed the cooperation and technique of level 75 monsters. Tiny Tanuki had figured out how to use her dual axes as a shield to repel and counterattack, spinning to mow down the gorillas. I was expecting more from a Tanuki versus gorilla fight, but alas, No biting was involved. Aim for their legs. Crush them all, surround them. They surrounded the remaining gorillas, who had trouble swiping at close range with the massive blades growing out of their bodies. I mean, these apes had enormous freaking swords shooting out of their arms. It limited their options. The gorillas shrieked and cried in agony. They had superhuman strength, massive bodies, and humongous swords on their arms. Those huge figures, covered in magic-reflecting fur, died one after another. The girls nullified their howl, fear, panic, and daunt skills and tore them apart. It was an overwhelming victory. The girls had quickly stopped leveling up after passing level 100, but they refined their skills in nightly one more set sessions. They deepened their experience and improved their judgment every day in the dungeons. They were deadly in a group melee. If an opponent cornered them, they became unbelievably weak, but in a fair fight, they had the power and talent to battle their way deep into the dungeons. This was what Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl had taught them, and what they had gained through long days solo fighting. They continued to overwhelm the monsters on the 76th and 77th floors, but the 78th floor was configured like a labyrinth. We hadn't seen what the monsters here were yet, so the girls moved in parties. That meant Dancer Girl and I were a team. The enemy, Attack Fox, LV 77. Surely the only reason I felt a hint of dirtiness was because I was a teenage boy, right? Foxy, get it. They're foxes with axes for tails and sharp, spiky fur, so you can't pet them. Not that you'd want to. They're not cute at all. Rattle, rattle. Dancer Girl had already bound them in place with chains and was beating them to pulp, so there wasn't much left to pet. What is this uneasy feeling? The monsters were too weak for being this deep. Maybe the dungeon was growing too quickly for the power of the monsters to keep up with, or maybe it varied dungeon to dungeon. In the ultimate dungeon, the monsters had been stronger than their level suggested. That wasn't the case here. The girls had become more than powerful enough to handle the lower levels of this dungeon in 2 parties. Not 3 months had passed since we'd arrived here, but I supposed that was how far cheats got you. And Dancer Girl, no. Standards were different for dungeon emperors. In a hidden room on the 78th floor, I found the magic drill spear, power speed plus 40%, magic defense nullification medium, physical defense nullification medium, drill, piercing rotation, equipment shatter, attack. It was a literal drill. I'd gotten it as payment for some of the debt I was owed, but I planned to upgrade it with mithril and sell it at a bargain sale, so it wouldn't really do a lot to relieve their debt in the end. It should be enough for tonight's room and board, at least. We took care of the 79th floor in a jiffy and finally made it to the main event, the 80th floor boss. There was no way this floor boss was going to be weak. The girls had their new armor and wouldn't go down easily. Dancer Girl and I started to prepare for battle. To be honest, I was rooting for the boss to be strong. Otherwise, I'd never have my chance to fight. I was getting bored. Day 86. Lunch. They ran when I launched an overpowering, low-frequency, ultrasound wave at full force. Dungeon. 80th floor. The girls chipped away at it bit by bit, dodging the relentless inferno. Their movements were easy to read, though. My job was to keep the flames in check, and I flowed through the gaps in flames in the air with Incarnate. I launched a heavy rain of fire bullets, using teleport to disappear and shoot forward, causing as much havoc as I could. Yup, I was a decoy. And for some reason, I was great at it. Change guard, prioritize mobility, and surround the enemy. Roger. Their timing was off. When the rear guard came up, a momentary delay caused Mean Girl C to get blown straight out of formation. She slammed against the wall so hard that she couldn't move for a moment, pained. The flame giant didn't let this opportunity go and punished them. I swung my 7-branched sword into the gap this created. Youch, it's hot. That was close. The flaming figure managed to avoid my attack. The girl's coordination crumbled, giving the giant time to target fresh openings. Queen Bee, who had been holding out despite having gotten isolated, raced to Mean Girl C, who was on the opposite side of the formation. A massive flaming sword roared in her direction. The blazing crimson of the scorching blade reflected in her wide pupils as the inferno threatened to swallow her whole. A terrible fate awaited her. In that instant, She activated Eternal Ice Spear, and I saw the pure white flash of Position Freeze. A crazed storm of the whirling ice spear and ice sword battled against the scorching scarlet fire, beating it back and shaving them down. Yeah, a fiery monster shouldn't target the queen of icy glares like that. She'll bite you, you know. The giant had 4 arms, each wreathed in flame. Mighty Class Rep's Thunderbolt Chain Whip knocked away one. Dancer Girl's Prometheus God Chains broke off another. Vice Rep A's Quadruple Sword Style slashed alongside Tiny Tanuki's Whirlwind of Axes to cut off the third. The 4th and final arm had targeted Queen Bee and gone in for the kill. You chose the wrong opponent, Flame Giant. Now, clouds of steam erupted as the giant sword of bursting flame began to freeze. Its final arm cracked apart. A thunderous roar sounded with the enormous mass of the falling booming hammer. Yes, the booming hammer was now smashing the level 80 flame giant into tiny pieces. Glittering shards of ice burst into the air. In the meantime, I stuffed a mushroom into Mean Girl C's mouth. Yeah, that was all I could do for her. The girls broke the monster apart into sparkling ice dust that floated away and vanished. They won. I'm so tired. My expectations hadn't been that high to begin with, and I still somehow got let down again. If only they'd been more reckless. The 80th floor boss was a giant wielding 4 longswords wreathed in fire. It was a ferocious, imposing, rampaging force. But it had made the mistake of choosing close-range combat. It was fast, but its movements and attacks were straightforward and reckless, so it was easily distracted by my little Inferno illusion and Inferno incarnate. Mean Girl C had noticed the coming outburst and rushed headlong into the danger. Because if anyone suffered a serious injury, the reinforcements would have only been more prone to a dangerous counterattack. Since it was all brawn and no brains, we'd let our guard down. We couldn't fight it as if it were a meathead. In short, this is all the meathead's fault. I'm gonna bully them as soon as we get back. Of course the monster was actually thinking. Haruka-kun, you saved my life. Thank you, said Mean Girl C. No, it was the other way around. Honestly, you all took it out and stuff. All I did was impede its attacks, annoy it, and buy some time. The girls were the ones who had defeated it. They'd managed to beat a level 80 floor boss with 2 parties. If they had gotten others involved, they could have minimized the risk and still have won the battle. We didn't have any guarantee that everyone would have been kept safe. Anything less than that was unacceptable. I didn't like this at all. It was an alarming problem, and it wasn't just one problem but several. The girls had taken me by surprise at how strong they'd gotten, and that wasn't all. That was clearly a titan, not a giant. Why was it called a flame giant and not a flame titan? Everybody knows the difference. I don't understand this world at all. I guess fantasy monsters weren't quite the same in this world. No wonder my perfectly logical speeches never quite seemed to translate. That was the only possible explanation for why I got so many false accusations despite never doing anything wrong ever. Okay, let's head to the meetup point. Everyone's waiting for lunch, although I did give everyone sandwiches and fried chicken salad. I'm sure everyone will come over early for lunch anyway. Look, proof, you've already finished yours. Thanks for the bento, it was good. What's for lunch? That was literally lunch. They weren't listening to me. The nerds had already arrived at our rendezvous point. According to them, the meatheads ended up eating their bento before they'd even gotten to the dungeon and rampaged their way all the way down to the 80th floor dungeon boss. It was moving that sheer hunger inspired them to defeat a floor boss all the way down on the 80th floor. They're idiots, though, so they probably weren't even thinking about it. So hungry, dying, save us. Food, Haruka-kun, please, food. It's lunch and y'all have already had 2 meals, breakfast and brunch. How many calories did you burn? Brains consume 70% of the energy in normal humans. But you never use your brains, so you should only need 30% of the food a normal human needs. Just how inefficient can your bodies be? The sports and arts club parties weren't back yet. Both of those parties were weak on defense and in the midguard. They dominated on offense, but they needed to get into a groove first or else the battles took a long time. Miss Armor Rep was with them on the off chance the 80th floor held a dungeon king, so we didn't need to worry. In fact, The thought of the Dungeon King lying in wait only to find his higher-up had gotten bonked to death almost made me feel bad. Yeah, I'd participate in a bonking victims convention. Barbecue, everyone chanted. Barbecue, 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 barbecue. Jiggle, 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 jiggle. Everyone started a spontaneous barbecue chant, stomping their feet and hitting their forks on the table. I think the lyrics are actually, we will, barbecue. And you gotta go into the actual verse at some point. It's an intense chant with an indescribable force to be sure. Hopefully, I don't get a hype resistance skill or something. Jiggle, jiggle. They were being obnoxious, so I started the barbecue prep. That was when Miss Armor Rep's group finally returned. They said there were no particular problems. They'd just been caught up in a battle of attrition. With that much attrition, they'd need nutrition. I skewered meats and veggies and tossed them on the grill. The meat sizzled, smoke rose into the air, and the chanting slowly faded. Soon enough, all I could hear were growling stomachs and deep breaths sucking in the fragrant smoke, from people who all ate their lunches early. I piled up rice balls and a chicken and mushroom soup flavored with chicken bones. Okay, it's all ready, I called. Given the fact that I gave all of you lunch bento, this is one profound mystery of a lunchtime. The meat's ready, though, so fight to the death for it. Yeah, really go all in and stuff. Hiya, lunch time. The meatheads normally went wild in close quarters combat, but the girls had taken off their armor, leaving them in their super tight compression shorts. The meatheads suddenly found themselves on the outside looking in, shedding tears of blood as the girls mowed down the rice balls. The nerds had vaporized into pure oxygen and were now circulating through the atmosphere. To be fair, no teenage boy could fight their way through such a squishy scene. It would cause more than a few problems. I felt bad for the guys. I used teleport to shoot some of the skewers and rice balls in their direction, and the meatheads happily went racing after them. The nerds hadn't yet recovered from the super tight compression shorts wore, so I didn't throw anything at them. The skewers would have ended up stabbing them. The 3 parties or teams, or whatever you wanted to call them, had defeated the 80th floor bosses. None had been dungeon kings, which led me to believe that the dungeons had to be getting deeper. They must be going through puberty. Well, if they're swelling up and getting bigger, then we'll need to penetrate deeper. It's like a negative puberty, which raises a number of questions. They're getting more floors, so they're getting bigger, and with all this big and busty dungeon talk, I kinda wanna touch 'em. Wiggle wiggle. The class decided to split into 3 groups and take on the remaining dungeons up to their 50th floors. They didn't need me or Miss Armor Rep to come along, since they'd handled everything up to the 80th floor easily. Even Mean Girl C had only taken about 30% of her HP in damage from today's floor boss knockout. If it had totally broken her stance, she would have been in trouble. My new armor model, MKZ, provided more than enough protection, though. I didn't need to worry about any attack killing the girls in one hit. I handed over the latest armor model to the nerd brains, making sure to thoroughly rip them off in the process. It wasn't form-fitting. I didn't want to witness the yucky sight of skin-tight armor on any dudes. I don't want a yuck-resistant skill. Not yet. However, if the frontier dungeons were getting deeper, I needed to check up on the dungeons that I previously assumed were too shallow to worry about. Dungeons with more than 50 floors posed the greatest threat in a deluge, so those had to be top priority. Starting tomorrow, we'd be able to add the Frontier Army and Imperial Guard to our dungeon fighting ranks. I decided to let the Duke know on the way home. Oh, here come the meatheads, racing back after retrieving their barbecue. Oh man, did I need to throw them treats? Yeah, their eyes said they wanted to play barbecue fetch. Day 86. Afternoon. I ended up finding a job, but it was a bad match, so my workplace was fatal. Dungeon. 81st floor. The girls were pumped about making money. I was starting my swimsuit production today, so we needed to cut the dungeon rating a bit short. I'd already figured out the right material while making school swimsuits for Fish Girl and Nudist Girl. I had gained additional experience making them for Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl. The rest of the class wanted bikinis. That meant I needed to start with a new design. Some of the girls were still growing too, hence changing bra sizes. I'd need to do some remeasuring. My God, what does this world want from me? This was going to be hard, very hard. Gugyaog. Curse Blanc. My side job made me money. I didn't want to take all the girls' money, though, so I was waffling on the price. If I made it too inexpensive, I'd get an endless stream of additional orders. For sure, for real. Garawu. Badonk. I hadn't started yukata production yet. If I took measurements, I could make all the necessary adjustments. With their monstrous, level 100 plus stats, ordinary clothes weren't getting the job done anymore. Gaag. Sauce. So much to do. Shut up, monsters, I can't focus. I'm busy focusing on the labors of my profession and you won't stop screaming. It's so distracting. Shut up. Nod. Rattle. Jiggle. The monsters charged recklessly. Normally, they all gathered in one place, but this time, they lay in wait. They never showed up when I struck up my cool pose, but as soon as I started walking, they attacked. No consideration for my needs whatsoever. It was true that the whole point of the level 81 ambush bears was that they could conceal their presence and launch a sneaky, sudden strike. The only problem was I could see them. Presence detection wasn't enough on its own, to be fair, but I had Jupiter Eye. The girls had leveled up their presence sensing so high that they didn't have any problem, either. What exactly did the girls do to boost that skill so much? The bears' agility didn't match their size. They swiped with sharp claws, which I deflected with my shoulder pads, then slashed vertically. I wanted to test out my new Aegis shoulder pads, Vitality Power plus 50%, Automatic Defenses, Physical Defense Ultra, Magical Defense Ultra, Reflection, Absorption, Slash Parrying, Blow Parrying, Defense, and they turned out to be useful. Taking the full brunt of the attacks was dangerous, but diverting the blow turned out to be the perfect solution. I'd make elbow pads once I got back tonight. Having gauntlets on the shoulders and pads on the elbows to block and parry attacks turned out to be quite useful. This is what those idiots were using, and since they're stupid, I figured these were stupid too. In practice, though, there's a surprising lack of stupidity, but they're still stupid. Jiggle. Divert, deflect, receive, parry. When I smoothly interrupted the flow of their attacks, I took almost no damage. Still, this feels risky when a small mistake could result in giant HP losses. I suppose it's my first time, so it'll be better with some practice. It could help protect me in a pinch. What do you say? Does that hurt? I tried talking to the shy, quiet bears, but they died without a response. With my black cloak, robe, and black shoulder pads, I didn't know what kind of professional vibes I gave off, and since I was supposed to be jobless, I didn't know what to think. Still, I was digging these shoulder pads. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl were the ones who'd recommended I try them. I didn't feel any discomfort, even when using magic entanglement. Moving around was easier than expected, too. Gruaeog. Kerplink. Predicting attacks, reading the enemy's movements, direction, and rate of change. Why do they scream so loudly? They're supposed to be ambushing us. Are they trying to activate the daunt skill? It ruins the point of them hiding in wait, though. Things were going so smoothly, I'd have to wait for everyone at the end of the floor. I just needed to mop up those last few. Only, it turned out that the 87th floor was the final one. The Dungeon King did sometimes show up on random floors. I suppose this dungeon was in the middle of growing. The Dungeon King lording over the 87th floor was Polyphemus, LV 87, a one-eyed giant. For whatever reason, it wasn't called a cyclops. I did remember that Polyphemus was a particularly nasty cyclops from Greek mythology, and that cyclopes were children of Poseidon. The family tree was complicated, though, and I only knew it vaguely. Regardless, Polyphemus was a super buff giant, one so tall that he almost smacked its head on the ceiling. He was much bigger than the giants we'd faced so far, which meant he couldn't lift his weapon, cause it'd hit the ceiling. Yup, this dungeon's too small for him, I said as I walked up onto the ceiling and smacked him in the head. On one hand, he's an impressively sized giant. On the other, he's going to have trouble fighting with this low ceiling. He can't raise his arms above his head and all. Giants aren't good fits for dungeons, are they? I don't think the giants expect anyone walk on the ceiling. Dancer Girl and Miss Armor Rep shouted, while Slimy gave a jiggle. The giant would have been terrifying to fight against outdoors with its stride and mobility, but since he was pinned down by the low ceiling, he could only throw a hissy fit. There was nothing he could do against me, relying more on his constitution and power than skills. I sliced him from below and bonked him from above. He had astounding might and bulk, but that was it. With enough bonks to the head, even the girls could have taken him out. That would have taken all day, though. The most annoying skill he had was Total Reflection Ultra. With the level gap, I couldn't go in recklessly, but that skill was only woven into his fur clothing. I could target the arms, legs, and head all I wanted. Without being able to walk on the ceiling, he would be so tall I would only be able to hit his legs. He doesn't like me going after his head, so I can shave down his health at the legs all I want. He's bald, so what's the big deal? Even without hair, people don't like stabbed in the head. Wiggle. If this guy had gotten outside, he would have been unstoppable. He would have taken immense effort and potential sacrifices to defeat. With such size and force, the castle would have been at risk. We had to defeat the giant here. Cause inside of the dungeon, he was just a large old dude. He's so tough, I can't damage him. Don't worry, HP is draining. Keep it up. This was an enormous giant with HP in the thousands that could minimize damage from oncoming attacks with diamond hardening and restore his health with ultra revival. That was the beast I was up against. I gave my all to my demolish attacks to the extent I could control them. I wondered what would happen if I used vibration magic on his brain. I gave it a shot, and he started to hold his head and groan. It wasn't fun watching a massive, one-eyed old dude moan, so I switched back to traditional attacks. Now that we've tied him up with the upgraded version of Prometheus chains, I don't think I'll ever recover from witnessing a big old dude chained up and moaning. Yeah, that's no fun at all, and I'm not taking out the tentacles. Jiggle. Even after getting nullified by the Prometheus god chains, he continued to take endless attacks from 3 Dungeon Emperor-class warriors. That was how tough he was. I continued to use Demolish on his brain along with vibration magic, but Ultra Revival still managed to keep up. The attacks weren't reaching his brain. They barely hit hair roots, to be honest. This thing is so strong, but it's worthless in a confined space. He must have gotten the wrong job posting. He isn't fit to be a dungeon king at all. Wiggle. Now Demolish was breaking my own brain. If this goes on much longer, my own hair roots are gonna be at risk. Hemorrhaging HP would prove fatal, so I needed to figure out how to kill this thing fast. I whipped out Mistletoe. Good work, that was annoying. I was wondering if there was some way to finish him off faster. With all the power between us, we're bound to find a weak point eventually, but that thing would have been nasty against Class Rep and the others in a drawn-out battle. Seriously. Nod. Rattle. Munch. Munch. Slimy was too occupied eating to respond. Polyphemus didn't look particularly tasty, and I didn't want Slimy to incorporate the elements of a giant, bald dude. I supposed it was best for him to absorb Ultra Revival, Total Reflection Ultra, and Diamond Hardening, though. Was Slimy trying to acquire every skill in this world? How was he going to feel about getting loner and neat and shut in? Although, I hadn't seen any monsters with negative skills like that. Today's objective had been to test out the shoulder pads, but I hadn't been able to against such a powerful old dude. He could have killed me with a glancing blow. I didn't know what it would take for automatic defense to activate, either. I needed to practice more to get the knack for it. Shield Slash and Shield Bash sounded like introductory attacks, but they were quite difficult to control. I wanted to test those out, but I ended up having to use Demolish instead. Even Wisdom wasn't enough to handle shields imbued with Entanglement, Teleport, and Gravity. Unifying all my skills at once caused too many divergences. Wisdom was already an over-the-top, shady conglomeration of skills. I'm worried it's gonna get revenge on me someday. I think we have time to start another dungeon, I said. I want to squeeze some practice in. I already know that my shoulder pads are gonna get bonked straight off if I practice back at the inn. I'd rather practice in the safe confines of a peaceful dungeon. Nod. Rattle. Jiggle. Thank goodness they agreed. I was spared a beating today. Slimy picked up all the spellstones and drop items. The giant only had his fur clothing, the Polyphemus's leather armor, power, vitality plus 30%, revival, large, total reflection, large, diamond hardening, plus defense. Isn't the name a little too on point? The guy must have had a serious ego. On the way home, I popped into a small dungeon. We started on the first floor, so it was all fun and games. I took on a giant swarm of small fries to test things out. Auto defense wasn't nearly as useful as I'd hoped. It could only save my life in an emergency, so it wasn't something I'd be able to rely on. I couldn't control it all. It suddenly activated out of the blue. That still meant it could come handy in an emergency, though. The real stars turned out to be Shield Slash and Shield Bash. I could use random fire to activate them, but controlling them myself was faster. Dimension Blade and Fire bullets handled long-range combat. Yeah, this was far and away the best. Man, this is fun. My shoulder pads danced through the air, providing perfect backup and coverage attacks. They used a lot of MP and were difficult to handle, but I cut down on the MP loss by connecting them to some magic thread I'd made with magic hands, which I could also use to attack the monster's weak points. I left handling things wisdom, but I could see the thread perfectly with Jupiter Eye. I had the shoulder pads under complete control. If I master this, it'll increase my offensive options in battle. They can use magic attacks, too, since they're hooked up with magic thread. I'll be able to do a fire bullet crossfire. Not like that would come in handy often, but it'd be freaking dope. Jiggle jiggle. These would have come in handy back in the old dude hell of Muramuri Castle. I suspected they could handle the suicide bomb attacks perfectly, although I couldn't risk trying it out. The shields didn't have much use in a dungeon, though. The universe staff was so overpowered that it was always quicker to whack things. Whacking monsters enough times usually solved everything. The shoulder pads would come in handy for attacking weak points, solving traps, and definitely for pestering human opponents. Spinning around like that was just unfair. You couldn't call that one-on-one combat anymore. Day 86. Evening. The more wholeheartedly I do it, the more my sex appeal fades into the distant sunset. White loser in. I had so much fun spinning around my little shoulder pads that I ended up going to the 16th floor and came home late. I'd been checking the time, but I had so much fun that I lost track of time after a while. On the way home, I met up with my demon scythes, who had been enjoying a day out logging. When I got home, the girls made me whip up dinner lickety-split. They had already taken baths and everything. After that, I went to the bedroom with Miss Blindfold Rep. This time she employed help, with Miss Armor Rep covering my right eye and Dancer Girl covering my left, a fancy arrangement. But they kept spreading their fingers open. I asked why we didn't use a regular cloth blindfold, but I got no response. I don't think it's in a dungeon emperor's job description to be a blindfold. They're literally failing at it. We decided to do the fittings one at a time in size order. The first one up was already taking off her clothes. Yeah, you don't need to ask who. I didn't need to activate presence detection to sense the shaking of those massive orbs. The force of those could make the very air vibrate. They were weapons of mass destruction. This would also serve as our trial run. Hers was likely to take the longest, so it made sense to work out issues now. I'd thought about it while dealing with the problem of my supposed blindfolding hands trying as hard as they could to wrench open my eyelids. If my eyes are open, dangerous objects will appear before my eyes. Spare my eyes, please. They were so close to my face that they wouldn't fit into my vision entirely, anyway. Yes, they're there. Those are your shoulders. Why in the world are you moaning like that? I started measurements at the prospective support joints. I had fully mastered the art of the bra, but swimsuits had water resistance to deal with as well. That created additional rubbing against the body, squeezing out new problems, and requiring bouncy new solutions. Plus, the size and surface area of these in particular made them interact with a larger volume of water, creating more variables in how they would shake and sway. A mighty surge of sheer breast power. This was a jiggle matched only by the likes of Slimy. Vice Rep B continued to moan, sigh, gasp, and groan. I'm not even touching you right now. I'm literally just checking the design. Stop making creepy sounds. I'm Sue naked, and totally standing right in front of a boy. Blah, 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 I'm not listening. They're covering both of my ears so I can't hear. But guys, could you please cover my eyes instead? You're supposed to be my blindfold, and if you're not blinding my eyes, then you're not fulfilling your purpose in Lee, that's my mouth. Using Area Analyze to record information about the quivering round objects beside me in generous detail and taking great pains to avert my face, I looked down in genuine modesty as I checked the design. This situation could prove fatal to my sex appeal, and to my status as a teenage boy, obviously. They're so close. Yup, no matter how many times I checked the design, string. How was I supposed to support those things with string? The bikini was basically all string in the requested design, aside from the absolute minimum amount of cloth. I guessed Vice Rep B was into the lovely possibilities of provocative, excessive exposure. I figured it was gonna be hard, she said. Please do what you can, I totally get it if it's impossible. To make a long story short, she had always longed to wear a normal bathing suit. Since her breasts were so large, she could only choose extremely supportive designs, though. She could never find anything cute in her size. It was all just one-piece swimsuits with thorough coverage and support. She'd looked and high and low and never found anything she liked. Sorry, she said, it's impossible, isn't it? Since I'd made her bra fairly open and exposed, she was hoping I could make a bathing suit in the same vein. Without enough surface area, I wouldn't be able to support her breasts, and they'd spill out. After much thought, she requested I try to support the weight with string instead. Just tell me you can't. Look, I'm sorry. Oh no, this is war, I declared. Why? The teenage boy in me had mixed emotions. If she had such high hopes, though, then the least I could do was to help her achieve her dreams. Wisdom, you take it from here. The logo print is a current impossibility for teenage boy bra production. There's no mention of bra production in the Teenage Boy Encyclopedia entry. We're testing the limits here. Hiya, my head felt like it was going to split, or it was more like the middle of my head was under intense pressure. Wisdom, which I had decided to fully subcontract this task to, was trying its best. Oh God, I hope it doesn't take revenge on me someday for this. I searched for a solution to the impossible, calculated the procedure to execute a miracle, came up with prospective solution after prospective solution, and stuck it all together. A teenage boy breaking his head trying to achieve a dream that a teenage girl never thought she could achieve. It sounded like the law of equivalent exchange. Super dangerous. My head would heal with revival even if it did break. A teenage boy who couldn't make the ultimate bra? Well, that was a teenage bee. Ooh, what? Yeah, 'cause teenage boys didn't make bras. No, the infinite points of support have to erg. The task at hand was to create a supportive top that was still cute and minimized surface area. It defeated the point if she couldn't move around and swim in it. I had to minimize the fabric and make the strings do the bulk of the support. I decided to use netting for the fabric to maximize skin exposure. I needed more fabric below this and on the outside areas of the chest so there was enough support. I went for as deep of a V-neck as possible with only strings and netting offering support from above. Bridges used wires, so big boobs could surely be held up with string. Looks like it could dig in a little, though. Haruka-kun. Alright, now there are 3 possible patterns for the design. Is there one you want to request? Testing out all 3 is usually fine, but if I did that, then everyone would find out and demand 3 options for themselves. It'd put me into an infinite swimsuit production process, so choose your favorite please. I can't say it'll work until I try it out, but I'm doing my best. We'll see? Well, I won't see, so please don't stop doing your jobs, blindfolds. What outstanding coordination. It's as if you two plan to move your hands. You're scheming, aren't you? Thank you, Haruka-kun, Vice Rep B trailed off. I can't express how happy I am, thank you. Boing squish. Something hit my face. Then from the left side a moment later, Vice Rep B leaned in to give me a hug, bombarding me with squishy expressions of gratitude. Is she giving me her thanks or her boobs? All of a sudden, the hands covering my eyes were gone. The speed of dungeon emperors, no doubt. That fully buried me in the boing-boing, but I couldn't see anything, of course, or breathe. Now my former blindfolds were holding my arms and torso in place so I couldn't escape. Look, I knew they were ridiculous, but what in the hell were my blindfolds doing now? I gasped for air. So, plan B, is that okay? I heaved. I took the necessary measurements with my face, no need for magic hands, I can make it. I shaved down on the fabric in the top, cutting it to the absolute minimum needed for support, and ultimately created a dual-type bra by providing string and netting support from the shoulders. In a dire decision of dangerous contradictions, she also went with low-rise bottoms with netting on the upper section. This'll keep all the boys stuck in the pool. Sharks gather from all the nosebleeds. I'm so happy, she said. I always had to wear these big, ugly swimsuits. I never thought I'd be able to wear something cute like this. Thank you. I had poured all my effort into this trial product. At last, it was safely being worn and tested out by the subject. She told me I could open my eyes. Hang on, are they floating? Yes, they were floating along with Slimy. 3 jiggling objects floating and shaking on the water's surface. Remember that water pressure is weaker from above, so don't jump too hard, or at all, cause everyone will blame me for any wardrobe malfunctions. Not that I would be upset about that. The court of high school girl law will definitely find me guilty. The same goes for your bottom hanging out of those bottoms, so please don't let your crimes get assigned to me. I want sea products. I want to go to the ocean, but not because I got banished. And that bathing suit can't handle waves, so it's for the pool only? This design is positively precarious. Got it, she said. I'm going to take care of it forever. I thought about imbuing the materials with magic, but getting into the water would definitely disrupt or cut it off. MP support was harder to control and incurred a higher risk of slippage. Vice Rep B probably wanted something simple and small, as in normal. The best solution was to cheat our way to victory with netting and string. I'd totally failed, but she seemed happy anyway. Wisdom needed more and more levels for Operation Oppress Orb to truly succeed. Who's next? Called Vice Rep B. Take those clothes off. Time to get naughty. Wait, Haruka-kun's eyes aren't covered yet. No, wait, don't come in. Don't take anything off.
Image summary: manga illustration of a smiling, long-haired elf woman wearing a precarious, intricately patterned string bikini while floating in water.
Eyes are covered, don't worry, it's totally fine. Those are my eyes, not Haruka-kun's. Cover your chest. Wait, cross your legs. That was one spectacular series of drawn-out class rep screams. And can someone please cover my eyes? You're covering my chest, not my eyes, but I'm wearing clothes, so there's no need, really. In fact, you might say that you're groping me right now. Do we need to call the police about this? Everyone finally calmed down, including class rep. She still had a hand over her mouth, trembling. That was magic hands for you. Is that a yawn? Don't try to repress a yawn. It's a natural phenomenon, and it's supposedly better to let it out, 'cause it stimulates your brain. Especially since a deep breath helps activate your nerves and release tension, so just let the yawn out, got it? No response. She just kept her hand desperately over her mouth, arching backwards in agony as if about to faint. Other theories say that yawns help regulate body temperature, for brain cooling and heat release, but there's no need to quiver like that before the yawn, Yawning is necessary, so anyone who doesn't need to yawn isn't a living being, so if you're not going to yawn, just stop living. A living being that didn't need brain stimuli, oxygen, and cooling may as well stop living. That would end the complaints on my end. It would result in death, but then no yawning necessary, am I right? Okay, time for the bottoms. You requested small ones, so you're going to feel a bit of a prick. Mumaya. Sexy response, so good enough. The trembling soon turned into twitching. It was hard to measure her when she was leaning back like that. The hands covering my eyes seemed determined not to lose to the arching body and were opening up with all their might. You're gonna cut my eyelids, I shouted. Since when could blindfolds cause eyelids to burst? Come on, revival. Whether it was puberty or all the DDR sessions, class rep's body had changed considerably. I needed to take her measurements all over again. Even if she hadn't, a bra and a swimsuit had different objectives. I needed to design her swimsuit from scratch. Even though they were the same shape, the target body parts and conditions for support differed. A swimsuit was like a bra designed for combat, but it needed to be able to handle water flow and water pressure, which resulted in substantive design differences. Above all else, the fundamental purpose and materials were different. Unlike underwear, which required breathability, bathing suits needed water repellent and fast-drying qualities. When water repellency stretched over a larger surface area, the material turned transparent. Something too transparent would result in lectures. I needed to double up on layers to maintain elasticity while reducing transparency. With different fundamentals, I was making a design from scratch. As I wove this new bra, I carefully considered the true nature of the bra. How I long to ask this fantasy world what it actually wants from me. Ala NNN eep. It went without saying, but I'd turned off sensitivity on my magic hands. Yet class rep was still being pushed to the limit. By the time we were finished, she might have a broken back. She was totally overheating. All that steaming would heat up the water in the tub so much she'd turn it into a bath. Hey, class rep, you still alive? I'm going to start moving the water around with some magic, so don't struggle too much, K. The only problem was the fact that I was taking girls into a tub and creating a flow of water to jiggle and shake them in all directions, which very likely created a flow that jiggled and shook my sex appeal out of existence. I tried to do my best and live in this world, but the more I did, the farther away my sex appeal ran. I was gonna need to set sail after it soon. I won't let you go, sex appeal. After a thorough investigation of water currents pushing and squeezing in every which way, I went about refining the design. Class rep was lying in the water, burbling. Is she okay? Well, your evaluation of the design is gasp, tremble, and groan. It's kinda hard to make adjustments when you're twitching so much and bursting out of the water. Are you listening to me? Bebble, 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 bebble. I optimized the elasticity and added the finishing touches. Then I got Miss Backbreaker out of the water, dried her off, and warmed her up with heat magic. She burned a lot of calories with all that motion, so I fed her a manju, which she happily munched. Okay, she was back. Now I had to deal with another enormous challenge. The next two patients were in constant defiance of the laws of physics. Do whatever you can, push 'em up, said Vice Rep A. Give me as much air as you can, said Vice Rep C. I guess we're starting with the student council. No matter the scientific field, it's impossible to inflate a flat surface, I said. You can't put air into something that doesn't have any volume to begin with. You'll just have a floating bra? Hey, we're chit-chatting. You can put the morning stars away. Like, here you go, thank you very much. These two didn't have much boing to begin with, so their bras could easily fall off. There was nothing for the fabric to grip. Why are you going with bikinis? Those'll definitely slip. I'll need to glue them on so they stay in place. It's not a problem when they're dry, but in a battle of water currents versus bra, the pressure will sweep away your chest's principle of non-resistance, and the bra will fly off in defeat. How about an ordinary two-piece? Our chests don't have principles of non-resistance. We could only ever wear two-piece or one-piece swimsuits. Come on. Vice Rep B thought she could never wear a bikini, and you made her one. She looked so happy. Please, try to make us ordinary, cute bikinis. Please just give it a try. Okay, I get it. Wait a sec. Let me subcontract this to my head and break it. It's already hurting. Ouch, turned out that leaving things 100% to wisdom really did result in revenge. My head hurt so friggin' bad. Okay, so I could solve things from the sidelines. I could strap the tops and bottoms in from the sides, so that wasn't the issue. So far, basic swimming stuff. Well, there wasn't much in the way of contents, so water pressure wasn't causing problems either. How did I stop the fabric from slipping? The basic structure of a bikini lacked support on the bottom sides, especially the requested designs, which made slippage inevitable. A tight band around the chest at the bottom of the bikini would make it look like an ordinary two-piece swimsuit. Trying to get creative with the sides would also take it too far from a regular, cute bikini. Glue would be going way too far. There was no easy answer to this challenge of physics, but this was a fantasy world, and the answer waited in my accumulated experiences here. That's right, the adhesion I imbued the pads with. Yes, what the hell am I doing in this world? Although their body shapes minimized water drag, adhesion still had risks on its own. For a wide surface area using adhesion, I wanted a physical supplement. Could I redirect the force somehow? I drew up a design and showed them. This ended up a bit different from an ordinary, cute bikini because it's got extra fabric crossing on the front and a W on the back. But this is my recommendation for playing in the pool. It looked like an ornamental strip of fabric beneath the bikini, but that diagonal tension provided the necessary support to keep the top in place. It was less risky and less sexy than only having support at the shoulders. Oh, that's so cute, let's do it. While Vice Rep A didn't have a lot, the fabric did had something to cling to, so I thinned out the shoulder straps. I had to keep them wider for tiny tanuki. Both designs included adhesion. The know-how I'd gained from developing menstrual products in this world had not gone to waste. Seriously, what had I been summoned into this world to achieve? Please be careful. This design has limits. Keep a hold of it when you jump or go on the water slide. And if you want to go all out when swimming, put on a one-piece suit, got it? Got it, thank you. Making a bathing suit that could handle a level 100+ person going all out was a whole other level of intricacy. The girls had stats so high that ordinary movements ripped apart normal clothes. They needed clothing and swimsuits that could handle their strength. Marimari and Royal Girl had the same problem. I wanted to make clothes that they could have a good time in. And if I did, I was confident that, one day, my sex appeal that had been swept out to sea would wash ashore again. What is my sex appeal? A salmon or something? So tired. After all that work, I had only finished 4 bathing suits. I'd have to keep measuring naked girls, put them in the mini pool, and test out the new suits. That also included Royal Girl, Marimari, Maid Girl, and Elf Girl. So 24 total. Oh, not to mention Poster Girl and Stalker Girl. So, yeah, 26. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl may have already had their swimsuits, but they definitely want bikinis, so that was 28. When that was done, I needed to make bathing suits for the orphans, too. And extrapolating from past experiences, the girls would show the bathing suits off to each other once they were completed and want a second pair. When are we even going to be able to have the picnic? This'll take ages. I made bikinis for Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl late into the night, then had them put them on and take them off until morning. It went without saying that we spent the night in the trial pool. We added lotion, too. Let's just say that it was a good time. What's the weather gonna be like tomorrow? Glare showers, you say? The lotion-filled pool ended up getting pretty sticky. Day 87. Morning. While living clothes sound like a housewife's dream, they're a house dweller's nightmare. White loser in. I was using my dripping wet tentacles as hard as I could, and it caused a furious, pointed-at-me lecture the next morning. My tentacles felt lonely without some slimy lotion in the pool with them. That was all. Why the mad faces, especially after all that rad jiggling? Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl were very close with my tentacles. They played and frolicked together every night. After all that fun, they were upset with me. Maybe relationships between female friends were complicated. I didn't know what gender my tentacles were, though. Things got weird, making those bathing suits, and weirdly wild from a teenage boy's perspective. With me as busy as a bee, my friendly tentacles were happy to help me navigate the danger of putting on and taking off and putting in and taking out. All the business of typical adult society episodes 1 to 10, rinsed and repeated all night 10+ times at the bare minimum. The natural result of an unresisting teenage boy. It was more the bears and the bees and less the birds and the bees, so I wasn't the bad guy. In fact, I was a very good boy, I mean bee. No response, that meant they were pissed. Gatha, did you learn that at the girls' meeting? Yow wow wow, watch that hurts, you're biting me, don't bite my ears, stop it. Munch munch. I got used to the intense pain coursing through my brain, but not the pain from the bites. Nor did I want to. Did the mean girls teach them that? Or tiny tanuki? My head hurts. It's like a headache, except it's scalp pain, which shouldn't be a thing. We're going to need a doctor to tell me what exactly the symptoms I'm experiencing are, except I don't think scientists have come up with what happens when one's head is bitten by dungeon emperors. I sure hope not, at least. Munch crunch munch crunch. Such sweet, loving bites eased the pain of my countless hardships. Good morning, class rep called when I went downstairs. Come back early today. We need you to make everyone's bathing suits. Everyone's excited for them. Yeah, everyone was upset that you only got through 4 yesterday. Morning, I responded. Well, only 4 people showed up, so aren't those 4 the real bad guys here? Especially a certain person who couldn't stop moaning and gasping and twitching and arching her back all suspiciously in the pool nonstop. She sure took her sweet time in there, so it wasn't my fault. Yeah, that was hot. The bathing suits were prismatic, and I was in the middle of coming up with a copy machine for printed patterns I could use in mass production. I used white in the pool test trials to make sure the water didn't seep through the fabric and turn it transparent. Class rep in particular got very busy trying to shake the water droplets out of the white bikini with her vigorous twitching and splashing, so that took a while. The detailed explanation made my innocence loud and clear, but Lord Class Rep held the Morning Star and pointed it directly in my direction with a smile. Yes, she was smiling, but the look in her eyes was terrifying. What was with the scary look? All I'd done was make sure her bikini bottoms didn't slip, and that she was delighted by the glorious work of my laborious tentacles, ensuring she was fitted carefully, correctly, and copiously. Nothing was hot about that, she shouted. It wasn't fun, and I wasn't playing. You need to cut back on the thoroughness of your magic hands, not put them on repeat. Why did you need to use vibration? Class rep had a high pelvis, so the bottoms required a large surface area. Intensive refinements were needed to adjust the bottoms to the point where we could prevent groin slippage. That was why I needed to conduct a comprehensive, 3-dimensional examination. And that was why it broke her every time. The higher those pelvis bones, the easier it was for the bottoms to slip. That required multiple rounds of adjustments, but since class rep wasn't exactly staying still, it made it harder for her and much, much harder for me to get the job done. Stop looking at me like that. That is not a real smile. She was pissed. I suppose today was going to be a bad women day for me. Although, I think the whims of fate had ensured that every day in this world was going to be like that for me. It certainly had been thus far. How long will this fortune last? Even the movements of the stars are working against me. The least somebody could do is tell me which stars to destroy so I can fix things. Do you think Dimension Blade could reach 'em? Fuwad. Jiggle jiggle. Don't destroy a star for your own sake. We had fried vegetables, mushrooms, and seafood over rice for breakfast. Mealtime debates weren't about whether to go with bread or rice, but rather what kind of rice bowl to have. Rice was still precious and expensive. My classmates' meal tabs ran up and up, making them poor but very happy. The orphans had already learned how to use chopsticks. Slimy had somehow taught them. Meanwhile, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl still dropped their food when eating. Poster Girl and Stalker Girl hardly fared better. Royal Girl and Marimurray, who stayed at the inn most nights, were practicing, but they mostly stuck to spoons for the time being. The dexterity stat apparently had nothing to do with one's ability to use chopsticks. After giving the bulletin board a piece of my mind, I went to continue on from the 81st floor of a new dungeon. Or more like I was dragged there. I wasn't gonna be in the backseat anymore. In yesterday's trial sesh, the Aegis shoulder pads, Vitality Power plus 50%, Automatic Defense, Physical Defense Ultra, Magic Defense Ultra, Reflection, Absorption, /parrying, Blow parrying, plus defense were more handy than expected, and using them was even kind of fun. So I upgraded them with Mithril Overnight into the Aegis shoulder shields, Vitality Power plus 50%, Automatic Defense, Physical Defense Ultra, Magic Defense Ultra, Reflection, Absorption, /parrying, Blow parrying, Magic Blast, Attack plus Defense. An unfortunate burst of inspiration that extended and triple layered the shoulder pads, turning them into straight-up G***Ndam style double fin funnel types. They could shoot magic too. Hee-ya. Pew 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 oyoam. Oh my GGGGGGG goodness. Goodness is always good, except for the monsters that died. They're no good except they're spellstones now, so they're neither good nor bad. Might have been a bit too much good for me and bad for them. Okay, shoulder pads, keep up the reflecting.
Image summary, manga illustration of a young man with dark hair using large, floating mechanical shoulder shields to deflect an incoming attack. indicated by bright impact sparks.
The sextuple layered pads launched irregularly into the air, creating a complete circle of defense around me while firing at the enemies in every direction. They deflected the living clothes' oncoming fire and turned them to dust. With wire-operated remote control capabilities, the 6 shields leaped out to launch their own fire bullets from 6 different positions. They sound like a housewife's dream, but living clothes are a house dweller's nightmare. Clothes that come to wring you by the neck. Get out of here. Cutting the clothes apart turned them back into thread and didn't actually destroy them. Blunt force did nothing at all. They were resistant to physical attacks and could fly, making fire the perfect solution. I mean, the perfect ice wind water earth immunity was practically an invitation to use fire magic. Using water and wind magic to fight the clothes would turn this into an everyday war against dirty laundry. The clothes flapped through the air, rushing in to choke me only to be burned in the flames. Still, this monster seemed like my shoulder pad's arch nemesis. They had to zoom all over the place to deflect and shoot the clothes. I mean, what kind of shoulder shields were they if they left your shoulders to go blast fire bullets all over the place? They forgot their original purpose. This is fun and all, but it wastes tons of MP, I said. Forget about the whole part where shooting fire bullets myself would be way faster. 3-dimensional, 6-directional fire bullet maneuverability is way more badass. I'm turning this into a poorly thrown together video game. This was a 6-directional, remote-operated 3D shooter that was totally unplayable for normies, including me, cause it meant controlling 7 different objects. It felt weird as heck. I could see with Jupiter eye and control everything with wisdom, which was fun but put a whack burden on my brain. After applying teleport and gravity to my shoulder pads with entanglement, they had gained some serious power, a game over for my enemies. And for me. Yeah, this was strong. A pre-calculated, sextuple, perfect combination of attacks that was completely impossible to dodge, combined with instantaneous movement for the finishing slashes. It was a massacre, thanks to my new equipment. Utter aerial dominant destruction without the slightest fragment of restraint. Also, I could fly myself, so none of this was necessary to begin with. Jiggle jiggle. Slimy bounced around joyfully. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl looked up at the shields in amazement. Their reactions made sense. I lost track myself, having such a blast, but this sci-fi fighting style didn't exist in fantasy worlds. I mean, there's no any need for us to play along and use swords and magic, if you think about it, I said. They have swords and magic, I've got a tree branch and giant robot funnels. Making this a classic fantasy story had been off the table from the very start. I ended up taking out all the monsters on the 81st floor, which left my partners dissatisfied and wanting to do the 82nd floor first come, first serve. First come, first serve could be dangerous in dungeons this deep, especially if the monsters had unique characteristics. We decided to do a super serious rock-paper-scissors ritual to determine the formation order. I led the pack on the 82nd floor, with Miss Armor Rep on my right, Slimy on my left, and Dancer Girl taking up the rear. The most defense-oriented party member being in the back made us a weird party. She could extend her chains from behind to attack the 82nd floor's brutal rats outside of our immediate range, however, thrashing them, tying them up, and throwing them aside. Wow, maybe rear guard was a better position for her than I thought. The rats were bigger than dogs but smaller than bears and far from friendly. They were rodents, so getting bit would hurt, although I was used to bites by now. Not that I wanted to be. Why did it seem like I was getting bit all the time? Yeah, I've been getting bitten all morning, from bedroom to dungeon. You two aren't supposed to be rodents. Those were nibbles. Expressions of love. Wiggle wiggle. We technically had our formation, but those 3 were ridiculous. They kept up with all of my movements. I sliced apart the rats head-on. Any that ran to the right got torn to shreds in a metallic gleam. Slimy covered me from the left as I cut down rats on the left flank. From behind me, Dancer Girl added her chains to the right flank, sending the rats scattering into the brunt of Miss Armor Rep's blade. We were a constantly adapting and evolving formation, tearing through any opening that emerged in a contest for monster blood. It ended up being first come, first serve. It was a safe, efficient approach with no obvious openings. We learned from watching class reps' formations, commands, and strategies. Modern group battle tactics far surpass the effectiveness of one-on-one fighting, although that would work for us too. It occurred to me that we might have been more powerful individually than together. This safer approach sounded good in theory, but group tactics simply meant dividing the monsters between us and taking them out in an organized manner. We used more energy than necessary. To exterminate an entire floor, one of us only needed to stand in the center and go nuts. That would win the battle for sure, except in cases where an equally powerful enemy entered the fray, of course. That wasn't on the table with this squad. No monster was equally powerful as a dungeon emperor, not on an ordinary floor. If a whole group of monsters equally powerful as dungeon emperors came charging, we'd run right away. We can't fight that. I know that from my own nightly experiences. Jiggle jiggle. Still, we did have 3 dungeon emperor level monsters here. There could be more out there. Taking out one of those one-on-one would be a miracle. Formations, tactics, efficiency, and calculations were all meaningless against foes like that. There's no point in taking unnecessary risks, either. Chilling and winning is the strat. Chilling and winning is the approach. And working my ass off at night is the war. Yes, the sacred war of the teenage boy. The other 3 looked like they were having fun. Each member had fought on their own up until now, so working together to fight, or trying to see who could kill the most enemies first. Well, one of those 2 was enjoyable for everybody. Almost done, ready. Formation, rock, paper, scissors, I want front. Jiggle jiggle. They did like fighting in formation. Fighting without a position in the group was the same as fighting alone, in a way. It must have been their first time lining up in position to fight like this. The Invincible 3 cooperated seamlessly. They thought it was fun. Well, not for the monsters. We're gonna charge in from the right, I said. Echelon formation, got it? Now let's go. Goji asterisk N damn funnels. I mean shoulder pads, you're supposed to be shields, did you forget about that? Okay, well no holding back now, that one's mine. Go, fear, fly ye. I'd explained that I wanted to try encircling the enemy on the 88th floor, so we were attempting to surround the monsters and take them out. Something felt off about 4 of us surrounding over 300 armed golems, but we had fighting power. It wasn't going too badly. The hardest part was encircling them without getting killed. Is this really an encirclement, though? It's 4 of us all standing opposite each other. Boink boink. The monsters on the lower floors that equipped weapons left good drop items, so they were real wallet fatteners. The golems froze, unable to attack us one-on-one at such close range now that we had them surrounded. We brought them in closer, crowded on from all sides, making something of a golem dumpling, then obliterated them. The golems hadn't even been able to swing their swords at us. Now pull off a perfect imitation of Miss Armor Rep. Well, it would ruin the whole point if any of them broke through, but still. There was also a hidden room with a chest that had an iron-ribbed fan inside. Dancer Girl's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. I asked her if she wanted it, and she immediately ran over and hugged me. It wasn't as fun getting the hug in armor, but Miss Greed didn't seem to need it. I gave the fan to Dancer Girl. If it was any good, I'd power it up with Mithril tonight. As she frolicked with her new fan, we fanned out the flames of the 89th floor. The short-range fan attacks, in addition to her long-range chain attacks, made her a spinning, whipping whirlwind who tore apart monsters as she went. The level 89 blade bats had Dancer Girl as their waltz partner, which was too much for them to keep up with. I nearly died on the dance floor with her myself. I knew how they felt. If you didn't compensate for the centrifugal force, your bones broke. I wanted to join in with my G*N damn funnels to take out the blade bats from the sky, but I lost track of time watching Dancer Girl and didn't get the chance. I had prepared a cool pose and everything, but not a single bat remained. I even thought up the sick line, "I've got you now, meet your end." But there was nothing for me to use it on. We took a quick breather and went to face off against the 90th floor boss. What should my line be now? Day 87. Noon. A high school girl's hand-knit Kevlar cord isn't an expression of love. It's a murder weapon. Dungeon. 89th floor. Apparently, the iron-ribbed fan wasn't a main weapon, but more of an extra tool, because Dancer Girl went back to using her scimitar. We were up against the floor boss, though, so going with the best of the best was safest. Miss Armor Rep and Slimy were both stuck at level 48, so Dancer Girl was starting to catch up with them. Servitude was definitely restricting their level growth, and I still hadn't budged past level 24. I got the sense they'd all end up at level 48 before long. Even at level 48, they were already starting to push their stats into the thousands. All three of them had a speed stat over 1,000 already. Yeah, they were beasts. Judging from what we fought in this dungeon so far, I don't think the boss will be that strong. It's still a level 90 floor boss, so be careful anyway. K, remember, neither of you have much vitality or HP, and Slimy, please don't overeat. You'll get a tummy ache if it's something gross, although you don't have a stomach, so forget it. I will say that eating too many old dudes could cause a negative adjustment to your cute factor. I paused. If you see the darkness, don't try to fight it. That's for me. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. They looked a bit upset, but darkness was the one thing that was off limits. There was a chance that they could get caught in it, and once they did, there'd be nothing we could do to stop it. We'd have no choice but to kill them, which would be next to impossible, and none of us wanted that. Falling into the darkness has kind of a cool, badass vibe, you know? I can be all like, witness the power that resides in my right fist, and all, oh yeah, and it involves sexy stuff, so it wouldn't be much of a change. No worries on my account. In fact, my current reality was more worrisome. I would love a floor boss that had some consideration for the state of my sex appeal, though. The boss was a squat, unpleasant, frog-like humanoid. Its charcoal black skin was gleaming, slippery wet, and covered in warts that sprouted countless repulsive tentacles that squirmed and swayed like seaweed. What a bizarre, disgusting opponent. Why are my allies glaring at me? It launched a barrage of attacks with its monstrous, dipping wet, slimy, wart-covered tentacles, which I met with my refreshing, wholesome, and hard-working mushroom-tipped tentacles. More glares. Why were Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl standing so far away? I was starting to get the sense that my sex appeal would be chipped away to nothing if I didn't defeat this thing quickly. Maybe I should quit the tentacle duel, I thought. Hang on. No, I'm not like this thing. I blocked the tentacles with my own because I knew I couldn't lose. It didn't even have 100 of those totally nasty tentacles. It needed to understand the true might of my beauteous, unlimited tentacles. Die already, you vile tentacles, die till you're dead, and stuff. Since I could remotely operate my shoulder pads, it should have been possible. My magic hands could hold and use weapons. This was the technique I had been practicing all this time, in the dead of night, that is. Wire-operated, remote-controlled sword rain. With spears and axes, too. I mean, it's sword rain, but I didn't have enough swords. You know. They were too big and heavy to sell to my classmates, and they were too valuable to put on the general market, but their cutting and destructive force was unparalleled. Without any useful imbued effects, they had been in my item bag waiting for their time to shine. The 99th floor Minotaur's drop items now blasted down in a metallic thunderstorm. I flung the mass of weapons specialized for destruction at the boss. Wow, Sword Rain is finally useful now. It was only ever useful for replenishing the general store's stock before. General store restocking rain. I couldn't move while operating the attack. I had to stay still and control 99 weapons and 6 shoulder shields with an operating radius of 300 feet. I could only handle them with precision in about half that radius. The attack wouldn't be able to handle a mobile opponent, and it left me defenseless. Of course it didn't have a practical use, or it hadn't up until now, at least. I'm so happy I'm finally using this. Look, I get it if you're gonna glare at a disgusting, tentacled frogman like that thing, but why are you glaring at me like I'm also some kind of freak? Not that I mind the glares, but you should be able to tell at a glance that our tentacles are in totally different universes. I mean, that monsters are disgusting and gray and lumpy, and mine are beautiful and mushroom-tipped and nubby in lovely shades of pink. They're your close friends, aren't they? You play together every single night, squirming and all. The same, yours are worse. I explained how unfair this treatment was, but reasoning with people went straight out the window in this world. I'd need to thoroughly demonstrate in bed tonight. Yes, those tentacles are your friends, ladies. You're in store for a nubby, mushroom-tipped tentacle rain. The gross frog dude was a variant frogfolk, LV-90. I was right about the frog part. Regardless, it was a disturbing mess of a monster. I was hoping for something more Cthulhu-esque, but all we got was a freaky frogfolk. Nothing that would have made hot girls come crawling up to me, so killing it was all good, I guess. Looked like Slimy was gonna eat it. It didn't feel great that Slimy was so indiscriminate, nor that Slimy would be gaining the sensitivity and arousal skills. With the poison gloves affect all types of ailment infliction, I could incorporate not only sensitivity into my tentacles but lascivious and arousal, too. Not that I did so. That would result in attacks or attracts. I'd never use it on all the old dudes I've been fighting. It'd be different if I could inflict the baldness condition, but I hadn't seen that as a potential ailment yet. I could burn their hair off anyhow, so the result was the same. I took the spellstone and drop item from Slimy. It was a grotesque necklace, perversion, grotesque morphosis, phlegm resistant, plus defense. Yeah, this was a no-go, I'll give it to the nerds. I mean, it literally made you a pervert. I was sure they'd be into the sticky substances it produced. Everything about this is terrifying. Slimy and Dancer Girl were on the front lines for the 91st floor, but given the flow of the dungeon, I didn't need to be concerned. Miss Armor Rep and I took the mobile flank positions. Things picked up in the 90s, though. I had to start putting pressure on my body as I flew around. The moment Slimy and Dancer Girl stopped the super speed baboon freaks in their tracks, I pierced them with my G*Endam funnels, swooped in with the universe staff, and fleeced them to bits with a magic entanglement boosted life or death. Miss Armor Rep leaped in from the right as Slimy and Dancer Girl flanked the enemies from both sides. We shifted from defense to offense, bamboozling the baboons and crushing them from all directions. Even with a shield in front, you could still get hit from the side or behind, so without any leadership or strategy on the baboon's side, the battle turned into old-fashioned annihilation. The level 91 ultimate baboons don't seem particularly ultimate to me, but maybe they're top of the line as far as baboons go. These are the first baboons we've come across, though, so there's nothing to compare them against, even if they claim to be the best of the best. They were level 91 and had complete resistance, slash immunity, and magic immunity. Trying to bludgeon them wasn't easy, what with their huge frames and impressive shields and armor and everything. They had power and speed stats in the thousands, so they were pretty strong monkeys. I didn't know anything about regular old baboons, so these guys' ultimateness was a complete mystery to me. That said, my classmates couldn't have handled them with only 2 parties. If the baboons had cooperation, they would have been able to prevent my classmates from escaping and pick them apart one by one until they'd been wiped out. The entire class might have been able to win, but not without taking serious damage. We had a strategy, a double-pronged, safe and sound strategy, in fact. The first prong was to pour oil and light a fire in the center of the throng because they were magic-proof. They still had strength in numbers, so our countermeasure was to be stronger and bonk them more times than they bonked us. We struck back against the 100 of them with 10,000 times the force for each one of us. Yeah, flawless, right. Unfortunately, another sword rain was impractical. It was impossible to control my shoulder shields when using entanglement at full speed. I would go off the rails and end up self-destructing. It was impressive how strong monsters were on the 90th floor and above. If we didn't go all out, there was the real possibility of getting outed ourselves. Not that I was going to use the G*Endam funnels just because they were fun or anything, which they were. I got Archsage after a little self-destruction and all. Revival is working well, too, and I've entangled myself in healing and recovery. Resuscitation should also be activated. I can die and still be fine and stuff. Still, I wasn't sure I wanted to activate all of those right now. Don't do anything dangerous. We need to control these damn baboons, not my danger. They're babbing and booning all over the bam and kaboom. I mean, we sure did a lot of bamming and booming last night. Wait, what are you doing? I got whacked by my own teammate. Beyond that, I should have made it through the battle without any damage as long as we didn't make any mistakes. Opponents in this large of a group surpassed the capabilities of my long-range, remote operation, pack-tackling attacks, including the remote-operated Shoulder Shield's Magic Fire plus Unlimited Tentacles Wire Cutter. Using any of those was reckless to begin with, naturally, but I wanted to figure out what sort of burden it would be to activate them simultaneously. I might need to know someday, after all. Plus, I wanted to be all like, I got you now, suck on this. Even if I couldn't leap into the middle of the pack of monsters, maybe I could activate both of my long-range, pack-tackling attacks at once. Like, I was managing here on the 92nd floor. Remote-operated attacks made handling small numbers of enemies easy, especially since the Shoulder Shield's reflection did most of the work. Here we were up against scale ostriches, giant birds with metal armor, which meant the most efficient approach was to use magic entanglement to boost high-speed movement evasion and have magic threads slip in for severing strikes. Oh, and tripping them? It turned out their armor was surprisingly weak to my magic thread. When it hooked onto them, it knocked them over when they tried to run. These ostriches were dangerous because they specialized in offense, but they didn't have many defensive skills. Plus, I was lassoing them with my magic thread. I'd be killed in a head-on collision with those birds, even if I were level 100. These types of monsters were why I didn't want class rep and the others to go into the bottom levels of the dungeon. These ostriches' beaks had the defense-nullifying skill total penetration, and a kick from their powerful, clawed legs could be fatal. These lower-floor monsters, sure, had lots of skills to go with their high levels. After hunting down all the ostriches, we went to the hidden room. Slimy was in a jiggling good mood, especially after eating all that poultry. As I've learned to expect, the treasure chest had neither a lock nor a trap. I took out the sorcerer's seals, large, darts, guidance, magic transmission, attack. It was a nice set of 18 mysterious, sharp-edged seals for maid throwing, although you could also hold them like a fan or a dagger for close-range attacks, or tie them to string or cloth and spin them around like a flail. Maybe we could tie them to the ends of Dancer Girl's chains. Well, I ignored that for now. Area Analyze said that the Dungeon King was on next floor. Excuse me, as in excuse yourself, as in bonk yourself, as in become a sellable spellstone for massive profits, and will be thick as thieves. Does that make me sound like the bad guy? Forget that. Spellstone Collection is last things last on the last boss of the last floor of the last of my 6 remote-operated shoulder shields, which I shall now call Shield Trigger. I shall not allow myself to be triggered by this unfortunate episode of getting shot at in the face. What a deep dungeon, 93 whole floors. A level 93 Dungeon King, or so you'd think. It was level 100. We should be okay so long as there's none of the darkness. It was a big plant. Earth plant, LV 100. It wasn't a vegetable, so I guess I couldn't cook it. It appeared to be an orthodox fighter interested in a duel of tentacles. It extended its leaves and vines like spears in a clash against my tentacles, while my shield trigger provided support from behind with magical fire. The plant regrew all of the destroyed branches in an instant. Was I supposed to use the bonsai technique and cut branches that were higher up or something? The earth plant could regrow infinitely, divide infinitely, and produce infinite branch and vine spears. It had magic reflection, magic absorption, and it was fire-resistant too, so an oil-lit fire wouldn't do the job. Cutting, slashing, and stabbing didn't work because of its grow ability, and I couldn't keep up with its barrage of precise spear strikes. The situation got worse and worse. All I could do was dodge the slashing, swiping, and stabbing vines as they chased me. I could try to outlast it till it ran out of MP, but with magic absorption, I had a feeling that wouldn't be for a while. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl clashed against the branches. They whirled through the whipping vines as if dancing through the air, cutting them where they clattered to the ground. The endless barrage of fresh attacks kept them occupied with evading, as the sharp branch spears prevented them from closing in on the main body of the plant. Slimy ate the branches as they stabbed him. He seemed perfectly fine. They were free refills. Jiggle, jiggle. I summoned my shoulder shields from the rear guard. Then, I made my weapons crash down in a sword rain attack from the midguard. I was still moving, so I couldn't control them and had the 99 massive Minotaur weapons fall from right overhead. Most of them cut apart the far-extending branches only to get thrown aside by more. Those branches were rock hard, hard enough to knock aside 100 powerful Minotaur weapons. Crap, a green-thumbed teenage boy like myself can't lose to a damn vegetable. I recalled the moment I first saw it. It made me a bit sad. I had been holding back, but there wasn't any other option. I stopped the sword rain, put the items back in my bag, and started to bind Kevlar strength cord out of magic thread. I was an expert knitter for a teenage boy, and I doubted many of us could make something Kevlar grade from scratch. Or girls either, for that matter. I don't think hand-knit Kevlar is much of a gift for a crush. In fact, it could be seen as a threat. I started rotating 3 densely layered magic threads at high speed and sent them whipping across the room, which was now thoroughly overgrown. I charged toward the front, slashing away the vines that struck at me with the universe staff and shaving down the branches with the rotating magic thread. I mean, it's a lawnmower thingy, a weed whacker-style lawnmower. Leaving the question of why I'm mowing the lawn in a fantasy world aside, legit, what the hell is this mower? I was a teenage, 360-degree spherical lawn master. Yeah, Miss Armor rep and dancer girl, who had been striking down the branches with their swords in an honest fight, glared at me. This is why I didn't want to resort to this. I supposed a rotating weed whacker-style lawnmower was probably rare in this world, so it might sell surprisingly well. A teenage boy mowing the lawn in a dungeon, well, I suppose it's more like monster mowing or earth plant mowing in this case. At some point, all that plant matter is gonna fall down like rain. I'd much rather have a bamboo harvesting babe, although I'd rather this plant didn't suddenly start growing bamboo. If it did, it might be able to defend itself from my mower. Unfortunately for both of us, this rejection letter was raining on our parade, just like all of the leaves and branches above us are about to. Yikes. It was just plain mowing the lawn. Resistances, absorption, and reflection had nothing to do with it. The monster was just a bunch of grass after all. Wind cutter didn't do the job, but all we needed was a lawnmower. Mow sesh. Those demon sides of mine loved logging so much that they had been at it all morning, sure, but I hadn't expected to end up doing similar work myself, in a dungeon no less. Sure, I could understand using an actual lawnmower, but what the hell was this skill-created lawn mowing device? Why oh why did this world summon me here? If I make a lawnmower, I'll mow this whole world down. If it was for making bras, I'd like to have a long conversation, read, lecture with whoever's in charge. At long last, the earth plant had turned into and hard-working mushroom-tipped tentacles. More glares. Why were Miss Armor rep and dancer girl standing so far away? I was starting to get the sense that my sex appeal would be chipped away to nothing if I didn't defeat this thing quickly. Maybe I should quit the tentacle duel, I thought. Hang on. No, I'm not like this thing. I blocked the tentacles with my own because I knew I couldn't lose. It didn't even have 100 of those totally nasty tentacles. It needed to understand the true might of my beauteous, unlimited tentacles. Die already, you vile tentacles, die till you're dead, and stuff. Since I could remotely operate my shoulder pads, it should have been possible. My magic hands could hold and use weapons. This was the technique I had been practicing all this time, in the dead of night, that is. Wire-operated, remote-controlled sword rain. With spears and axes, too. I mean, it's sword rain, but I didn't have enough swords. You know. They were too big and heavy to sell to my classmates, and they were too valuable to put on the general market, but their cutting and destructive force was unparalleled. Without any useful imbued effects, they had been in my item bag waiting for their time to shine. The 99th floor Minotaur's drop items now blasted down in a metallic thunderstorm. I flung the mass of weapons specialized for destruction at the boss. Wow, sword rain is finally useful now. It was only ever useful for replenishing the general store's stock before. General store restocking rain. I couldn't move while operating the attack. I had to stay still and control 99 weapons and 6 shoulder shields with an operating radius of 300 feet. I could only handle them with precision in about half that radius. The attack wouldn't be able to handle a mobile opponent, and it left me defenseless. Of course it didn't have a practical use, or it hadn't up until now, at least. I'm so happy I'm finally using this. Look, I get it if you're gonna glare at a disgusting, tentacled frogman like that thing, but why are you glaring at me like I'm also some kind of freak? Not that I mind the glares, but you should be able to tell at a glance that our tentacles are in totally different universes. I mean, that monsters are disgusting and gray and lumpy, and mine are beautiful and mushroom-tipped and nubby in lovely shades of pink. They're your close friends, aren't they? You play together every single night, squirming and all. The same, yours are worse. I explained how unfair this treatment was, but reasoning with people went straight out the window in this world. I'd need to thoroughly demonstrate in bed tonight. Yes, those tentacles are your friends, ladies. You're in store for a nubby, mushroom-tipped tentacle rain. The gross frog dude was a variant frogfolk, LV 90. I was right about the frog part. Regardless, it was a disturbing mess of a monster. I was hoping for something more Cthulhu-esque, but all we got was a freaky frogfolk. Nothing that would have made hot girls come crawling up to me, so killing it was all good, I guess. Looked like Slimy was gonna eat it. It didn't feel great that Slimy was so indiscriminate, nor that Slimy would be gaining the sensitivity and arousal skills. With the poison gloves affect all types of ailment infliction, I could incorporate not only sensitivity into my tentacles but lascivious and arousal, too. Not that I did so. That would result in attacks or attracts. I'd never use it on all the old dudes I've been fighting. It'd be different if I could inflict the baldness condition, but I hadn't seen that as a potential ailment yet. I could burn their hair off anyhow, so the result was the same. I took the spellstone and drop item from Slimy. It was a grotesque necklace, perversion, grotesque morphosis, phlegm resistant, plus defense. Yeah, this was a no-go, I'll give it to the nerds. I mean, it literally made you a pervert. I was sure they'd be into the sticky substances it produced. Everything about this is terrifying. Slimy and Dancer Girl were on the front lines for the 91st floor, but given the flow of the dungeon, I didn't need to be concerned. Miss Armor Rep and I took the mobile flank positions. Things picked up in the 90s, though. I had to start putting pressure on my body as I flew around. The moment Slimy and Dancer Girl stopped the super speed baboon freaks in their tracks, I pierced them with my G*Endam funnels, swooped in with the universe staff, and fleeced them to bits with a magic entanglement boosted life or death. Miss Armor Rep leaped in from the right as Slimy and Dancer Girl flanked the enemies from both sides. We shifted from defense to offense, bamboozling the baboons and crushing them from all directions. Even with a shield in front, you could still get hit from the side or behind, so without any leadership or strategy on the baboon's side, the battle turned into old-fashioned annihilation. The level 91 ultimate baboons don't seem particularly ultimate to me, but maybe they're top of the line as far as baboons go. These are the first baboons we've come across, though, so there's nothing to compare them against, even if they claim to be the best of the best. They were level 91 and had complete resistance, slash immunity, and magic immunity. Trying to bludgeon them wasn't easy, what with their huge frames and impressive shields and armor and everything. They had power and speed stats in the thousands, so they were pretty strong monkeys. I didn't know anything about regular old baboons, so these guys' ultimateness was a complete mystery to me. That said, my classmates couldn't have handled them with only 2 parties. If the baboons had cooperation, they would have been able to prevent my classmates from escaping and pick them apart one by one until they'd been wiped out. The entire class might have been able to win, but not without taking serious damage. We had a strategy, a double-pronged, safe and sound strategy, in fact. The first prong was to pour oil and light a fire in the center of the throng because they were magic-proof. They still had strength in numbers, so our countermeasure was to be stronger and bonk them more times than they bonked us. We struck back against the 100 of them with 10,000 times the force for each one of us. Yeah, flawless, right. Unfortunately, another sword rain was impractical. It was impossible to control my shoulder shields when using entanglement at full speed. I would go off the rails and end up self-destructing. It was impressive how strong monsters were on the 90th floor and above. If we didn't go all out, there was the real possibility of getting outed ourselves. Not that I was going to use the G*Endam funnels just because they were fun or anything, which they were. I got Archsage after a little self-destruction and all. Revival is working well, too, and I've entangled myself in healing and recovery. Resuscitation should also be activated. I can die and still be fine and stuff. Still, I wasn't sure I wanted to activate all of those right now. Don't do anything dangerous. We need to control these damn baboons, not my danger. They're babbing and booning all over the bam and kaboom. I mean, we sure did a lot of bamming and booming last night. Wait, what are you doing? I got whacked by my own teammate. Beyond that, I should have made it through the battle without any damage as long as we didn't make any mistakes. Opponents in this large of a group surpassed the capabilities of my long-range, remote operation, pack-tackling attacks, including the remote-operated shoulder shield's magic fire plus unlimited tentacles wire cutter. Using any of those was reckless to begin with, naturally, but I wanted to figure out what sort of burden it would be to activate them simultaneously. I might need to know someday, after all. Plus, I wanted to be all like, I got you now, suck on this. Even if I couldn't leap into the middle of the pack of monsters, maybe I could activate both of my long-range, pack-tackling attacks at once. Like, I was managing here on the 92nd floor. Remote-operated attacks made handling small numbers of enemies easy, especially since the shoulder shield's reflection did most of the work. Here we were up against scale ostriches, giant birds with metal armor, which meant the most efficient approach was to use magic entanglement to boost high-speed movement evasion and have magic threads slip in for severing strikes. Oh, and tripping them? It turned out their armor was surprisingly weak to my magic thread. When it hooked onto them, it knocked them over when they tried to run. These ostriches were dangerous because they specialized in offense, but they didn't have many defensive skills. Plus, I was lassoing them with my magic thread. I'd be killed in a head-on collision with those birds, even if I were level 100. These types of monsters were why I didn't want class rep and the others to go into the bottom levels of the dungeon. These ostriches' beaks had the defense-nullifying skill total penetration, and a kick from their powerful, clawed legs could be fatal. These lower-floor monsters, sure, had lots of skills to go with their high levels. After hunting down all the ostriches, we went to the hidden room. Slimy was in a jiggling good mood, especially after eating all that poultry. As I've learned to expect, the treasure chest had neither a lock nor a trap. I took out the sorcerer's seals, /large, darts, guidance, magic transmission, attack. It was a nice set of 18 mysterious, sharp-edged seals for made throwing, although you could also hold them like a fan or a dagger for close-range attacks, or tie them to string or cloth and spin them around like a flail. Maybe we could tie them to the ends of Dancer Girl's chains. Well, I ignored that for now. Area Analyze said that the Dungeon King was on next floor. Excuse me, as in excuse yourself, as in bonk yourself, as in become a sellable spellstone for massive profits, and will be thick as thieves. Does that make me sound like the bad guy? Forget that. Spellstone collection is last things last on the last boss of the last floor of the last of my 6 remote-operated shoulder shields, which I shall now call Shield Trigger. I shall not allow myself to be triggered by this unfortunate episode of getting shot at in the face. What a deep dungeon, 93 whole floors. A level 93 Dungeon King, or so you'd think. It was level 100. We should be okay so long as there's none of the darkness. It was a big plant. Earth plant, LV 100. It wasn't a vegetable, so I guess I couldn't cook it. It appeared to be an orthodox fighter interested in a duel of tentacles. It extended its leaves and vines like spears in a clash against my tentacles, while my shield trigger provided support from behind with magical fire. The plant regrew all of the destroyed branches in an instant. Was I supposed to use the bonsai technique and cut branches that were higher up or something? The earth plant could regrow infinitely, divide infinitely, and produce infinite branch and vine spears. It had magic reflection, magic absorption, and it was fire-resistant too, so an oil-lit fire wouldn't do the job. Cutting, slashing, and stabbing didn't work because of its grow ability, and I couldn't keep up with its barrage of precise spear strikes. The situation got worse and worse. All I could do was dodge the slashing, swiping, and stabbing vines as they chased me. I could try to outlast it till it ran out of MP, but with magic absorption, I had a feeling that wouldn't be for a while. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl clashed against the branches. They whirled through the whipping vines as if dancing through the air, cutting them where they clattered to the ground. The endless barrage of fresh attacks kept them occupied with evading, as the sharp branch spears prevented them from closing in on the main body of the plant. Slimy ate the branches as they stabbed him. He seemed perfectly fine. They were free refills. Jiggle jiggle. I summoned my shoulder shields from the rear guard. Then, I made my weapons crash down in a sword rain attack from the midguard. I was still moving, so I couldn't control them and had the 99 massive Minotaur weapons fall from right overhead. Most of them cut apart the far-extending branches only to get thrown aside by more. Those branches were rock hard, hard enough to knock aside 100 powerful Minotaur weapons. Crap, a green-thumbed teenage boy like myself can't lose to a damn vegetable. I recalled the moment I first saw it. It made me a bit sad. I had been holding back, but there wasn't any other option. I stopped the sword rain, put the items back in my bag, and started to bind Kevlar strength cord out of magic thread. I was an expert knitter for a teenage boy, and I doubted many of us could make something Kevlar grade from scratch. Or girls either, for that matter. I don't think hand-knit Kevlar is much of a gift for a crush. In fact, it could be seen as a threat. I started rotating 3 densely layered magic threads at high speed and sent them whipping across the room, which was now thoroughly overgrown. I charged toward the front, slashing away the vines that struck at me with the universe staff and shaving down the branches with the rotating magic thread. I mean, it's a lawnmower thingy, a weed whacker-style lawnmower. Leaving the question of why I'm mowing the lawn in a fantasy world aside, legit, what the hell is this mower? I was a teenage, 360-degree spherical lawn master. Yeah, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl, who had been striking down the branches with their swords in an honest fight, glared at me. This is why I didn't want to resort to this. I supposed a rotating weed whacker-style lawnmower was probably rare in this world, so it might sell surprisingly well. A teenage boy mowing the lawn in a dungeon, well, I suppose it's more like monster mowing or earth plant mowing in this case. At some point, all that plant matter is gonna fall down like rain. I'd much rather have a bamboo harvesting babe, although I'd rather this plant didn't suddenly start growing bamboo. If it did, it might be able to defend itself from my mower. Unfortunately for both of us, this rejection letter was raining on our parade, just like all of the leaves and branches above us are about to. Yikes. It was just plain mowing the lawn. Resistances, absorption, and reflection had nothing to do with it. The monster was just a bunch of grass after all. Wind cutter didn't do the job, but all we needed was a lawnmower. Mow sesh. Those demon sides of mine loved logging so much that they had been at it all morning, sure, but I hadn't expected to end up doing similar work myself, in a dungeon no less. Sure, I could understand using an actual lawnmower, but what the hell was this skill-created lawn mowing device? Why oh why did this world summon me here? If I make a lawnmower, I'll mow this whole world down. If it was for making bras, I'd like to have a long conversation, read, lecture with whoever's in charge. At long last, the earth plant had turned into a tasty-looking salad for Slimy to gobble up. All he'd had was meat so far, so these nice, healthy greens were a good change. What a boring thing I've ended up mowing. I mean mauling. Isn't there a better use for my tentacles than this? I'd need to remove this bad taste from my teenage boy tentacles in bed tonight. Ooh, there are some glares. Day 87. Evening. 18 was too late to get married in this world, but Forever 17 was off limits for discussion. White loser in. Haruka-kun and the others had defeated the dungeon. It was a deep one, with 93 floors total. Many of the monsters on the lower levels had dangerous abilities, too. Stick to the first 80 floors, Kay, he said. Well, I'm sure you could get to floor 85, but it'll expose your weak points. A lot of those monsters have unique skills, so let's wait until everyone's equipment is fully upgraded. He was saying they were the only ones who could handle the lowest floors at the moment. The rest of the class groaned in protest. No one could chaperone us, so we had to refrain from all going together. It sounded like the monsters themselves had been the dangerous part, so while the 80s might have been technically all right, the 90s were definitely off limits. If those four thought those floors were bad news, then they would have been unbelievably dangerous for the rest of us. If they were difficult monsters for them, then think of how dangerous they were for the rest of the world. Anything they struggled with would prove fatal for us. Even with our current equipment, what the hell kind of equipment do we need then? Weapons that overwhelm with brute force and armor that can guard against specialized attacks. Bring some nerds you can leave behind as decoys when you need to escape, too. Or idiots you can experiment on to see what happens when a mysterious enemy appears. Oh, and biting mean girls you can set on the enemy. Don't leave us behind. We don't bite, and we're not mean girls. No one was happy. A monster that grew new spears endlessly, I couldn't think of a way to defeat that. It had been too much for Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san to fully cut down with their attacks. Even our whole class couldn't have beaten that, 'cause we definitely couldn't make a human lawnmower. Haruka-kun said he was searching for more mithril. He wanted to upgrade Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san's ultimate equipment with it. Even the new model of armor we were all wearing was just substitute gear. It felt like he was being overprotective and overly cautious, but it sounded like our gear wouldn't be enough to get through the 80s without taking damage. The monsters beyond that point would be even deadlier, too. To win in a fair fight, proper, better equipment needed. Weapons to win, armor that won't lose, and the technique to use it all fully. Jiggle jiggle. All four were in agreement. You couldn't be too cautious when trying to avoid casualties. The four of them would have to shoulder all the risk. Only fighting safe opponents we could beat and making them fight all the dangerous monsters, that was no different from them protecting us all together. Especially because Haruka-kun was at the greatest risk out of all of us. Angelica-san and the others were hitting a level cap. Even Slimy had reached it. Their equipment wasn't fully upgraded yet either. Look, it's just kill before you get killed, so don't overthink it, Haruka-kun said. I'm good at killing before I get killed, so you guys just kill enemies that you can kill before you get killed, too. We're approaching high-leveled opponents appropriately, so we could get overwhelmed by the level or say screw it. We gotta find equipment appropriate to all of your levels, you feel. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. I knew that, even if we fought the right way, we still weren't strong enough. That was why we had to train. That was all we could do. It was our only way to improve ourselves, to grow stronger. Plus, we ate way too much pork cutlet for dinner. I know I have to accept this, but for some reason my heart can't. We had to keep trying our best, which meant a one more set sesh. That grated daikon cutlet had been a trap. You don't need to force yourselves to surround them, but don't fall apart. Roger. Training was brutal. Angelica-san, Nefertiri-san, and Slimy assembled a formation to take on our class, 20 girls plus Princess Chaliceers, Miriel-san, and the Maid series, too. We couldn't break through them at all. Their teamwork was shoddy, but we still couldn't find gaps in any of their defenses. Despite having the advantage of overwhelming numbers, we didn't stand a chance. With their triangle formation of ever-shifting roles, they toyed with our own formation and broke us down bit by bit. They were the strongest fighters in this world individually, and were now cooperating as one unit. We couldn't hold a candle to them. The girls managed to make it back to their positions on the side, only to get scattered again as we struggled to defend against their attacks. The moment we surrounded them, they broke through and took our rear in a surprise attack. They toyed with us as they scattered us with cooperative tactics. It proved how weak we were. We couldn't win on our own, so we fought as a group, but when our group tactics got disturbed, we fell. They cornered and corralled us, with anyone rushing in to disrupt them immediately getting targeted in turn. They broke our formation in one location, then targeted anyone who came in to assist, eliminating us in turn. Soon we didn't have any way to come back in the fight. Individually, we were still too weak. That was why we needed weapons that overwhelmed with brute force and armor that could guard against specialized attacks. So that this wouldn't happen when we came across a powerful enemy. I wouldn't comment on it, but the boys had also started their own training session. They'd set out on their own eventually, so we couldn't have them dig us out of this hole. Based on the principles of offense, defense, and maneuvering, we'd remain unable to maintain our formation. We'd be powerless. And without our formation, we'd never be able to go on the offensive. We were too weak on our own. I'll stop her. We'll help. Even if the shield unit stopped Angelica-san's attack, she'd pull them in, exposing the rear right guard to Nefertiri-san. When my group on the right flank rushed in to take on Nefertiri-san, Slimy rampaged right into the center of the formation, breaking our entire unit apart. Leave Angelica-san to me. You all need to go to Slimy. Yeah, this is hopeless. With Shimazaki-san's group on the left flank now disrupted, They had to try to force themselves back into position by switching sides. My student council and the arts club girls were trying to contain Nefertiri-san, but she was luring us out of position. She switched to targeting Shimazaki-san's group on the left flank, so they struck out at her to try to stop her in her tracks. But now Slimy was coming from behind. Jiggle jiggle. We've trained for this moment. Boys, do your job. They're too fast, we can't friggin' keep up. Yup, in the end, the boys joined in as well, only to get defeated. They were soon isolated and received a concentrated barrage of attacks and couldn't hold out without the aid of the defensive unit. AKA, they got bonked. Good practice for dungeons. 7 battles. 7 rounds of bonks and excess for eyes later, Haruka-kun went around giving everyone juice, saying, "Good job, everyone. I'm pleased to rip you off with a tasty healing potion juice that's just 300 ale. And stuff." Is this a giveaway or highway robbery? It sounded like he was going to have a rematch with Nefertiri-san next. Back when she was level 1, she had lost on account of Haruka-kun's illegal attacks. Now she had a big level advantage. They both used wooden swords, too. Except Haruka-kun's was the universe staff, which meant he was going all out. "Hang on, are those from G*Endam?" the nerds shouted. They got shot down in less than a second. They were so cool. An emergency lifeline for Haruka-kun in this battle. Black shadows flickered into existence and shot across the ground, making it seem as if they'd vanished. Haruka-kun spun his body, combining evasive maneuvers with a powerful whirlwind slash. That was only a feint, as he shot out magic thread from below to target Nefertiri-san's legs. In a single step. It's not just about level, that technique is incredible. Nefertiri-san spun her stick in her right hand to fend off the oncoming attack in response, stepping through and around Haruka-kun's magic thread that was extended toward her legs. He targeted her landing spots, but she used that distraction to leap at Haruka-kun and swing down. Aerial evasion. She didn't even scratch him. Those G*Endam funnels are shields. What? Haruka-kun launched his shoulder shields away from his body to block the attack and flew backward. Nefertiri-san shot after him, spinning in midair as their sticks clashed, crossed, and clanged. Then, they twisted their bodies so they were positioned horizontally as they fell to the ground, spinning so fast that they shifted back to vertical positions, their blades whirring as they orbited each other furiously. It's like they're dancing. I would have thought they were perfectly in sync. Haruka-kun disappeared as he tried to attack from the backside, but Nefertiri-san's rotation put her in a horizontal position that was perfect to strike at the black shadow. It looked like a martial arts demonstration, a miraculously mastered dance. Their expressions were tense and resolute. That was because they had decided that the loser would need to face 30 minutes of attacks later tonight without being able to resist in any way. This is a mock battle of life and death. "If I'm gonna be outnumbered tonight," Haruka-kun wheezed, "I'm the one who needs the 30-minute handicap." They danced amid a flurry of exchanged blows, stepping across the air in a willowy waltz. They drew nearer, but somehow remained unable to touch or land a blow on the other. As they endlessly changed their positions, their sword strike techniques extended to infinity. This is one serious fight. "You've got it wrong," Nefertiri-san gasped. 30 minutes undefended tentacles, like dying 300 times. Nefertiri-san swung her sword in a broad arc, knocking Haruka-kun's blow to the side before launching into the next strike and changing her position. Wait, like dying 300 times. Both were completely out of breath. They waltzed around one another, their blades flashing and glittering as they leaped and danced. They leaned toward and then away from one another. It almost looked fun, spinning round and round and round. Yet, they were deadly serious. They gasped for air. It looked like Haruka-kun couldn't fend her off any longer. They were deadlocked. Slimy bounced up and down, cheering on the fierce match. "Still not," Nefertiri-san wheezed, "used to fighting. Rapid changes, sudden disappearing, magic thread." She was still getting back her true strength as a dungeon emperor, but even now I felt overpowering strength emanate from her. That didn't make it any easier to fight a king of logic smashing. The moment you attacked him, he disappeared. His tentacles stretched after you no matter where you dodged. He had learned the nature of Nefertiri-san's dance steps and was starting to anticipate them, too. The pace was too rapid for her to properly wield her chains. The logic-smashing king had a serious disadvantage in the stats department and was guaranteed to lose in a contest of strength. He had learned an impressive number of techniques, but none of them were enough to finish Nefertiri-san off. Both were going all out in a desperate attempt to avoid being the victim of the 30-minute punishment. Then, suddenly, match over. "Enough," the girls shouted. "If this goes on any longer, we won't get our bathing suits." Angelica-san stepped in and separated the two, ending the battle. What a fight! Nefertiri-san looked relieved that she had escaped without having to die 300 times in 30 minutes. She literally has perfect sensory resistance. Just what powers does he have exactly? "So tired." "Come on, swimsuits, swimsuits." Haruka-kun went back to the temporarily Forbidden Universe staff. He'd even used his new powerful shoulder blades. Just a few days ago, his body had been falling apart, but he had now gotten back his lost strength. Yet all that was barely enough for a tie. I was sure he was using plenty of cheating, trickery, fraudulence, and deception. What in the world did he do to that so-called limit of his? She couldn't beat him. Of course not. Yeah, you know that Haruka-kun doesn't want Nefertiri-san to see how frail and weak he can be. He's trying to show off. Haruka-kun wasn't going to let Nefertiri-san see how much he suffered, how easily his body broke to pieces. According to Angelica-san, the true source of his strength was the ability magic entanglement. That wasn't a typical skill or type of magic, but a body-strengthening technique that applied the effects of skills or magic onto equipment or one's body. His body had been falling apart because it couldn't handle the stress of magic entanglement. He kept suffering horrible injuries until, finally, he surpassed his limits and lost control altogether. When he had rescued Nefertiri-san, he hadn't taken any attacks. However, he had been gushing blood all over, his bones had been broken and bent, and his arms had been torn off and crumpled on the ground. Talk about surpassing his limits. That was why he put the universe staff down and stopped using the body-bending life or death technique to master proper footwork and technique. He'd managed to use his equipment to cheat himself into mastery without needing to master any of it. He hadn't learned a single thing. The bath feels so good. Someone started singing, a viva non non happily. As for our powerful urge to lecture him, he washed that away with his newly developed, better than ever, super bubbly body soap. The silky smoothness entranced us as we washed each other's backs with the frothing bubbles and happily soaked in the bath, restoring our energy. We fixed our eyes upon our clean, wet, smooth skin, beautiful as fresh fruit, shimmering like silk. Glossy, lustrous, pure. The fresh white soap smoothed our skin so beautifully that we hypnotized ourselves. This soap. Everyone stared at each other, mouths hanging open. I could hardly believe it, even when touching my own skin. Shiny, pale arms, a stomach like ivory, porcelain legs, am I in love with myself? It was like everyone had instantly become more beautiful by leaps and bounds. It felt as if we were in an alternate universe where everyone had transformed to marble. I'm using this soap forever. I don't care how much of a ripoff it is. Tonight, the rhythmic gymnastics and volleyball girls as well as Shield Girl had their swimsuit fittings. After washing up, they went straight over to Haruka-kun's room, the blindfolding tag team joining them. Although it would be safer without them, to be honest. He's trying his best to keep his eyes closed. They're the ones making it hard on him. They want to instigate something, make us into a Haruka harem. From everything I had heard, they were getting aggressive. It sounded like a problem. Although Haruka-kun had been getting attacked non-stop ever since we'd arrived here now that I thought about it. He was the sheest, most chaste sex god the world had ever seen, a real nervous, tongue-tied womanizer. After that, he'd do Princess Shalasiers, her maid Miriel-san, and Aurelia-san. It was the Fantasy World group, or European group, or whatever you wanted to call it. When he fitted them for dresses, they all got knocked out. This was going to be an even more intense, precise fitting. Are they gonna be okay? Aurelia-san went bright red when she simply heard about what the fitting entailed from the other student council members. She seemed pretty excited at the same time, though. Pitting innocent maidens against those tentacles, something very dangerous was going on here. Day 87. Night. A fantasy world's education system doesn't mean much for a teenage boy with questionable post-grad promise. White loser in. Gripping her small white fist firmly in front of her heart, she gazed boldly forward and proclaimed, "I'll do my best in this bathing suit," in a high, ringing voice. At what? I appreciate that you're always pumped up, shield girl, but just swim normally in that. Got it, I said. It's a bikini, not battle armor. If you try too hard, we'll all be at risk. I gave the bikinis some basic enhancements, but the bikinis weren't for battle. I'd rip the girls off with other combat-centric accessories. I mean, fighting in bikinis could only cause problems for teenage boys, which would result in us getting bitten by monsters and forced to get on our knees and apologize. Rhythmic gymnastics girl, you in particular need to chill, I added. If you turn into soft-bodied mollusks, then there's no guarantee that the fabric is gonna be able to cover you, which means a special hello, wardrobe malfunctions, and teenage boy nosebleeds in the pool. That means mean girl sharks swarming and me getting bitten. Also, volleyball team, beach volleyball is off limits with your current levels of strength. You'll knock the ball into outer space. Anyhow, it's a river, so there's no sand. We all know that. What kind of special hello are you talking about? I'd made the volleyball team low-rise bathing shorts just in case. The amount of crotch cover used in bikinis simply wasn't enough to cover the amount of hip joint motion involved in volleyball. I made the fabric as stretchy as possible and imbued it with adhesion, but that wouldn't be enough to keep up with those girls' specialized movements. They were so flexible that even Dancer Girl had become their disciple. A special hello from the area down there meant a special goodbye to my sweet sex appeal. What kinda conversation is this? Isn't the covered area in all of these designs way too small? I asked. A normal circle to cover the chest is good enough, but you've all gone for triangles instead, and nothing but string for straps. Those are our right to explore as maidens. Well, you're already exploring dungeons every day. What else do you need to explore? By now, everyone, excluding two certain individuals, had developed curvy figures. That, combined with the force of level 100 plus stats, put us at a real risk of wardrobe malfunctions. Adhesion wouldn't function adequately without draping to carefully contain said curves. If the fit was too tight, the fabric would dig in and cause numerous problems for both the girls and the boys. Making the fabric too stretchy meant it would turn transparent in the water. Stretched-thin, see-through bikinis with mushy mounds beneath? Also problematic. This was a tough situation for the entire class, but it was especially fatal for my poor sex appeal. I mean, if my swimsuits bit into them or went see-through, that would make me, the teenage boy, responsible. A teenage boy with those deeds on his resume had no hope of succeeding in terms of sex appeal. We need to wet it so I can make adjustments and fix any problems that come up, so go ahead and get soaking, sopping, dripping wet in the tub. K. Why do you need to phrase it like that? We were in the trial phase, so my blindfolders had taken their hands off my eyes. Why did I have no memory of the blindfolders covering my eyes to begin with? They had their hands over my eyes, sure, but their fingers were spread wide apart, which left very little to none of the function that blindfolds theoretically had. What was the point of pulling on my mouth like that again? You tried pulling on my eyelids before, but why the mouth? There are more than a few problems with an open-mouthed, drooling boy in front of totally naked teenage girls. When textiles got wet, they contracted. Twisted thread shrank vertically, which could cause it to bite into the skin. When the contraction got worse, the fabric went transparent. It'd inflict fatal wounds on a teenage boy's innocent sex appeal. It appeared that my revival skill didn't work on my sex appeal, either. Splash, splash. I limited the contraction and transparency to safe regions. Problems emerged when I needed to change the color of the prismatic fabric to white in order to verify the limits of the transparency. That was the best method, but it also revealed the nuances of biting issues. Of course, dubious and deadly dangers manifested when I needed to lay my eyes on such issues to examine them. It was mostly a danger to my sex appeal, of course. They're cute. Doesn't feel too tight. In the case of transparency, my magic hands needed to feel the fabric for thickness. In the case of biting, they'd need to hold open the swimsuit while making the necessary sewing adjustments. So my magic hands had to touch all over here and a little bit of there. Ado Isa. Og ask. Mama. Eek Arand. Splash splash. Such seductive sighs. I get the feeling that my sex appeal isn't particularly beloved from a societal perspective, but if you take the appeal out of sex appeal, you just get sex, which isn't very appealing. I mean, is anywhere still tight? Try moving around again. Even though they were in the cool water, their skin had turned bright pink, and their breathing was strangely ragged. I'm not gonna ask. From my countless years of teenage boy experience, I had come to recognize that asking only resulted in a lecture. That was all I got from the girls around here. How many more years would my teenage boyhood continue? Was there an adulthood study from home course in this fantasy world or something? I think it's fine. I don't think I can handle any more adjustments. I tried my best. I'll do my best in this bathing suit, as I is. Hang on, don't do a Y balance in your wet bathing suit, for heaven's sake. The design isn't built for handling gymnastics. I'm serious, please spare me. Couldn't these girls have a little more consideration for the healthy teenage boy here? Nope, guess not. They were already bouncing and jiggling around to test out the bikinis. Seriously, don't pull on them, or pinch them, and most of all, don't open them. You're gonna cause problems for the teenage boy in the room. Hard problems. They're perfect. Looked like I passed. I changed the colors to black and red, and the girls checked themselves out in the mirror to confirm the design. A teenage boy gazed on from behind, satisfied about his hard work, of course. With the pure strength of your level 100+ bodies, I had to make the material considerably tight and elastic, clinging close to the figure to prevent slippage and biting, which has created a bit of a bubbly busty. Yeah, keep working on those poses. They liked them. Maybe they could refrain from touching their own butts in dripping wet bikinis so that my eyes could have a safe landing place. A boy like me, aided by Jupiter I, had a rigorous checking process. Thank God for the recording functionality. Once finished, I got a 30-minute break during which I broke down my blindfolds to the point where they could no longer blindfold me. They could only glare. Look, they were giving me serious trouble. I tried my hardest. I tried very hard. I have no choice but to advance to the next stage of human blindfolding, which is taking out my blindfolds since they hamper my blindfolding capabilities. They're twitching, but ignore them. These next 4 would be my limit for the day. I was reaching my limit in multiple ways. I'd be breaking that limit tonight. Thank you in advance, Haruka. Lord Haruka, thank you on my behalf as well. Still, this bathing suit thing is a little embarrassing, I must say. If you do anything unseemly to Her Highness, I'll know about it. I feel like I never do know, but I'll have your eyes gouged out for Lese Majesté. Elf girl, royal girl, Marimuri, and maid girl had Caucasian body types, so I didn't have a lot of data on them. I used the information and appearances of Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl, but these girls wanted to order a full set of underwear, too. In the end, I'd have to take complete, comprehensive measurements. Nothing unseemly. Although there was something inherently unseemly about a teenage boy taking comprehensive measurements of girls' bodies. Shake, rustle. Every time, the sound of them taking off clothes. They say that when you shut off one of the 5 senses, the others become more heightened. Since my eyes were closed, my hearing and sense of touch became more sensitive. My previously toppled, twitching blindfolders had crawled over here to try to rip my eyelids open. Don't pull on my eyes with both hands. That hurts. You're gonna cut my eyelids. This is the exact opposite thing blindfolds are supposed to do. This group's bone structures were fundamentally different than my classmates, so their musculature and physiques differed as well. The entire design had to be changed. They were closest to Miss Armor Rep, so I had plenty of data in that regard. They still had individual differences, of course. There's so many countless variations that were honestly surprising to discover. To investigate those differences, I had to touch, stroke, push, shake, and carefully verify each and everything, and they broke. Unlike my classmates, who had built up their resistances to my tentacles, these fantasy world girls lacked that experience. This happened when we made the dresses, too. SSS sorry, ICC can't. PP please. D don't touch sin stop era. Kerplunkt. As I made my measurements, I began draping and forming the fabric, affixing and shaping. Their vigorous movements are making this pretty hard. They were bending backward, shivering, and writhing. This made everything take longer than expected and resulted in me measuring some unplanned parts of their bodies. W8, just W8 a mo, ah. Thwack. And not the P princess, and no, since stop, unseemly ye. Kadonk. Measuring the upper and lower bodies simultaneously was too much for them. Any more body-tight affixing was gonna bring this teenage boy to his limit. If my tentacles started rampaging and defying my teenage boy's sense of reason, the result would be an unmitigated disaster. After trying the outfits on, they immediately collapsed, which would have been convenient before and made it harder to make adjustments and corrections now. What's up with this suspicious twitching, backbending, and writhing? And no since stop, no new. For the time being, I made the necessary adjustments while they were in their current positions, fallen over. One moment they were curling and twitching. The next, they were busy bending backward. They might legit drown if I put them in the tub like this. Well, they had access for eyes now. I could soak them in the tub and finish up the adjustments. They've lost consciousness. Would it be weird if I finished their fitting like this? I guess I can make more adjustments once they wake up. Okay, in you go. I finished the fitting, but the fitties had a long road to recovery. Dancer Girl did me a solid and used her chains to manipulate their joints like dummies so we could test their movements, letting me make the right adjustments. Okay, can they be done being dummies? And Dancer Girl, I don't think that's a normal human position. That's a happy baby yoga pose suspended in midair, for heaven's sake. Someone's coming. Haruka-kun, I'm coming in. Are you finished? You can stop after Shalasir San's group. WHWH, what are you doing? What have you done with the princess and noble women's bodies? I got yelled at. Class rep lectured me before I could brace myself for it. Well, in terms of what I'm doing, I'm making bathing suits. Dancer Girl and I decided to let them take a mental break from the labor and release them from their pain and suffering with a bit of healthy, wholesome yoga. See, that's the basic Ananda Balasana, also known as the happy baby position. It's perfectly good for both body and soul and a completely unnecessary position for swimsuit making, no matter how you spin it. Dancer Girl did it. I'm not the bad guy. Like, they say yoga releases mental tension and detoxes the body, and since the kidneys and reproductive organs weaken with age, it's very important. In fact, it can improve thigh gaps. I'd even recommend it to you, my dear class rep. What are you implying about my thighs? That's not a yoga pose, they're suspended in midair, guilty as charged. Yup, this was a lecture. Even Dancer Girl fled the scene. That night, Dancer Girl and Miss Armor Rep were subjected to an unprecedented, never-before-seen rampage of tentacle spanking. After getting devoured by the tentacles, Dancer Girl seemed to regret her choices earlier that night. Using the faint-resistant phlegm from this grotesque necklace, perversion, grotesque morphosis, phlegm-resistant, defense to prevent you guys from fainting during your spanking sure was handy-dandy. The pair were close to tears for some reason. Come on, think of how I'd been jammed up against my teenage boy limit. That whole session was dangerous, but that happy baby pose took things to the next level. Teenage boy go fight. Night fell and the two of them slept quietly as I got to my side job work of powering up the iron-ribbed fan Dancer Girl had set her eyes on with Mithril. The result was the Dancer's Mirage fan, speed, dexterity, resistance plus 30%, physical reflection ultra, magic reflection ultra, illusion, phantom, / projectile fan, plus attack plus defenses. It became a true Mithril alloy fan. It can open and shut properly, I said. A lot of the time, only the two outer ribs of a ribbed fan are metal, so it's more a clod of metal that looks like a fan from the outside. This is no paperweight. It was already a fan for fighting, but I tried making it easier to hold and adapted to Dancer Girl's fighting style by concentrating the weight in the base so she could easily fold, manipulate, and throw it amid her complex movements. I added blades to the exterior of the fan for additional versatility, increasing the surface area of the fan's ribs, which allowed it to be extended and contracted for defensive purposes. After making those improvements and powering it up with Mithril, it became the dancer's Mirage fan, with the resulting Mithril boosts reflecting the changes I made to the original design. Now it was a beautiful fan. I knew Dancer Girl liked ornamental items, so I added some fanciful engravings and lush colors to the gold, making it a true dancer's fan. It had started off as a practical dungeon weapon, but I saw nothing wrong with having a little fun. I knew she'd taken a liking to it, so the prettier, the better. It would make a nice gift for her. Then there were the Sorcerer's Seals, Slash, Large, Darts, Guidance, Magic Transmission, Attack, a flowery set of 18. I attached those to the ends of her chains. She'd master them in no time. Next up are the hand grenades, landmines, torpedoes, and equipment for the nerds. Yeah, they all put in orders too. It grew late as I kept up my teenage boy activities interrupted by some side job work, then some side job work interrupted by teenage boy activities. Hang on, their revival is leveling up. Yup, no matter how late it got, the teenage boy activities never seemed to end. Day 88. Morning. I thought they were jigglingly enjoying the elegance of it all, but they'd just eaten too much shaved ice. Dungeon. 80th floor. The chains and their 18 newly equipped Sorcerer's Seals thrashed through the air, cutting apart the level 80 acceleration hornets. The 3-foot hornets were freakin' nuts but easy to target. Yeah, they were fast. I could still smoke them out and sprinkle them with water magic. They had a lot of weaknesses. The hornets shot their stingers at us, using them as ranged weapons, which Dancer Girl dodged and wove through in a vortex of spinning chains. She wiped out the horde of hornets in a wonderful, whirling dance of death, sending their corpses clattering to the ground. Burning smoke and sprinkling water in a dungeon isn't exactly the way I dreamed a fantasy world would play out, I said. It sure is working, though. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. Hornets were the fiercest and most vicious of the wasps by far, and getting stung caused extreme pain on the level of having a nail driven into your head for a day straight. There was even a risk of death. And speaking of the pain of a nail getting driven into the head, I was used to that now. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, though. Good work, the powered-up Sorcerer's Seals seem to be working. Incidentally, why was I tied up in those chains when I woke up this morning? Waking up in the very chains that I stayed up all night working on. That's a pretty bloodthirsty awakening, and I experienced it with utmost clarity. And Miss Armor Rep standing by and nodding approvingly as if it were none of her business, even though she participated in the ensuing arising. That's right, you did. Yup, they had dominated me first thing in the morning. I woke up to a morning of more damage than I'd ever suffered in combat, and I drowned in a morning that was even more refreshing than anticipated, too. Don't stick your tongue out at me. That wasn't an embarrassing defeat. You're sticking out your tongue in the wrong situations. That little head slap was also planned, you scheming fox. And now you're doing sexual stuff with your tongue out like that. You're not sticking out your tongue at me. You're just trying to turn me on. I had been subjected to an experience that would disqualify me from becoming anyone's boyfriend, much less their groom, first thing that morning. The concubine combo extended my streak of not having a real girlfriend. Sure, I've had some absurd experience for not having a girlfriend, but marriage was definitely off the table for me at this point. Jiggle jiggle. Slimy was getting antsy. I hoped that the next floor of monsters would be tasty. Seriously, getting subjected to that first thing in the morning after pulling an all-nighter, I'm gonna have to wake up early tomorrow morning for my revenge. After the nightly revenge, of course. Wiggle wiggle. Still, I couldn't be mad about their maid outfits from this morning. That had made the attacks even more super effective against this teenage boy. What in the world are they learning from my female classmates? We practiced our battle formation against groups of monsters, then split up for individual training on the labyrinth-style floors. Small groups of monsters were ideal for honing magic entanglement and life or death. Something felt off about practicing in dungeons, so I could go all out on the training grounds, though. Regardless, being undefended for 30 minutes was too dangerous. I got a taste of how dangerous this morning. Danger sure tasted sweet. Everyone was having a good time working on individual and group battles. A lot of monsters in this dungeon resisted magic. So why did the hidden room have a sorcerer's bracelet? Intelligence, resistance plus 30%. Magic defense multiplier, large. Magic control, large. Magic equipment item? I kind of wanted it, but the arts club girls would too. The magic equipment bit sounded like magic entanglement, so it'd work well with their equipment. I figured I'd test it out for myself first. The next floor was a labyrinth, so we split up and went monster hunting. Area analyze and map let me know all the paths from the get-go, but going back and forth to clear all the various branches of the maze was tiring. A lot of the monsters had items. I didn't want to leave them uncollected. The 85th floor spellstones were extremely valuable, too, so I wanted to hunt down every monster. I strengthened my body with magic entanglement. Up until now, I had focused on instantaneously entangling my whole body at once, but now I could sense the different parts of the entanglement, especially teleport, gravity, and demolish. I could home in on those with holding to control them better now. Without solid control, the skills got mixed together as one, which resulted in my body self-destructing. Mixing was bad. At the same time, the mixed version was stronger. I couldn't rely on something I couldn't control, though, especially 'cause I didn't understand what was happening to begin with. Slashing with my spear with splendor, I flicked the fiends flying and leaping after me, lancing them to shreds. I concentrated on my skills, recognizing and manipulating each one. It turned out I hadn't been activating Vanish on my full body, only some parts of my body were momentarily disappearing. Using everything felt like I was surpassing light speed. It was just a feeling, though, and I couldn't control it right. I wasn't conscious of it, much less controlling it. I guess I was forcing my elbow forward faster than my shoulders, which is why I kept breaking my bones. That explained all the physical trauma. I suspected a different cause was behind my blood vessels bursting, but considering the way I controlled my body with Blockhead, it wouldn't be surprising to have injuries anywhere. Since gaining body strengthening as an archsage, only the body parts that I applied it to received protection. If I broke something, I had revival. If something was on the verge of breaking, entangling the injured area with heal and regeneration sped up the healing process. That combination did the job. I stepped forward, activated life or death, and struck with my arm. The super attack rippled across my entire body. Bit by bit, piece by piece, I mastered the form and technique, unleashing everything in the slow-motion world created by high-speed thinking and cutting out all unnecessary movements. I wrapped myself in everything, eliminated all excess, and struck. That was the technique behind life or death. Okay, this time the motion was concentrated on the tip of my hand. That'll tear my arm off. The empty eye sockets were confused. How had they been stabbed? How had they been killed? Dead before they had the chance to comprehend what had happened, the level 85 skeleton lancers burst into fragments of white bones. Those unpleasant, empty eye sockets rattled as they rolled across the dungeon floor. They're not glaring, so it's all good. They were skeleton knights with a high-level Supreme Lance mastery skill. They blasted apart one after the next as if in a frame-by-frame playback. I slashed, vanished, and danced through the air. I had to cut faster than their 900+ speed stat and focused with all my might to defy rhythm and cut down the skeletal figures. Sheesh, I'm tired, but if I get stabbed, I'll get one-shotted. I've gotta keep self-destructing fast enough, which is better than getting killed, I guess. No head-on fights for me. These guys are strong and fast, and they don't glare. They had great spears and solid armor, too. My classmates had better equipment at this point, but these pulled good prices on the market. Strangely, equipment that was too good didn't sell. I wanted good equipment like that to stay hidden from our enemies about as much as I wanted to stay hidden from any stray morning stars. They'll be on the lookout for any excuse to send those morning stars my way every morning anyway. It's as if they've decided to attack in advance. I guess I need to choose who I'm selling equipment to from these lower floors to pretty carefully. If I hurried with my attacks, the teleportation only applied to my arms. But if I didn't hurry, I'd die. The Kingdom and Frontier Army are too poor to buy this stuff anyway, I said. Adventurers can only make it to the mid-floors of dungeons, so they don't have enough money either. Anyone rich enough to buy this stuff is definitely an enemy capable of taking my big spender life away from me, although I already get my riches confiscated 7 times a day. Oh well. Speaking of 7, 7, 8, 9, as in all the 69 is causing me daily problems. Life or death really can't help me even though it's a matter of life or death. Asking would only result in a lecture. Area Analyze showed me that the 86th floor was the last one. This was relatively smaller than some of the others lately, but it was still deep. Even with all their improved equipment, the Frontier Army and adventurers could only make it down to the 40s or so. They couldn't break through the 50th floor, which made levels in the 80s serious business. While the rest of my classmates could handle a Dungeon King in the 70s, this is deep, I can tell. Thanks for waiting, I called. Although being last every time kinda bums me out, especially 'cause you never see my sick poses. For a teenage boy fighting in dungeons, poses are sort of an indispensable, irreplaceable, inexplicably important item, but enemies and allies alike ignore me. Yeah, it makes me sad, guys. No. Pout pout. Wiggle wiggle. Rejected, in a clean sweep too. I guessed middle school syndrome wasn't going to break out in this fantasy world anytime soon. If it did, it'd vanish pretty quickly anyway, considering I was in high school. This is a fantasy dungeon, though. At least I had figured out how to dodge attacks with my shoulder shields. The small improvements to my evasion were also becoming a part of life or death. I could tell I was cutting down on my combat time, so surely they could let me hit some sick poses. Still, with level 80+ enemies, knocking aside attacks with the shoulder shields did some real damage. If I didn't counter perfectly, I'd suffer serious hurt. Our next opponent was the Dungeon King. Letting down my guard even a little would only end in death. Of course, before the Dungeon King could even attack, it had gotten tied up in chains, stabbed numerous times, and was currently being eaten by Slimy. But still, keeping that mental, sexual, spiritual, sexual, and physical sexual edge was key. This king had none of those edges, though. This is good. I knew the sorcerer's seals would be solid. Dancer Girl lashed out with her chains, sending them flying through the air to obliterate the monster. Once latched into place, she could send electric attacks into it with the magic transmission effect. That was 2 birds with 1 stone. Or more like 1 broken monster with 18 seals. If you tried to dodge her, she had the Prometheus god chains. Meanwhile, I shot fire bullet after fire bullet at the level 86 ice hydra's regrowing heads. Miss Armor Rep turned the ice into shaved ice with her slicing and dicing, which Slimy happily devoured. I guess he didn't mind the lack of syrup. I ground up some of the tree fruits I had to create a syrup I could pour on for him, and he jiggled appreciatively. The syrup looked good, but would it mesh with the ice hydra's flavor? I was hoping for a dragon, but I got a dragon-shaped gargoyle made of ice instead. At least its whole body is ice, otherwise making shaved ice at a time like this would be questionable. You know what? I think it's still questionable. Wig wiggle. See, if you eat too much cold stuff you get brain freeze, Slimy. I didn't know you had a brain. Maybe your stomach is too cold. Actually, I don't know if you have a stomach either. Anyway, here's some hot tea, mushroom flavored. Slurp slurp. Clunk clunk. Jiggle jiggle. All 3 of them tried the tea. I laid down some carpet for an attempt at an open-air tea ceremony and pulled out some manju. I made some matching Japanese-style umbrellas, and everyone had a good time. What an elegant dungeon this has become. Day 88. Midday. That surprised expression was expressly expressing exclamation, but couldn't expulse misunderstanding. Plains. On our way to the next dungeon, we met up with the logging demon scythes for some outdoor lunchtime. When I had officially enslaved them, they had gotten reset to level 1, but they were already over level 40 now. It was safe to assume the drastic drop in monsters in the forest was due to their efforts. They had long reaches, and after getting promoted from all the experience, their name was long too, Archdemon Scythes. Their blades were now sharper, longer, and more sinister. They might have been scythes, but they still loved sweets. That's 2 down, number 3 is next. Class Rep and the others beat the 80th floor boss of a new dungeon yesterday, so that leaves 2 more. All of them are over 80 floors, so they're deep. If all dungeons were that deep, this fantasy world would be toast. Wiggle wiggle. Before all that lunch, where had my elegant tea room gone? I mean, we had technically only sat down and had some tea. Slimy even had shaved Ice earlier. I took out some tables and chairs from my item bag. I spread out a tablecloth and began my personalized catering service for the trio. It sure is tough being a slave owner. "Eat up," I called. "Seeing you three eat chop suey on a giant plane in Fantasy World is one strange sight, but there's fried chicken too, so no biggie. And stuff. Thanks for the food." Jiggle jiggle. Like the orphans, the pair had picked up on the Japanese pre- and post-meal sayings. Thanks for the food, and thanks for the delicious meal. The custom was spreading throughout town, in fact. The townspeople had stopped praying to the old god dude before their meals, instead expressing thanks to the food itself the Japanese way. I mean, that old god dude wasn't the one who picked the ingredients and prepared the food. What an arrogant egghead. Slimy had ended up eating too much shaved ice and rolled around with brain freeze in the last dungeon. Now he was peacefully chowing down on chop suey, so there were no long-lasting ill effects. The last King's Drop item was an item completely specialized for ice. Ice Fog Ring, Intelligence plus 30%, Ice Magic Large, Ice Fog, Ice Pillar, Ice Mirage. Ice Fog did exactly what you'd expect. It produced a large area of icy fog and improved the effectiveness of ice magic and water magic. It went perfectly with Queen Bee's Eternal Ice Spear. Ice Mirage created mirages. Ice Pillar created shields and pillars. Combining it with the Eternal Ice Spear would power up Position Freeze. Since Queen Bee's women's clothing brand was selling like crazy, she'd have the money to afford it. Let's go into the next dungeon, start on floor 1 and look for hidden rooms on our way down to the 80th floor. We'll start fighting there. If you feel like anything's off, then we'll start keeping our guard up around floor 75. Dancer Girl will be our instructor. How was the dungeon? Normal, lots of dogs, fine until 80th floor. In that case, I'll get the vinegar ready. I used that to defeat the multi-headed Cerberus and Orthrus, so that should definitely do the job, especially considering I'm expecting one-headed dogs in this dungeon. Those weren't normal dogs. Jiggle. Not that many monsters respawned, so we charged through the upper floors of the dungeon. We wiped out the middle floors quickly too, aside from the hidden rooms we found. The monsters in there weren't particularly strong either, and none of the drop items were notable. All the good stuff was going to be down farther. I used holding on the vinegar and tossed it at the monsters. Honestly, bonking them as they came was easier, given they came in waves. I just needed to bonk 'em fast before I got bit. The Mean Girls group was taking care of this dungeon. I guess we've got monsters respawning after they bit before they got bitten. Think of all that biting. Wiggle wiggle. The massive flesh-eating beasts leaped at us, snarling and gnashing their teeth. They were level 74 and had the stats to match, plus the composition and brute strength of wild beasts. Such monsters would ordinarily pack a forceful, menacing, and devastating punch. Owloo. Hey, howling like that isn't gonna stop me from bonking you. I'm not trying to get bitten today. Plus, I don't know what ow means. Maybe it's an expression of the suffering of getting bitten by mean girls, but don't try to pull that card on me. We were witnessing an extinction phenomenon enacted by the previously uncontrollable random fire ability. I was practicing it today, concentrating teleport and demolish into the universe staff to whack and extinguish the enemy. However, it used a lot of MP, and the physical burden was pretty big. It was better to slash or hit them, especially since obliterating them like that also got rid of the spellstones. If they were cute little doggos, I'd feel bad about this. But hitting vicious, snarling, ugly-ass, drooling, gnashing monsters feels good. No belly rubs for anything this horrifying. That's for sure. The monsters were called Hound Bites. Bite was even in the name. They had cooperation, and it was high-leveled too. How annoying. They could use feints and counters as friggin' dogs. I mean, I could see through them all with clairvoyant and Jupiter eye, but it was still annoying. It's slow, but something's there. This was taking a long time. The doggos were getting all upset every time they fainted into nothing. To be specific, these dogs fainted straight into becoming spellstones, surprised expressions still on their faces, as if they were asking, "What?" coming at me to ask me what was annoying. I was the one who deserved to get upset. I was being attacked at high speed by what-ing dogs. If you don't want to faint into non-existence, start sensing presences, you damn doggos. As I ranted about the damn doggos, we descended downstairs. The others were glaring at me. I suppose that, technically, the only deception involved was on my part. Come on, guys. With the combination of area analyze, presence sensing, and clairvoyant, there's no way I could miss. Those damn doggos acting all surprised. What's up with that? Am I right? Shake, shake. As we went downstairs, I checked out the 75th floor with area analyze and presence sensing. Looked like we'd be in for a mass battle in a large hall against more dogs. We started the fight I dared not lose, time for rock, paper, scissors to determine our formation. After a mighty hellacious heave-ho of a rock, paper, scissors game, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl took the vanguard, and me and Slimy took up the rear in a box formation. There'd be no one behind us to fight in this formation. It was best to not think about it. Whoever won got to go in front, it was as simple as that. I'm off. Let's go. Large, agile wolves circled from a distance, constantly changing positions. High-speed wind whipped around the bodies of the gust wolves, LV 75. Group battles were all about formations. The wolves moved to enclose us. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl moved to prevent them from doing so, and me and Slimy provided backup. The wolves that leaped through the air at us were severed in half at the torso by Miss Armor Rep. The wolves circling us at a distance got bound and lashed to death by Dancer Girl's chains. The duo were intent on stealing all the fun. The gust wolves had their bodies entangled with wind magic. This enabled them to fly in rapid bursts, but they still couldn't get past the vanguard. Meanwhile, the rear guard waited in our cool battle poses. The eager wolves rocketed through the air like bullets, but got thrashed by the seals. Miss Armor Rep used the blunt edge of her sword to bat at them like she was playing baseball instead of cutting them. Translation: there was absolutely no point to me and Slimy's cool battle poses. The wolves dashed as quickly as they could to try to attack us from our blind spots, but they couldn't get behind us without getting cut to ribbons. The wolves whined and whimpered as they ran at us from both sides, seized by the chains. They tried to surround us, but they didn't reach the back half. Sure, the box formation was technically designed so the vanguard could protect the rear guard, but this was too much protection. The front didn't intend to let a single wolf get past them. As soon as Slimy and I gave up and switched to long-range attacks, the vanguard advanced, cutting through the pack of wolves. Flustered, the wolves ran through the new openings in the flanks, but Dancer Girl and Miss Armor Rep cut down every last one. There's no hope of winning, at rock, paper, scissors, that is. The 80th floor boss hasn't respawned, so we can go straight to the 81st floor, I said. That's where the real fight starts. It's not like losing every rock, paper, scissors match has warped my view or anything. No way. I lost every single time. The 4th place in rock, paper, scissors had to go to the far rear of our diamond formation. That was where I was, in the back, forever alone with my cool pose. I killed 3 whole wolves with my fire bullets. That was it. We made it to the 81st floor, a labyrinth-style floor, finally. I should exclusively get action while acting alone. How am I so crap at rock, paper, scissors that I've lost every time? My luck stats above the freaking limit. How come I can't see the outcome with clairvoyant either? I pondered these mysteries as I roamed and noticed that this floor was a circular shape with map. I may have roamed, but I wasn't romancing. That was for later. No matter how good your equipment was, the level difference eventually caught up. Level 30+ monsters were menaces to me, so everything in the 80s were true terrors. I was sure the others didn't want me to have to fight them. Since I couldn't level up, gaining battle skills through experience was my only way to get stronger. If you get killed, strength really doesn't matter. You can't kill if you get killed, I think. I swung my staff and my body broke. I guess it was more like my staff swung my body. The drool-spluttering level 81 red wolves bared their fangs and howled as my blade sliced through them like a hot knife through butter. It cut that well even though it was only a wooden stick. The attack was a far cry from life or death, but I felt no resistance at all. I sliced, and they died. I guess it's working. This time, I met up with the others without being too late. Probably because the red wolves attacked me before I could get my sick battle pose ready. I was finally starting to control my skills and equipment. I only had one approach, the art of the bonk. If the bonk didn't work, I'd get bonked, so yeah, I was the one who bonked. The world in which I got bonked in my attempts to bonk was for my nightly practice. Those were the most thrilling tests and most brutal bonks of all. In order to prepare my nightly revenge, I whipped up some new cheerleader outfits complete with pom-poms. Oh yes, I had something to look forward to. Cheerleaders awaited me at our training sesh tonight. They had no intention to support me, of course, only of bonking me. It was too late for them, though. I had made preparations for my revenge before the bonking had even begun. Day 88. Afternoon. It was confusing that this minor regional doggo was so similar to the other doggos. Dungeon. We advanced quickly, but I was bored. Dog, wolf, dog, dog, wolf, dog. Along the way, we fought some dogs that could walk on two legs, which seemed suspiciously undog-like. Putting those doubts aside and kicking their asses, we made it to the 90th floor. This was the final floor, so we'd be facing off against the Dungeon King. I fished around for goods in hidden rooms. What I found was pretty solid, but not extraordinary. Since all the monsters were dogs and wolves, they didn't have any drop items. I suppose the dungeons were in a recession now. Noisy howls echoed from below, but we were trying to have a pleasant tea party. Could you please shush? Dancer Girl and Slimy faced off in an eating contest, various types of fruit cream crepes lined up along the table. Miss Armor Rep watched the two with a pained expression. She had cream smeared around her mouth and nose she'd already lost. Everyone liked the crepes. Personally, I much prefer fresh cream over whipped cream, I said. At the rate this stuff is vanishing, whipped cream stock must be on the rise. Jiggle jiggle. I prepared some more mushroom tea. Tea time was fun if you let yourself forget that the only flavor available was mushroom. It would have been great if we weren't rudely interrupted by howls from below. I figured it was some sorta doggo. I blew some vinegar vapor downstairs, but that didn't work. Boy, was it making a fuss. And during tea time too. An untrained dog, apparently. Isn't it supposed to be the king of this dungeon? I sure wish it could bark quietly. Have better manners, for heaven's sake. Wiggle wiggle. We went down to the vinegar-reeking 90th floor to find the dog struggling and gasping for air. Its massive, multi-headed body quivered and writhed. I thought it was another Orthrus, but it was Maoyang, a Southeast Asian dog god. I remember this thing showing up in the legends of the Melanau people of the state of Sarawak on Borneo. It's a local god that stands guard at the world of the dead before the gates of heaven. Come on, who's ever heard of Maoyang before? Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl had each taken off one head already. Slimy was gobbling them up, but didn't like the vinegar and was bouncing angrily about it. Well, I don't think we have time for one more, so let's head back, I said. I didn't get enough training, as in dungeon combat, since actual training inexplicably exposes me to unspeakable violence, but I'm going for an equipment-less, handicap training sesh today. Not that it'll be much of a handicap, since I'm never landing hits in the first place, and I can already clearly see the outcome of getting palmed by the sweet pom-poms of my cheerleaders without a single song of support with Clairvoyant. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Boink boink. They liked the plan. They didn't want me to fight much, but they wanted me to train. I got that fighting monsters was dangerous, but I suspected the real reason was that they wanted to bonk me themselves. Back at the inn, the flow of time slowed with the beating of my heart. My body grew heavier and time slower. Wisdom activated high-speed thinking as I dodged the slashes in the slow-motion world and lined up a life or death, raising this fraction of a second with a single stroke. My wooden stick opponent caught the blow and knocked it away. Our sword blows moved so gently, the stick seemed on the verge of halting altogether. I passed through air that clung to my skin like syrup as I manipulated my body and controlled magic entanglement to wriggle through the heavy rain of blows before unleashing an all-out life or death. Calling these consecutive attacks was too crude. Calling my sword dance swordplay didn't fit the bill either. I wanted to know how long I could stand against them, but I had lost my sense of time altogether, caught up in the need to repeatedly attack and dodge with teleport. Our swords battled one another never-endingly. I was fighting Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl 2-on-1. It was a hellscape of swords. I fought through it to get to them. I mean, I had to, they were dressed as cheerleaders. It was a dazzling dance of fluttering miniskirts, their exposed thighs gliding as they dodged my blows. I passed through several thousand attacks and knocked back millions more, all for the view. I struggled with everything I had, gathering all my powers and entangling them around my body, throwing all my might into leering my eyes off. I saw the limits of the universe, where infinite time pulled my concentration to its limits. Those quivering thighs dominated my vision as I perceived them from every imaginable angle with Jupiter eye, taking care to not miss a single detail. My powers of concentration, my confluence of skills, would only allow me to slip the bonds of time for that purpose. I dodged the attacks of the dungeon emperors as I ogled their thighs. In this fantastic world with infinite sights to see, I only cared for thighs. I stared, and I stared, and I stared. My thoughts sped up, taking me to the limits, past the limits, surpassing this world without missing a beat. And all of a sudden, I got bonked. Very good concentration. You look creepy. I looked creepy. That must have been some problem with Jupiter eye. Eternal preservation wasn't a function of Jupiter eye, unfortunately, but I could never get enough of thighs. The two of them rarely praised me, so I must have fought well. I could use life or death better now. The problem was how to get my concentration to reach those levels against monsters. Staring at monsters wasn't fun at all. Welcome back. Y'all hungry? It's a bit early, but I'll make dinner. Or do you want to get bonked? I can't tell you how to escape the cosmic cycle of chunking up on nutritional excess despite burning calorie after calorie, so you may as well take a ride on the eternal fat-burning train of forever bonkage. It's got sexy thighs too, so that's pretty great. You know, I saw them myself. Hey, Haruka-kun, said class rep, why are they dressed as cheerleaders? Those outfits are so cute, I want one. I could sense that my classmates had gotten back to the inn and were watching the battle. I didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to them, but during my hyperfocus, I could sense that they had arrived. I was focusing so hard on 2 pairs of thighs, adding 20 more took me into hyperdrive. Yup. It was the 40 thick thighs stuffed into compression shorts that overloaded my consciousness. This world was nothing but a series of tests for a teenage boy's limits. What kind of teenage boy could have handled that? No teenage boy could fight while focusing on 44 thick thighs and 22 tight asses. If I could have, then that proved this'd been a BL all along. The girls decided to do a one more set sesh before dinner. I spent my dinner preparation dodging diverse simultaneous orphan launcher attacks. The orphans came back from their work in droves, shouting, "I'm here," and joining the orphan launcher. Piles of orphans pushed in around my feet. I danced wildly through the air to dodge them as I made dinner. The nannies had joined the one more set sesh, so I had no backup against the endless barrage of orphan attacks. I could easily dodge the jaws of a few doggos after facing off against this every day. The nerds, whom the orphans had previously been pestering, scampered off the moment I became the target. Since they couldn't use airwalk to dodge the orphan fire, they got buried quickly. We taught the girl orphans that the nerds were too dangerous to approach, so they shot after the meatheads while the boys shot after the nerds. Once I'd arrived, though, both sides locked in on me, and a volley of orphan cannon fire blasted in my direction. I hadn't cooked anything yet, so I couldn't even use cookies as a distraction. Thanks for the food. Everyone came back, and we had dinner. As chaotic and noisy as it was, I was happy that everyone was in high spirits. The orphans' eyes sparkled as they dug into the food. They no longer held any of that fear in their eyes or distrust on their faces. I supposed the one more setters would plunge back into the Ray, one more set series as soon as the meal ended. I don't think they're escaping the cycle anytime soon. It's so good. This is food from the black-haired country. Wow. I didn't know how the people in this world would like it, but the heaps of sweet and sour pork and gyoza ended up getting demolished in the blink of an eye. The meatheads tossed out their chopsticks and started using shovels to dump the food into their buckets. They're getting smarter, or maybe dumber. I could trust class rep to chastise them on manners later. So friggin' good, bro. Has your cooking gotten even better? Yup, one more set. Weeping ensued. They devoured the additional mountain of shumai. Class rep, who calculated the cost of the meal, had her head buried in her arms. Dessert was still on the way. Ragnarok had indeed not yet come for the one more set cycle. I took a bath and went to my room to find the arts club girls already waiting. I was surprised that this seemingly modest group all wanted bikinis. Bikinis must have been a fad in this world, except for the fact that bathing suits didn't exist here yet. They had gotten more muscular, but still had slender frames. Those introverts waited quietly and unleashed their Jiriki Hongan revolution. "Make us bikinis that give us beach bods," they shouted. "You're trying to break the laws of physics," I responded. "It's forcing me to sort out all the paradoxes." Did they think I could make bikinis that could change their body shapes? With a one-piece swimsuit, I can narrow the waist, support the butt, or pad the breasts. The whole point of the bikini is to reveal all those parts. What do you want me to do? Something, anything. We want bikinis, but the other girls' bodies outclass ours. All four were already in great shape from all of the workouts. Their proportions were no less solid than any of the other girls. All of them had been beautiful to begin with, and their bodies used to be fine, too. They had inferiority complexes from being surrounded by girls with model-level figures, though, and somehow expected me to solve that for them. "You're all skinny, so I can do something about the surface-level appearance, like make the legs appear longer or emphasize your skinny waists with a low-rise. I can also make the bra section wide to create a larger visual from right to left, which can make the breasts appear bigger, but it's going to end up being a thoroughly, shockingly revealing design. A sexy one. We'll take it, as sexy and busty as possible." If that was what they wanted, I had to deliver. When the results were as stimulating as I'd planned, I decided to make the design for Dancer Girl and Miss Armor Rep, too. There was absolutely no need to make those two's bodies appear better than they already were, but I supposed I may as well, make it anyway and stuff. It was going to be a long night of constructing them, getting them wet, looking at them, taking them off, etc., but this was my inescapable fate. High cut, for heaven's sake. It was a new design, so I needed fresh measurements. This was dangerous, so my tentacles measured equally dangerously to extract exact measurements. "The neighbors will get upset if you scream like that," I commented. On the other hand, voiceless screaming is bizarre. Your mouths are open like you're screaming, but nothing is coming out. Well, except your tongues. It's an immodest look for girls your age, to be honest, although my eyes are totally closed, so I'm not looking. Obviously. At the moment, two certain individuals were trying their hardest to force my eyes open. They were pulling hard. "Book club president, are you sure you're okay with a design this revealing? It'd be easy to make any adjustments now, so put in any requests you have." "No," she said. "I was hoping for a high-cut leg design from the beginning. Class rep and the others forbade us from T-back bottoms as well as a slingshot bikini, micro bikini, Brazilian bikini, Y-string, and O-back. Isn't that crazy? The only crazy thing here are your bikini ideas. The idea of you planning to request a Y-string or a slingshot bikini is scary and crazy and terrifying. Please don't order those things from a teenage boy, okay? The only possible result is disaster. It's guaranteed to unfold in the simple process of making it, and there'd be no escape. I mean, those are literally just strings, not clothing. Wearing nothing altogether would be more modest. Making any of those designs would end in something way worse than a lecture for me. Class rep understandably rejected them. Honestly, the high-cut, low-rise boomerang design seemed wholesome in comparison. Seeing a G-string would it'd be all over for me. "Okay, now each of you get into the tub one at a time, and I'll make adjustments. Just let me know if anything's tight." "The bath's warm," said Miss Armor Rep, "some lotion." Why would lotion be necessary for swimsuit measurements? "I know you love it." "Well, we don't want it now." I ignored their chatter and went to work. These girls were dangerous opponents. Meanwhile, my so-called blindfolds were trying to add lotion to the bath, get back on task. "Get rid of this fabric here," book club president said, "and I want a T-shape on the back." "Rejected," I cried. "You'll be arrested for public indecency and get a lecture to boot. That's worse than a T-back, that's a T-front." I opened my eyes to look at the results. Why did I feel like my eyes were never blindfolded for a single moment? Seriously, ladies? Stop adding lotion like that. No churning either. "It's getting nice and soupy in here," purred book club president. If you cut back on the surface area a little more and pull it up farther here, it'll be exactly to your liking, Haruka-kun. There's barely any surface area to begin with, I protested. If we cut it back as much as you're suggesting, you'll wind up with a Weissling shot. Don't show me your legs like that. The rest of the arts club girls had passed out in the tub, so how was book club president so composed? Her face was red and her breathing ragged, but she kept repeating her dangerous requests like it was nothing. She was starting to twitch and shudder and soon started to moan. Eventually, she bit her tongue and went quiet. If I didn't finish things quickly, I'd enter dangerous territory. I needed to deal swift punishment to the two girls currently adding lotion to the bath. Slippery, sexy bodies twitching and writhing in a thick, juicy bath was the very opposite of wholesome swimsuit production. Can y'all stop that? You're clearly trying to create a seductive atmosphere. I'm using my eyes for these adjustments, so don't lower the lights, please. It's hard to work by candlelight and it's turning me on. I'm literally begging you to stop. Eventually, book club president couldn't speak. Once I finished, the 5 of them checked out their new suits in the mirror. Sheesh, they've gotten so burly. Our legs look so long. My butt seems perkier too. The bust is still embarrassing, but look how narrow our waists are. The high-cut design emphasized their already long legs, and the low rise showed off their narrow waists. It was a design that highlighted their slim, well-built figures. I designed the bra section to open in a wide triangle, making the breasts look ample and enhancing their proportions with a sprinkle of bonus sex appeal. The bust part was a visual effect, but that was all I could do with a bikini design. I supposed they liked their bikinis, since they were entranced by the reflections of their lotion-drenched bodies in the mirror. Their figures surely entranced me because I was consumed by the creative couture possibilities. The work was done, but my creative vision remained. By the time I was finished, I had reached my limit. I took a 30-minute break, during which I engaged in a supernova of appropriate lotion punishment. I focused so hard, it went by in a blink. We couldn't have any more delay. The 2 of them were twitching and unconscious. They deserved it and all, so I hadn't held back. I suppose the combination of sensitivity, essence surge, and nerve sharpening was a lot to handle. I'd think it'd break the spirit of anyone besides the 2 dungeon emperors, to be honest. Even with their dungeon emperor status, they hadn't been able to keep up with revival and were twitching on the bed. Yikes. Day 88. Night. I decided to cut myself some slack, and concluded it was an optical illusion resulting from eye strain. White loser in. The girls waited in the tub. After I finished my punishment, I moved Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl so they could sleep in the bed. 5 bikinis remained. You 2 seem lively for being unconscious, I said. Yup, that's a lot of twitching. Here, I'll go right ahead and a stuffed mushroom in each of your mouths. For some reason, the scene seemed suspiciously sexual, but I decided to cut myself some slack and concluded it was an optical illusion resulting from eye strain. The problem is you 2 don't reflect on why you received your punishment. You shoot straight for continuing the cycle of revenge. I mean, I don't know what else to do about it besides try my hardest. Hardest in a teenage boy sense, that is. Well, they still couldn't move besides the twitching, so I covered them in sheets. I gotta do a little more, so after I do it, I'll come finish you off. The meanies are a-coming. Those graceful, doll-like, slender legs and small heads on long necks. They had wide shoulders but skinny figures and balanced proportions. Their skin was clear and gleamed like porcelain from the bubbly body soap, casting the room in a strange, alluring glow. Here it comes, the mean girl rush. I felt like I was at a fashion show with the 5 of them all lined up, except for the fact that they weren't wearing any clothes. Of course, I had my eyes closed tight as I measured. I used my magic hands and area analyze to conduct the bodily examination as I produced 3D models in my head. Why do you seem so unenthusiastic about our turn for this? What's the mean girl rush? Why are the 2 of them twitching like that on the bed? They were right that this wasn't the time or place to be making swimsuits. I wanted to get it over with. The mean girls were especially sensitive to my magic hands, so it always took forever. Mean girls always put teenage boys in an awkward position. It was a classic trope. Let's get this over with. Come on, tentacles, All right, I'm jumping straight into the adjustments and revisions, which means you'll feel various sensations. But good luck, here goes nothing. Hang on, just it. What ek off. Hung urmsma. Eep iye. Ami ewe. The mean girls had the most dangerous voices in the class. Listening to their moaning was always a challenge, but their silent writhing was arguably scarier. Their gasps and groans were uncharacteristically cute and girlish, but the silent chorus of gasping, twitching, and bending was a challenge for me. Come on, guys, don't change personalities on me like that. Be meaner or something, I dunno. How many tea time do I need to? I'll tell you that W and not me an. All I'm at it. They stopped being able to respond not long after that. Having them talk to me turned out to be unexpectedly perilous. Just let me know if there's a problem. Not that you'd be able to do that right now, but I'll make the rest of the adjustments in the tub. Try to ignore all the lotion in there. I will not ignore it, and the two responsible are still twitching and reflecting on their sins over there, but they're in for a second round of punishments. So ignore the lotion and soak in the tub. Queen Bee gasped for air. Okay, the S size ISF fine. We don't mind, a bit of lotion. I opened my eyes as Queen Bee made her way to the tub, still catching her breath. Can you not crawl on all fours to get there? Opening my eyes didn't make things any easier. Queen Bee lay face down in the lotion-filled tub, with nothing but her ass above the surface of the water, trembling like crazy. She didn't need to flex like that. I was only making adjustments. Where was I supposed to put my eyes? Things were getting hard again. Oog. Mean Girl A lay on her back, arching upward and quivering like crazy. I was making adjustments. She didn't need to try for a bridge. Come on. Couldn't she make it easier for my eyes to have a landing spot? Things wouldn't stop getting harder. Mean Girl B, no matter how you spin it, doing happy baby while getting your swimsuit fitted is a bad idea. Why is this yoga pose so trendy? I guess they were about the age where they had a thing for thighs. I supposed it was easy to make adjustments when she was in that position, but this was still problematic. And Mean Girl C, I know Dancer Girl started doing yoga lessons, but that's a revolved head-to-knee pose. I don't recommend doing that in a bikini. We finally finished. I thought it'd be no big deal, but that had been pure insanity. Mean Girl D was straight up doing a crane pose. I was certain she couldn't do that outside of a fitting. Doing poses like that while completely alert, much less twitching like crazy, and much less while literally unconscious, should not be possible. It's gonna be so hard to carry them out of there. Yoga was really booming for some reason. They all passed out in atypical poses, making it very challenging for a teenage boy to move their bodies. All I had left to do was the swim team duo, but I couldn't take any more. I was at my teenage boy limit. I figured doing swimsuits would be easier than underwear, but since the bathing suits needed a special weave for elasticity, it required a lot of adjustments. That meant increasing the usage of my magic hands, which created more reactions from the mean girls and then more movements in response. They ended up getting touched and stroked and pressed by my tentacles a lot more. The resulting damage was considerable. I almost felt bad for them. Your tentacles are even more precise now, and there are more of them. No one could keep still while getting touched like that. I had become able to take more precise measurements, but maybe I shouldn't have done them with that much magic thread. I could make precise adjustments down to the millimeter with this technique, though. It was a supreme accomplishment of a fitting, but the mean girls seemed to have an issue with it. When I tested out the magic thread enhanced with sensitivity, lascivious, and sex god, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl seemed to like it quite a bit. Quite a bit. The mean girls didn't feel the same way. I made sure to barely graze their skin and minimize sensory impact, but they still weren't fans. I washed the lotion out of the tub and moved them out of the room. I decided to test the minimal touching magic thread technique as round 2 of Retribution. All that lotion made things way harder for teenage boys everywhere, so they deserved a ray. Retribution as repayment for my difficulties. Boy, did I test that magic thread technique out. I unleashed pandemonium all night long, collapsing and reviving as magic thread entangled them in a frolicking fun fest. In between sessions, I upgraded the Maoyang's drop item with Mithril, now the Judgment Fang Spear. All stats plus 30%. Physical defense weakening large. Magic defense weakening large. Penetration. Attack. It seemed like a solid item for anyone. I decided to discuss it with class rep later. Before long, the two of them revived themselves for another joyous sesh with magic thread, then nighty-night again. I made the bento for the general store lady, which, by the way, had gone from urgent priority to extreme urgent priority. And then the two of them were back up for another round of magic thread experimental retribution before fainting in agony and then back to sleepy sleepies. I went back to polishing up equipment. It's so late now, I'd better get some sleep myself, I said, but before I lay down, there are two ladies I must lay. Yup, I did my best. The experimental subjects later reported the following comments. Magic thread is so ticklish, too ticklish, I almost died. And I lost sense of everything, I lost my mind, I thought I was going to die. Okay, so the magic thread was OP. Day 89. Morning. Life-saving battle preparations sure involved a lot of jiggling. White loser in. The next morning, I was in for a world of lecture and retribution. Miss Armor Rep pinned down my arms with her legs, and Dancer Girl pinned down my legs with her legs, so I couldn't move. Just as the rumors claimed, 7 did, in fact, eat 9 in a 1-2 for 5 of 69s, at least 7 out of 8 times. It was an inescapable situation of submission for a teenage boy for multiple reasons, a positively impossible missionary impossible. All I did was try my best at my night work, and I get ceaseless revenge to the point where a max-level revival can't keep up. Wah! They were dirty to the point of dispossability, greatly damaging my teenage boy stamina in the process. I know, I've been defeated. If they hadn't been wearing cheerleader outfits, then wag. Kaplunk, the sex god, fell back asleep. Ah, what a refreshing morning. Something refreshing must have happened before I opened my eyes to such refreshment, but Ray, fresh this. I'd figure out my Ray, venge later. Morning and stuff. Good morning, replied the girls. You don't need to add and stuff to everything, it's good morning. I made cutlet sandwiches, mushroom salad, and soup for breakfast, a simple and speedy buffet. While I was making it, I rushed together the upgraded equipment for the nerds, making the adjustments as quickly as possible. Looking at armor on guys was no fun. Maybe it'd be more fun if we put some spikes on the inside instead of the outside. Don't. That's too Iron Maiden. Well, there's not much inside that's worth protecting. I mean, what's the point of the armor resisting abnormal ailments when the inside is already this abnormal? Should I try killing you guys just to check? Check if this armor is safe for us first. No need to kill us, no thanks. P put away the universe staff. That nullifies all defenses, so it won't test the armor at all. It'll kill us. Yeah, we're stealth units, so we don't wear heavy armor. What a struggle. I handed over the light stealth armor and they took it and ran off grinning. Stealthy indeed. Still, I had Jupiter Eye, so I could target them just as easily. Sin stop, we give up, we give up. Give, did you say? Give you more attacks? Not that. This isn't testing the armor. This is trying to cut us in two. Well, I'll be worried if I don't give it a serious test. How else will I know how much it takes to kill you through the armor? You couldn't entrust your life to armor until you knew how much it could take. Hence, the need for testing, so I'll just try to kill them. The armor will be useless if you kill us. I'm pretty sure he understands that. He doesn't care if we die, he's trying to kill us. The people being tested are way more worried than the tester in this case. Why yeah, test out the 3 of them instead. Traitor. The meatheads sprinted away the moment we made eye contact. They had the danger-sensing instincts of wild animals. I thought I'd at least get the nerds, but for some reason, they didn't want me to kill them, I guessed. What a shame. I suppose I could always give it a test in a dungeon, sneak in a kill from behind. We have to worry more about our allies than the monsters. Everyone was busy getting fully equipped. These were courageous, vital, life-saving battle preparations. Okay, so the leg piece, this is the right one, isn't it? Crap, my shin guards are messed up. Hey, don't pull like that, my shorts will slip. Someone take those gauntlets. Eep, did someone touch my butt? This is really digging in. It hurts right there. I think my bra is like super tight. Oh, now isn't that nice? Where'd my sword go? Come out, come out. They were prepping for battle by donning the overflowing compression shorts. There were many challenges here. Leaving the boring guy's equipment aside, why was putting on equipment so hard for everyone? Watching this, you'd think all my gear was totally inadequate. Needing to make more would put me in the real teenage boy battlefield of life and death. The girls planned to join the Frontier Army and Imperial Guard today. They got an official commission from Mr. Meridad. For some reason, they didn't need me. What's so surprising about that? You don't help at all, and you're impossible to understand. You'll confuse everyone. But Slimy and Angelica-san won't take orders from anyone else. Jiggle jiggle. Marimuri specifically asked the girls to join them. She left out the guys, but they planned to try fighting on the lower floors for themselves. I'd let them go as far as they wanted, and then once we ran into danger, I'd make them go farther. If that wasn't enough to take them out, I planned to push them even farther. If worse came to worst, I could always pin them from behind and help the monsters finish them off. Our rear guard is trying to kill us. How else would I be able to take out their party? They always ran when the going got rough, going off of pure instinct. I wouldn't know how well their armor was working if they went home damage-free. Okay, everyone, it's time to split up, said Nerd A. On it. Roger. These guys were too good at not dying. The meatheads did whatever the opponent hated the most, and the nerds could hold out against the enemy until victory was guaranteed. Oda, come closer. Understood, I'll shift right. After the nerds had to kill for their own principles, they'd changed. It wasn't just about protecting themselves or defeating the enemy anymore. They came to kill now. They didn't just use their force field for defense, but for traps and as an offensive weapon as well. Between the 4 teams, they had 2 force fields and 1 sacred force field, as well as every force field skill available, including stealth ones. They had strong defenses, but were capable of turning their defense into a weapon. Now that was some cheat-level stuff. An invisible shield made for a crazy dangerous weapon. Get their arms or legs first. I'll finish it off, stop its movement. Right away. The 81st floor had level 81 arms mantises. The meatheads chased them down, while the nerds cornered them with force fields and crushed them one at a time. They made a praying mantis guillotine in between their force fields. Let's get the rest. Let's go. The mantises had 6 arms, 2 of which held a pair of scythes, spears, or swords. I didn't know if the arms part of their name referred to all their arms or their arms, as in their weapons, but that didn't matter to their hunters. The meatheads instinctively coordinated their movements in the most problematic possible way for the enemy, killing the mantises as they helplessly waved their weapons around. If one mantis stabbed with a spear, the meatheads grabbed the end of the spear and pulled it in. Then they cut off the mantis's legs and stabbed the exposed neck, beheading it easily. If a mantis came in swinging with swords, the meatheads went for the sides. If a mantis kept its weapons at the ready, they used throwing javelins to cut it down from a distance. Sheesh. How many times do I have to remind them that the weapons they're throwing are halberds, and the ones they're swinging are boomerangs? Even the mantises are smarter. Maybe we should do a brain swap? That one's dead already, but I'm still sure its brain is more useful. Don't swap our brains, bruh, and stay out of the way. The mantises twisted and swerved, wielding the scythes, swinging the swords, and stabbing with the spears. They had shields but weren't able to use them to deflect the meatheads' attacks. With their ultralight armor designed for stealth, the meatheads had polished their movements to be even more efficient, easily slipping past the mantises' strikes, making them stumble out of their stances and landing fierce counters. The nerds were doing just as well with their force field guillotine strategy, which both blocked attacks and finished off mantises simultaneously. Those 2 actions, the meathead's dodge and parry technique and the nerd's guillotine, were model uses for my shoulder shields. Still, I didn't like the idea of learning anything from the guys. I mean, the meatheads were grabbing the severed necks of the mantises and using them as shields. They're the worst. Beating this floor was a breeze with weapons that could 100% defeat the enemy and armor that was capable of taking all but the worst attacks. The guys kept on chasing down the enemy in whatever form was most favorable. This fierce, murder-specialized hunting clan of villainous scoundrels advanced past both the 88th and 89th floors without a hint of danger. Whoops, there they go running. Haruka-kun, save us, we can't beat these guys. Haruka, your turn, peace. They friggin' dined and dashed. Now those were sharp instincts. They overwhelmed enemies they could beat and fled from anything that seemed dangerous. They didn't fight unless they knew they could win, and didn't strike until they knew they could kill. Even the hedgehogs seemed surprised that their enemy got up and ran. These level 89 venom hedgehogs were packed with ailment-inflicting abilities and had resistance nullification. To be honest, the chances of level 89 resistance nullification and poison breaking through level 100 plus ailment-resistant armor was close to zero. With quills that skinny, though, I couldn't deny that it was possible for some to penetrate the armor and inflict poison. If the hedgehogs also had penetrate, then a force field might not protect them. I suppose the nerd brains would fight back if they got chased down, but they'd flee if possible, and they were able to make snap decisions in a pinch. I'd be the one doing the pinching. Now that a good enemy finally showed up, I lent the hedgehogs a hand by hemming in the nerds from behind, or so I thought. They got away again. Their danger avoidance instincts were stronger than those of wild animals. Wiggle wiggle. At least Slimy seemed happy that the nerds had fled the battle. No matter what you called it, foresight or instinct, inspiration or cowardice, they had a talent for running away. Come on, you nerds could take out these hedgehogs in less than 5 minutes. Wiggle wiggle. You could beat them in 10 minutes and take practically no damage, I said. If you were incredibly unlucky, like less lucky than the most miraculous bad luck that you could possibly imagine, sure, you'd die. Definitely. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. It was unlikely to the point of being impossible, but since it was technically possible, it was better not to fight. If they had to fight, they should come up with a 100% safe strategy to win. Everything was wrong with those nerd lords, but they were right about this. They're coming. A storm of quills torpedoed in my direction. It formed a dense black cloud of quills. They filled every possible space in the air, making it impossible to dodge. The quills were also too thin to knock down. I used Vanish and let the cloud of needles pass by. Slimy sure seemed to enjoy eating them. Miss Armor Rep could strike down the whole cloud that passed in her direction, and Dancer Girl spun her chains fast enough to turn them into a great shield to block every last one. That was the difference. If the girls were here, they would use their shields and take the blow as they advanced forward. They took on any challenge, no matter the risk, in order to get stronger. They didn't run at the hint of danger, even when they could die if things went wrong. If something repeated an infinite number of times, the unlikely outcome would eventually occur, no matter how low the chance. It could always happen the first time, too. If instant death happened just once, it was over. Vice Rep B's resuscitation might be able to make it in time, but its massive MP requirement meant it could only be used once. If something miraculously unlucky occurred and 2 people died at once, she'd only be able to save 1 person. If the chances of death weren't 0%, running was always the right decision. The nerds knew how easily people could die, having killed people themselves. Wow, that was impressive. There's no way the needles shouldn't have hit them, but they didn't. Well, so long as you're using common sense, and the people in question constantly defy it. This is the definition of the word cheat, I'm sure of it. No stat, skills, or cheat code can do that. Why did the friggin' nerds get me so well? I wanted to burn them, but they ran away before I could. That pissed me off even more. Yo, Haruka, the next floors look kinda whack, so we're bouncing, one of the meatheads said. Let's smash the mid-floors of the next dungeon. Good work. Well, I did the good work, actually, by chasing you into that last fight, which I suppose I shouldn't have done if you weren't going to fight anyway. Don't lay that on me, Kay. You aren't even scratched. I suppose there was always of a chance of getting sent straight to the next world with their current equipment, especially without something like perfect defense. Don't go below the 80th floor, I said. If you do, no dinner. We ain't brosif, and make barbecue beef bowls for dinner. They couldn't have been more excited to run away. They'd be fine on their own. The only chance of them dying was if they were trying to protect someone. Otherwise, they'd be safe and sound here on the frontier. They had the right to make their own decisions. There were burly chicks and furry beast girls out in the world, and I couldn't stop them from pursuing them. Not gonna lie, part of me wanted to join them, but I couldn't leave these frontier dungeons. The girls had numbers, but they risked their lives going at it alone. I couldn't perfectly guarantee everyone's safety without giving them a bodyguard attachment of 2 sets of Miss Armor reps, dancer girls, and slimies. So long as there was a chance of the darkness appearing, I couldn't leave the domain. Furry girls, fluffy ears. Glares, come on, all the sexy wisdom in this world said a teenage boy must behold the beauty of furry girls at least once in his life. I gotta see for myself. The beefy chicks were hot too, but the vibes they gave off were way too similar to the meatheads. Easy choice, beast folk girls. I didn't think the meathead chicks had much in the brains department. We had lots of workouts back in the inn already. Day 89. Noon. Even dirt could read the room in fantasy worlds, so why were wild animals and bullied kids so socially incompetent? Dungeon. 90th floor. The nerds ran off, so we were down to the usual squad of 4. Just as the wild animals and bullied kids had anticipated, the floor boss was a bad one, and not because of abnormal statuses. It was a literal trap. Adhesive Golem, LV-90, was a mud automaton. Mud golems were a weaker class of golems, but this was a different beast. Anything that touched it stuck to it. There was no hope of ever getting it back. That went for weapons, too. It also spewed an adhesive substance onto the floor. Touch it, and you'd get stuck and mowed down by Herculean strength. The nerds made the right call here, I sighed. Why are their instincts so good? If they could apply those instincts to daily life, they'd be social geniuses. Instead, they're completely clueless. There was always a chance that the lower floors had a unique monster variant with very specific weaknesses. For the girls, their limit was the 80th floor, or more ideally, the 74th. There were a lot of variables in monster strength besides floor number, but deeper still meant deadlier. Giving you no place to stand is nasty, but this thing is way too defenseless. The sludge-like monster let out a growl so low it was more like a vibration and spurted out lumps of sticky, poisonous dirt. I dashed around avoiding it. Slimy seemed to like the mud monster and was very happy to eat everything in sight. Jiggle jiggle. Turned out that when you hit the 90th floor, bosses developed social competence, 'cause this fortress-like beast awaiting us turned on its heel and ran from an even more terrifying sticky substance. I supposed getting eaten wasn't within its realm of expectations. Guaerg. I flew right over the adhesive glue covering the ground as I whirled around the room. I twisted as I dodged the projectile mud, kicking at the air with airwalk to zigzag and waltz my way to safety. I evaded the struggling, endlessly regenerating massive mud arms. Once the barrage of mud ended, I started using weight magic on its head from above. If I became a decoy and froze the golem in place, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl could launch in with their blades to start shaving down on its body, with Dancer Girl's magic interfering with the adhesive ground to sink the adhesive golem into its own mud pile. The 2 of them preferred the front lines, but one of them literally had spell goddess, and the other heretic saint, so they could hold their own when it came to magic, you know? They normally charged right into battle, weapons drawn. In this case, however, they didn't want their precious weapons to get all sticky. With the golem's legs crushed and its body sinking into its own quagmire, I continued to press down enormous weight from above. Slimy clung to the monster and gobbled away as destructive magic continued to barrage the beast. Once Slimy acquires adhesive, is he gonna start making sticky sounds too? There we go. As in, there it goes. This morning started with a very aggressive, violent coming and going that caused me torment and suffering. I mean, how were high-level alpha male and super horny so easily overcome first thing in the morning anyhow? Hey, cut it out with the smug grins. You don't regret what you've done, huh? I can tell by your faces. Oh, and now you're literally crossing your arms and smirking at me? Seriously. Jiggle jiggle. Slimy finished his meal, and I pet him as we went down to the 91st floor. I vowed to light a fiery fuse to explode this feeling of defeat tonight. But lighting my own fuse would only end up exploding me, too, so did that approach make sense? It had been the cheerleader outfits that made me let my guard down and led to my defeat, and I was the one who'd made them. Still, I had no regrets. I wanted a rematch. This floor's a maze. Wanna go through it all at once? Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. Now I could do it, restricted to right now at least. Not at full throttle, but if I kept everything under control, I could fight without damaging myself. Now I was trying it all: the Sorcerer's Bracelet, Intelligence Resistance plus 30%, Magic Defense Multiplier large, Magic Control large, Magic Equipment, the Snake Charmer's Necklace can insert 7 items, Intelligence plus 40%, Snake Replication 3 snakes grow from the body with MP, Poison Production, Scale Hardening, Defense, the Grotesque Necklace, Perversion, Grotesque Morphosis, Phlegm Resistant, plus Defense, and the utterly sealed off and forgotten Monster Bracelet, powers up all abilities plus the Reflection Shield, Reflection, and the Teleportation Cloak, Teleportation. I focused on the items one at a time, enveloping them with magic entanglement. I could feel the difference when using magic entanglement on each one. With my higher intelligence, the complete boost from the Monster Bracelet seemed to be working better. Even with my focus and awareness, the control was unstable. It's unstable, so while I can't control them, I can manipulate them. Man, control would be nice. I turned my magic entanglement enhanced awareness to the monsters. They looked like giant jaws, or more like mandibles. Or like big spiky mouths. They gnashed and crunched loudly, ogling at me with their creepy compound eyes. Look away. Compound eyes should mean you don't need to look at me to see me. Kinda reminds me of a certain someone's Jupiter eye. Yeesh. Those dark red, blood-fed, demonic dead level 91 night ants were more bad nights than good nights, standing up on 2 legs. Human-sized ants were dangerous without any grossness resistance. These 2-legged, 4-armed, ant-headed monsters were equipped with swords and a shiny armored exoskeleton and were super gross. I've heard that if you chill ants, they stop being able to move. But I need to squeeze in some practice, so hang in there, me. They supposedly also disliked alcohol and rubber, but we hadn't found any rubber in this world yet. And as a minor, I didn't have any drinks on me. I'm not using any of my precious cooking sake on ants. There's supposedly no drinking age in this world, but I'm still a minor. The ants could move quickly, but they may as well have been standing still in my slow-motion world. That meant I could see their grossness in disturbing detail. I didn't want to fight them close up, so I extended my universe staff to 10 feet long for a sort of mid-ranged fight. I spun, knocked 3 ants back with my staff, leaped forward, and landed a heavy blow. As I swung in a circle, I leaned into the centrifugal force and jumped, striking 2 swords out of the hands of the nearest ant. Then I returned my bent body back to an upright position, slamming the ant into the air from below its armpits as I stood. Oh, it blocked me. I guess they are level 91. It blocked my attack, but now its shield was down. I approached it head-on, swinging up to knock away the remaining 2 swords. Now the ant was defenseless. I brought the staff full circle and cleanly chopped off its head. Using my momentum, I moved on to the next ant. I executed a technical turn and a spin, once again riding the centrifugal force of the staff to slam into the ant. Then I turned back to my original position, whirling and whiplashing along the way. I shifted away and danced back toward the ant. My blow knocked away its arms and exposed the chest. I finished my rotation and sliced the ant from head to foot. Tai Chi baton twirling wasn't included in the high school curriculum, but whatevs. My body hurt, but I hadn't lost any health. I flew to the 3rd ant straight away and struck hard. I then rotated the staff mid-strike, adding centrifugal force as I slid my grip down the staff, changing the center of gravity to pull me in and hack the remaining ant to death. Catching my breath, I tried moving, confirming that I still had full HP with this level of activity. I could even shift into a life or death attack without any issue. Balance. I suspected that the Sorcerer's Bracelets plus 30% intelligence and resistance boost and the magic equipment effect were aiding magic entanglement. I could still use magic entanglement, even after activating all that equipment. I also had the 40% intelligence boost from the Snake Charmer's necklace as well as the total boost from the monster bracelet. Maybe those were compensating for my low stats. It all worked surprisingly well. I had the Archsage title, a requirement for the Life Jewel, tempers the body for tasks including training, alchemy, and lovemaking. Essence Alchemist Archsage. But body tempering sounded suspicious. Well, the lovemaking part sounded especially suspicious, but tempering implied body modification, something that surpassed stat modification or body strengthening and turned the user into a homunculus or immortal demi-human. I had sealed that one off from myself to preserve my very humanity. I still didn't get the point of the grotesque necklace, although it was a very natural complement to my magic hands. I still had knightly revenge on the agenda. I could make use of it tonight. Hey y'all, I only fought 17 of them and I'm still last. Oh, ants are gross, so you killed them as soon as you could? Well, shall we continue? The three of them looked at me. Did you increase your equipment? Oh, so they noticed. I had inserted everything into my basic equipment, so I wasn't sure if they'd be able to tell. Oh yeah, the necklace must have given me away. Still, controlling the items wasn't the problem. Grotesque necklace would only be causing problems at night. That much I knew. Well, I got better at controlling my attacks. I wanted to test out if I could keep everything in check when I added a bunch of items. This is too much for your body. You'll hurt yourself again. Nah, I'm all good, I insisted. I've got revival at max, plus healing and regeneration, so it really works. I didn't hurt myself just now, so it's all good. Probs, but thanks. They were worried about me. Dancer Girl had seen me totally destroy myself before and all, so I gave them some head pats. Miss Armor Rep had always liked those, and Dancer Girl seemed to enjoy them as well. Next up was the 92nd floor. I mowed down the level 92 bind plants with a series of focused life or death attacks. If I damaged myself in the process of defeating them, those two would worry. I slowed down the flow of time as much as possible and unleashed consecutive life or deaths. I kept the activation basic, but that was the challenge. I had to maintain focus and control over my body. I needed to finish the slash by the time I took the step, shifting into slaying the next bind plant in that very instant. I kept a full grasp on the enemy's movements with Jupiter Eye as I maintained control over my body, skills, magic, and equipment skills. Wisdom's parallel thinking and high-speed thinking enabled me to adjust my instantaneous movements with teleport, creating a world of slow motion for more precise control over magic entanglement that I folded into the life or death combo. I almost lost my handle over my consciousness a few times, but if I didn't show the three of them I could fight casually at this level, I'd only make them worry. I wiped out all the bind plants, over 100 in total. They didn't say anything, so I supposed that meant I'd passed. I knew that it didn't erase their worry completely, so I'd give them sweets and head pats later. After that came the 93rd floor. We needed to investigate why the dungeons were getting so deep. Adventurers' lives could be put at risk if dungeons we thought were shallow ended up going into the mid-floors. I had previously decided to ignore any dungeons that were less than 50 floors because there wasn't much risk of a deluge. On the way back, I needed to tell Mr. Meridad. Actually, I needed to talk to his advisor. Day 89. Afternoon. I had business with the sad old loner dude, so I talked to him, and he got attached to me. Murray Castle. Training grounds. I knew they were strong. As the boys' comrades, I expected their excellent combat abilities. They proved their strength by defeating dungeons down to the mid-floors one after the next. Their ability to adapt a variety of combat techniques to any given situation was astounding. A force of 500 frontier soldiers and Imperial Guard elites were wiped out by 20 girls in training. 20 black-haired damsels. It shouldn't be this easy for them. Center force charge, left flank pinch in and make a crane wings formation. Aye. Right flank pull back, you're getting split up. Aye. From rumors, I had anticipated a well-constructed military strategy, but their tactics were both ingenious and devised on the spot. They overwhelmed the hardened frontier army in a matter of moments. Right flank advance, all units close in, left flank crush them. Aye aye, left side going into action. Surround them and fight. The army had no hope of squeezing in training. The soldiers were getting overrun and had to flee. The girls had broken up the army's formations, making fighting back impossible and dismantling any hope of cooperation. They'd rendered our forces defenseless. Right flank charge. Center attack. Rotate into a comma formation. Aye aye. The 21 warrior maidens ran at full speed. Lady Chalisiers, her maid, and Muriel were also a part of their ranks, but that still only made 24 of them. They were this strong even without the unbeatable boy and the 9 young men who had dismantled the elite legions and vicious mercenaries from the merchant kingdom. I hadn't taken them lightly as opponents, not even close. How could I? Yet I had still failed to anticipate their strength. They were stronger than the strongest warriors we could have imagined. None of us knew that fighting like this was possible. Oui, Anne. Good job, everyone. They'd taken out the entire frontier army and imperial guard in the blink of an eye. They could only watch in dumbfounded amazement. You'd need a bird's eye view to have a guess at what just happened. Anyone on the battlefield simply got knocked out, and that was all they knew. Do you understand now, father? My daughter asked me. We must learn from class rep this is the military prowess that we must aim for. If we aim for Haruka's might, the army will self-destruct. If they could achieve his skill level, then our whole kingdom would be doomed. If anyone else can achieve what Haruka can do, this world is done for. We mustn't try it. This is battle strategy, eh? I mused. We did get the book on battle strategy from the boy, which I read, but from my perspective, it was all preposterous. I couldn't totally understand what had happened, but the scene was burned into my memory. Individual strength wasn't all that mattered. Cooperation, fueled by a capable commander, allowed their strength to surpass the sum of any individual effort. Lord Maripapa, what do you think? My advisor asked. Those tactics were honed over long generations in the land of the black-haired people, and this is the result. Our approach to battle is in its infancy by comparison. To us, they appear to be impenetrable, devilish schemes. Indeed, I saw what transpired. Their nation must have a very long history. Thank goodness it's not nearby. I'd be grateful for any nation of warriors with long-honed tactics such as those to stay far, far away. I heard that their country doesn't have any monsters, which makes sense. Those tactics would be more than enough to exterminate all monsters from their midst. These girls and boys weren't soldiers, or so they said. Those tactics were supposedly common knowledge, known by the general populace. What kind of fierce warrior country did they hail from? Going up against such a nation would be the last thing our military ever did. Even if our whole continent united against them, we would get kicked around before we'd even had the opportunity to point our swords at them. I did recall Haruka-kun saying, I haven't managed to recreate our food or massage chairs properly. I mean, I'm just an average high school boy without any expertise. Pretty much anyone can do this where I come from. Probably. It was shocking to hear, and while I'd like to visit such a country one day, I need to stay away for my own good. No, not if they had the most glorious massage chairs in all the world. It would be an understatement to say that a country populated with people like that boy would be dangerous. I would not dare approach a country with such vicious, terrifying commoners. I was deadly serious when I said it was a relief that we were so far away from that nation. Lord Duke, we can only do so much in a day, so please refer to this manual for military training and group tactics. This will mark the beginning of true strategy for the frontier army. With enough practice, they will be able to execute maneuvers like those you saw today. It was the lovely girl who led the boys' classmates, whom everyone called class rep, I supposed, that had to be a title signifying the highest post of military command. Even she was no more than an ordinary student. What in the world do they teach their children? I cannot thank you enough for assisting in our training. You had a magnificent victory today. I heard that their nation was peaceful, safe, and highly developed. Understandable, since no other country would dare attack one full of warriors like them. That went for within the country as well. Everyone must have been so concerned about retribution from their fiendish countrymen that they had no choice but to live in peace and harmony. Everyone received a supreme education. There was reading and writing, of course, but also arithmetic, history, and music. I had never heard of such a developed metropolis. As a duke, I would surely benefit from visiting to learn from them, but I suspected I would not survive the trip. Defense in depth, faster, Frontier Unit 8, you've backed too far off. If the enemy enters your ranks, maintain distance. Defeat the purpose of their infiltration. Now draw the opponent in. That's right at that distance. Yes, m'lady. They taught, they demonstrated. They gave commands and criticisms after our soldiers practiced. They praised our soldiers when they succeeded. And they repeated it all until our soldiers improved. It seemed that it was better to practice one maneuver at a time until mastery rather than learn multiple tactics at once. Even from here, I could see the movements of our units improving. If an enemy unit infiltrated the ranks, it would take considerable damage before breaking through. I could tell watching from a distance. If you were to come up against this formation, they could easily decide to draw you in and polish off your soldiers in groups. What terrifying tactics! Then, there was the mid-range crossfire tactic. The left and right flanks focused on one enemy point, creating too much force for heavy infantry to hold out against. Taking out a concentrated point on the front lines made it considerably harder for the enemy to launch an offensive, forcing them back on their heels. A peaceful country, truly. If I had to guess from their tactics, their country seemed to adore killing. They carefully thought out and mastered ways to kill, tested them out so comprehensively it was hard for me to imagine. They must have only achieved peace after killing every one of their enemies. That wasn't impossible if their nation was full of people like the boy. Next up, center flank, delay and allow the opponent to break through. The rear flank needs to pursue them. If they manage to circle you, your comrades will die. Yes, m'lady. They purposefully delayed their movements and struck, decelerating further if they took damage, then began the pursuit from the rear to defeat the enemy. The enemy would have to give up on encirclement and run away, but that would expose them from behind to getting swallowed up, resulting in a retreat battered by heavy losses. Devious. Yes, I decided to stay far, far away from that country. Even their civilians were terrifying. The most important maneuver is the retreat, class rep called. You must learn to protect yourself and your allies. There is no retreat without protecting whomever you can protect. You must cover each other's backs as you retreat. If you run away, you'll die. Don't run, retreat instead. Yes, m'lady. What would victory require? More than numbers, more than fighting talent. No matter our advantage in those areas, we could not win. We needed tactics. The mysterious words written in this manual: always use a strategy that could win with your weakest soldiers. Ordinarily, no matter how many weak soldiers you had, the level gap overpowered any numbers gap. The words didn't make sense. Tactics supposedly had the power to overcome both numbers and level gaps. There were tactics to corner, shave down, and destroy, to kill without fighting. That's how he managed to clear out the monster forest and the ultimate dungeon before reaching level 10, I said aloud. No, that was different. Something was fundamentally different. Like Muriel had said, we could not follow his lead. There was something that could not be imitated within the boy. Everyone's thrilled with their new instructor. They must be grateful. They can feel themselves growing stronger. The morale of our soldiers went up and up. Even though they had been defeated by the small group of girls, my troops were overflowing with confidence at learning their way of fighting. They felt themselves getting stronger. Every soldier had a glimmer in their eye. If we called in the boy all, their eyes would turn to excess. Yes, all that confidence and pride smashed to dust. Muriel could fight on the level of the other warrior princesses, but watching him in action had crushed her. Lady Chalisiers felt the same. They'd had blank, vacant stares the entire next day. What kind of hellish training did that boy undertake to be able to defeat legendary level 100 monsters at a mere level 24? I'd never know how much suffering he'd gone through to win, but witnessing whatever it was had left the two speechless. The boy, he had given us our domain, reborn anew, smiling all the while as if it were a joke. The boy had taken on the burdens of calamity and brought peace to our realm. That boy, Haruka-kun, had undergone hell to protect the girls in his class. If the girls couldn't keep up with him, we had to at least get to their level before we could think of repaying our debt. The girls continued to fight against monsters on the lower floors of frontier dungeons, deeper than our most talented soldiers could go. Much deeper. We needed to become stronger. Not just as soldiers, not just as an army, but as a domain. For the sake of the one who fought beyond what the individuals and entire realm could match, we had to become collectively stronger, or we would never be able to repay our savior. Lord Amui, said class rep, we've finished training. Should we shift over to individual lessons? It might be testing the limits of the soldier's stamina, but learning to fight in groups of 3 could considerably improve survival rates on the battlefield. By fighting in trios first, your soldiers will soon be able to cooperate in larger groups. What do you think? If you could teach them the basics, I'm sure my soldiers would be eternally grateful, I said. Aren't you all tired, however? We're asking a lot of you, so don't go overboard. Father, I've been training with them, so I can teach the troops as well. Ordinarily, 3 unskilled soldiers would get eviscerated if targeted directly. To think they could be this strong with cooperation. The right group tactics could overcome an enemy with high-speed movement. Their nation had a professional standing army, and these children were mere civilians. A nation where even Haruka-kun was a commoner. Hell must be a pleasant place in comparison. I could see my soldiers growing more skilled before my very eyes. They learned the best strategies for taking on monsters. I saw the terrifying force of these level 100+ girls in perfect cooperation. In the previous civil war, the Imperial Guard led by the princess also managed to defeat a dungeon deluge, but these girls achieved the same feat with no more than 20 fighters. We awarded them the title of black-haired warrior princesses, but they possessed the same prowess as veritable war goddesses. Muriel and Lady Chaliceers' improvements since training with them were remarkable. That was why we requested that they train our army, but I still couldn't have expected this. It might be my imagination, but Muriel seems to be studying their dresses, too. Oh no, she's joined them in the battlefield in full armor. Only 7 individuals in the history of our nation had achieved the title of warrior princess. It was hard to imagine the 2 we had in modern times receiving training. It was all unimaginable. The one who insisted we watch from a distance to learn the commands, and who refused to let me fight with them, was now going all out in training with the groupie she brought armor, but only her own. Ah, Mr. Meridad's all left out. I feel bad for you on the sidelines, as in the side of the battle and stuff, but you're just an old dude. It's your destiny and junk. Also, tell your advisor, the dungeons are getting super deep and bad, for me. Got it. The boy appeared nonchalantly out of the blue with the 2 girls and the slime. However, he had come to deliver grave news. Ah, Haruka-kun, I appreciate the help your classmates are giving. Deeper dungeons are a huge problem. Are you certain about this? You don't need to tell me to tell my advisor, by the way. I'm the Duke. He's normally the one who tells things to me. How many floors do the dungeons in question have? I prioritized the ones that had more than 50 or so, and that's where we've been going. The ones that were under 90 floors before all have over 90 floors now. The deepest had 99 floors, and today's had 95. Shallow dungeons with less than 50 floors are getting deeper too, so accidentally venturing into a mid-tier dungeon could be risky. The monsters suddenly increase and get a lot stronger after 50, so you gotta be careful or just bounce. I'd recommend sending a squadron of old dudes as scouts, and if they make it back safe, then it's fine. Well, besides the old dudes. If they don't make it back safe, then we'll know things have gotten mad deep and the old dudes got buried. It's a win-win strat. I needed to send a message right away. He was right, my advisor needed to know. Hang on, my man was already writing a message to deliver the news. Why did my subjects obey Haruka-kun? I had neither told anyone to follow his orders, nor had he asked me to tell them to. That initial strategy is far too mean to middle-aged men, I responded. Though I suppose many of our soldiers and adventurers are middle-aged, anyhow, I'd rather not bury them all down there. All the dungeons were deep, you say. Ooh, good point. The dungeons might start spawning old dudes. We don't want that. I've gone to close to 10 dungeons now, and all were deeper than expected. I get the sense that they weren't as strong as their level suggested, but things get rough in the 90s. The drop items and treasure are so crappy given how deep they are, too. They're growing new floors without any of the benefits. Those are unfair labor practices. I want to complain to the Dungeon Kings, but I've already killed them all. He had already completed 90-plus floor dungeons, even killing the Dungeon Kings. He was destroying them for us. He wasn't an adventurer, so he still couldn't earn a reward, and yet he defeated floors even the warrior princesses were prohibited from entering. Thank you very much. Training ended. The soldiers were all exhausted, but I saw the confidence in their eyes. It was one day of training, but every one of them felt like they were stronger than yesterday. Haruka-kun invited us over to his house the next day. Muriel and Lady Chalisiers had been invited previously, and told me his house was in the middle of the monster forest. I simultaneously did, and did not want to know how he could possibly live in the middle of such a dangerous place, but I had no right to decline an invitation from our benefactor. I couldn't count the number of days I fought hopelessly in that forest. I never could have imagined getting invited back there for a party. Life was certainly full of mysteries. Day 89. Evening. I have my doubts about how the firm calculated this 5:2 ratio. Amui City. Haruka-kun's group went to the 95th floor and beat the Dungeon King there, clearing the dungeon. That was not what I wanted to hear about, though. Haruka-kun won, against the Dungeon King. Before, he'd used tricks to fight, but ended up nearly killing himself in the process. Something was fundamentally broken about his approach. His body couldn't withstand his own strength. He had been reckless from the very start, trying to be the strongest even though he was weaker than everyone else. He'd almost died as a result. He didn't even hurt himself, said Angelica-san. He still fought above his limit. With more equipment, too, his will even stronger, Nefertiri-san chimed in. He fought monsters in the 90s while still being level 24. He hit his limit and fought regardless. Now I was hearing that he had gone further, gotten even stronger. I believed them. He'd never had a limit. Not really. When I first ran into Haruka-kun here, he was level 5, saving us in the monster forest with a rain of flames. I was so shocked that I couldn't understand what happened at first. We tried to go help him in the ultimate dungeon and ended up getting saved ourselves. The image of him fighting monster after monster in the deluge was forever frozen in my mind. I'm envious of him. He wasn't strong. His body was as weak as ever, yet he always won. Whatever limit existed, he'd always been above it, shouldering all the peril while acting like it was no big deal. He put on a strong face for our sakes. Why doesn't he ever tell us when it hurts? Asked Angelica-san. When he's hurting. That's why we're his slaves, to help him. Why doesn't he ever tell us? He kept fighting in his fragile, self-destructing body until he couldn't fight anymore. He abandoned his strength and learned to fight all over again so that he wouldn't destroy his own body. He got better and better until he was stronger than ever before. His body was still frail, but he had surpassed a whole new limit. His body can't handle the skills. Wouldn't putting on new equipment hurt him more? Angelica-san shook her head. He wasn't injured. He could actually fight. He controlled, succeeded. He still hurts. I know it's painful, I'm sure. He supplemented skills destructive enough to break his body with more equipment. He could still recover as soon as the burden was lifted, and so even though he was safe, he wasn't okay. He must have suffered an unbearable amount of pain. He'd done the same this whole time, taken on unthinkable horrors, suffered unimaginable injuries, and now he'd made it worse. With his frail body, all by himself, he bonked the Dungeon King. I'm sure he managed to break the monster's brain before his own body broke down, commented book club president. He's never fought along any calculable line. Even though he learned a way to fight without stressing his body, he decided to use even more skills than before. Even though he knew how much it hurt, he wanted more strength. Did he recover? Did the Dungeon King totally explode at his touch? Asked Vice Rep B. He's in good spirits, but I know he's faking. He was okay for now. Disaster could strike at any moment when fighting at this level. Agony, pain, suffering, he went through it alone. Despite everyone's worries, he went zooming around the lower dungeon floors in high spirits. The Dungeon King was a level 100 Shadow Claw. It was a shadow sword master in the shape of a human. It didn't contain the dreaded darkness, but just in case, Haruka-kun had gone off to fight it alone. The jet black shadow wielded a black greatsword and released pitch-black crows from its body. Yup, Haruka-kun enjoyed having his G***Ndam funnels dance around in an aerial duel with the shadow crows, while he went spinning through the air in a high-speed sword duel. He made many poses. He could have just fought, but instead, so many poses, sighed Dancer Girl. He's way too into it, the others exclaimed. A flying shadow swordsman was a dream come true for an overexcited, fantasy-loving middle school boy. They told us that he made all sorts of excited grunts and groans and hi-yas as he fought. He has God's sword, so that was unnecessary. Not only that, but with Dimension Blade, he didn't need to fly, either. Instead, he'd made a full-on anime duel out of it from start to finish. Even though it was pointless, he used his sword as a gauntlet while screaming to catch a blow. He could have just dodged. He's a total weeb, everyone yelled. He's using his superpowers to try to look cool. Haruka-kun must have had mutual interests with the Dungeon King. Maybe they would have been friends in another life. He played with that level 100 Dungeon King. He got stronger, and for all the pain he went through, all in all, he seemed like he'd had a lot of fun. We went back to the inn, listening to the tale from the Dungeon Emperors who'd got to go with him. We ran into Haruka-kun coming back from town buried in a mountain of orphans. You're heavy, too heavy. Tiny Tanuki, get out of there, you're making this too heavy. Don't call a lady heavy, Vice Rep C shouted, and I'm not a Tanuki. That's where she was? Haruka-kun continued to scream. The pile of kids must have been trying to bite him. He's getting a lot faster at carrying the orphan mountain, though. Wag, don't bite me, Tanuki. I'm not trying to do a round 2 in here. I mean, I was all like, don't make me use it. I will if I have to. That's not what this situation is. Read the room. Don't go flying across it. And stuff. Maybe the two situations were the same. The bigger problem was the it in the don't make me use it, since he was already using magic entanglement on everything. No, he wasn't bothering to hide that part. Today's dinner was grilled beef bowls. Dinner was the true battlefield. Yup, we'd need to do one more set. Why, Ike's ummy. We took the round-bellied orphans into the bath, washed them until they were sparkling clean, and dried them off so they wouldn't catch colds. Oh, wow, are those new towels? They dried amazingly well. Haruka-kun must have imbued them with absorption. Otherwise, using a towel alone wouldn't be enough to dry hair. I'll need to order one. Night, kids. Good night. We went back to the bath and started our girls' meeting. The topic of discussion was the new ability Magic Thread. It's squirmy, sticky, slippery, slimy. My head burst. I don't know, don't understand, my vision went white. Bearble, 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 bearble. That sounded rough. A lotion scolding and spanking. The two of them nearly died many times last night. For a dungeon emperor to be on the verge of death all night long, maybe they were actually weak. I couldn't even get measured with that, hell no. You can't tell where you're getting touched or with what. I don't know why I was so sensitive to it. Every inch of my skin tingled. Yeah, it was like an electric current was running around my whole body. I couldn't think straight. The magic thread was powerful enough to do that to maidens without lascivious or sex god or vibration or sensitivity activated. His powers were already wild, and now they'd surpassed wild. Tonight we are going to die, lose our minds. I just want a bathing suit. No matter how crazy it is, I can handle it. I'll take it. The only two remaining victims were the swim team duo. Haruka-kun built the pool for their sakes and had made swimsuits for everyone, no matter how embarrassing it was for him. He didn't do it so the rest of us could hang out at the pool, but so that they could swim. That was why he was making suits for the two of them tonight. The tentacles have, the two of you all to themselves. They made the 5 of us faint. It's just the 2 of you. You'll be feeling their power in a 5-2 ratio. Eek, shut up, I'm already on the verge of tears. Haruka-kun used a variety of knits and fabric types so far. Tonight, he planned to make adjustments while the bathing suits were on. He was gonna make the magic thread rustle and slither all over their bodies to change the whole mold into a seamless suit. Whole garments seem free, knitwear fitted. What kind of technology is this? He had achieved the peak of clothes making. A peak so high that the bodies being fitted stood no chance at surviving the precise and penetrating technologies. He was going to send an infinite number of slim threads slithering over their bodies, wriggling and coming together into a single suit. Yeah, that was what was coming for them. We had our picnic tomorrow, we just had to make the final adjustments to the schedule. The swim team duo went off to Haruka-kun's room in tears, tense with anticipation for the supreme swimsuit fitting sesh. I'll go pick them up later. They wouldn't be able to walk by the time he was finished. Not a chance. Day 89. Night. We were fine until the ultimate finale, when the pecking ruined everything. White loser in. Now that was a fine fight, a fight befitting of a fine teenage fellow such as myself. That shadow claw had been the ideal opponent. It was a jet-black shadow that wielded a sword as dark as night and sent pitch-black crows at its adversaries. It really understood me, you know. I flew around the room clashing against its greatsword, while my G*N-dam funnels engaged in aerial combat with the feisty crows. That monster knew what I liked. Being able to activate my funnels to fend off the crows while executing high-speed movement maneuvers in a sword fight? This was the best practice I'd ever gotten. I wove and danced through the air, controlling my shoulder shields as I crossed blades with the obsidian shadow warrior. I mean, the shadow was wielding a gigantic katana. He got me. He really got me. I felt 15 all over again. I went straight back to middle school with all its ensuing diseases. Despite the level of difficulty, it was incredibly valuable to have a battle in which I used body control and strengthening with entanglement while manipulating the shoulder shields. The thrill of constantly analyzing the surrounding space while responding to multiple moving targets, maintaining control over magic entanglement while engaging in a dance of blades. I feel like I kinda got the hang of it. It was a different kind of fight. It was about positioning. The logic of the battle was ruled by getting better positioning, better timing, and attacking at the correct time and place. It felt strange. I was starting to see things I had never noticed before. I had so many abilities, but I was only now getting the hang of them. I was able to look down at myself and my movements from above and observe myself objectively. Oh, and I did a lot of sick poses. That was important. I mean, come on, 9 shadows rose into figures and charged at me, and when I cut them down, the shadow crows flew out of nowhere. That thing got me. I've got a serious sickness now. It was so important that I finished the fight with a farewell thanks to you. I've reached higher heights than ever before. Hess. The 2 ladies glared at me, though. At my various dope poses I struck in the middle of the fight. I'm a big fan of glares, but I didn't appreciate their judginess. What was the point of a badass pose if it didn't convey my badassery? You were so close to being perfect, I sighed. If your crows hadn't tried to peck at me in the end, I was going to ask you to be my friend. When they started pecking, I accidentally bonked you. Our swords were locked together as I said, "Your life is mine, become my prey." Then I got pecked, and I bonked. That really stung. You made real shadow crows appear, but they were smokescreens. Up until then, they were just illusions. Oh, but I suppose you can make the illusions take physical shape. Is Shadow Scowl an upgraded version of the thing where Maid Girl glares at me from the shadows? The Shadow Claw understood my vibe right down to its drop item. Calling it a good friend wouldn't be wrong. I mean, it had the perfect item to make a teenage boy's heart throb when he had middle school fever. The Shadow Cloak, speed, dexterity plus 30%, Shadow Crows, Shadow Incarnation, Shadow Manipulation, Shadow Manifestation, Shadow Magic, Shadow Scowl, Presence Isolation. I combined the Shadow Cloak into my cloak, but tabled upgrading it with Mithril. I wanted to, but that would drastically increase the burden on wisdom in combat. Even Maid Girl rarely used shadow magic. It was a real pain to use. I was this close to being a teenage boy who got to literally hide in the shadows, which sounded very suspicious and perilous for my sex appeal. I felt a presence outside of my room and heard a knock on the door. It was Miss Armor Rep, Dancer Girl, and the swim duo. "We're back, we brought them. Now we will blindfold." Everyone ordered towels. "Heya, let's get started right away, shall we? I mean, Fish Girl and Nudist Girl. And I wonder why you two seem to be questioning your role as blindfolds, huh? I question how good a blindfold is while it's having an existential crisis, but you guys are worse. Come in, I guess. Excuse us, and why can you still not get our names right? I filled up the tub, closed my eyes, and started using Area Analyze. The entire space filled my consciousness, with all the contained objects manifesting in my awareness. Well, I didn't need to use Area Analyze to know that 2 girls were taking off their clothes, and 2 others were trying to tear my eyelids open. First, draw a design for your bikinis. I'm gonna go all out in making them, wielding all my manufacturing prowess. But remember, these are for fun, right? If you want to go all out swimming or racing, you need to use the other ones I made you. I could also upgrade your school swimsuits. Although the fact that I'm a teenage boy making school swimsuits and putting them on for high school girls has already done enough damage to my sex appeal. Still, I can upgrade those if you want. Yes, please. I needed to do it all at once. For these 2, I needed to do serious, precise labor and take-minute, thorough measurements. I didn't have leeway to go easy on them. The adjustments and revisions would max out in terms of intensity. I made school swimsuits for Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl and had them swim to confirm the necessary water resistance for the fabric. Things got a bit squirmy midway through, but I gathered plenty of data. The 2 of them were terrible at swimming. I supposed it made sense because they never took modern swim lessons. Terrible swimmers, but still very fast. They had sky-high stats and a crazy swimming style that threatened to tear the swimsuits in half and put insane amounts of water pressure on the fabric. We're talking jet ski levels. They did some crazy fusion of the butterfly and breaststroke. The swimsuits barely managed to hang on to the 2 of them, at least until I took them off for some immeasurable, teenage boy, water-breaking, teenage boy activities. Anyhow, this design should be able to take the water pressure. These 2 were competitive swimmers. Nudist Girl had been a candidate for Japan's Olympic team. Fish Girl, meanwhile, learned everything she knew from Nudist Girl. Fish Girl didn't have the body for swimming, so she could only compete on the national level, but she'd learned everything there was to know about swimming technique from Nudist Girl. In this world, they were now powered up by their level 100 plus stats. After testing, I renovated the 50-meter pool into a 500-meter pool, which was still too short for them. That was how quickly and powerfully they swam. I had to do it all at once, precisely fit their bodies with needle-thin thread and minimize all gaps in the fit, no matter how much they moved. For that purpose, exact measurements were indispensable. I had to scrutinize every millimeter of their bodies, precisely measuring the size and movement range of every muscle. Then I had to poke and shake their bodies as I draped them with fabric. Next, I pushed and rubbed and adjusted and corrected them over and over again in a steady rhythm of adjustments. Then I soaked them in a glorious fitting. To account for the intensity of the water pressure, I had to blast them with a furious stream of fluid to model the dynamics of liquid all over their bodies. I needed to do my most intense measuring yet. I've heard the legendary saying, if you're going to do it, bring calamity upon the universe in one fell swoop, never bit by bit. I did try bit by bit with the mean girls, and admittedly, it hadn't worked at all. I needed to bring calamity in one fell swoop. Magic hands, do your worst. Plunk. Calamity fell, as did their bodies. Their moist eyes seemed to be staring off at some faraway land, probably to tomorrow, when they'd finally get to swim. Where are their pupils? They probably were getting teary-eyed because they had spent their whole lives swimming. After being separated from the water for 3 months, they could finally, hang on, were they drooling. As a teenage boy, I'd rather not be seen fiddling with teenage girls' bodies, but I need to do one more round of adjustments. I endlessly measured, adjusted, and fitted their swimsuits. It was a bit tricky, given that they kept twitching after they'd passed out, but I tried to control my magic hands as gently as possible as I made the necessary revisions. It's so strange the way they can writhe and bend their backs like that even though they're unconscious. At least with that much muscle contraction, I could get the exact measurements I needed. It's great, except for how terrible this looks. Yeah, what's up with that? By the time I put them in the wave tub, they were completely immobile. Even their faces were slack. I gave them sports bra-style bikinis, sturdy designs that could handle plenty of water flow and pressure. For the school swimsuits, I reached the pinnacle of precise craft and creation technique in cumulative glorious constructions. These remodeled swimsuits were every bit on the level of competitive suits, so why was I getting yelled at? What the hell are you doing? Why are you pinning down girls who are unconscious and twitching by the arms and legs? You stuffed mushrooms in their mouths too. Nothing is okay about this. No one will ever marry them now, not after making those expressions. And what did you do to the school swimsuits? Oh, hello there, Miss Angry Rep. I got as close to perfect as I possibly could, and somehow she was still dissatisfied. If I didn't pin down their arms and legs, they might bump their heads on the rim of the tub and all. That was dangerous. For the tub. Well, fainting and unconsciousness is a biological mystery, along with dark scientific secrets behind lolling tongues. You were like this too, class rep. Actually, you were quite a bit more intense. Your face was, well, once I stuffed a mushroom into your mouth, you were all right. Even after fainting, some powerful force within you persisted, so no matter how many times you collapsed, you kept muttering, don't stop, while you were twitching and moaning and bouncing around. I did my best, you know. Nod, nod. Rattle, rattle. Jiggle, jiggle. Bounce, bounce. Vice Rep B was joining in on the response, understandably so. Oh crap, bloodlust. WHWHY. Ag, what are you talking about? Why, you did it, it's all your fault. Are you saying you were watching me? You were watching. How dare you, eek, wah. Bonk, smash, thrash, screech, splurg, splatter, smush, slice. She heated up, as in beat me up. It was certainly a beating and was certainly executed with a morning star. Meanwhile, Fish Girl and Nudist Girl had regained consciousness. They were red-faced and teary-eyed, but happily enjoying the scene before them. Yeah, class rep was blood red and real mad. Day 90. Morning. It was a bunch of overprotective teenage girls overcomplaining about bikinis and a real orphan tilt-a-whirl. Monster Forest. The Monster Forest, the realm of demons. To enter this forest was to exit the world of human civilization and enter the realm of monsters, to intrude on their domain, to leave behind the society of humans. Damn, this neighborhood has a bad reputation. They talk all about it in the intro lectures at the guild. The neighboring villages do too. Jiggle, jiggle. Come on, it's got a road and everything. The hard-working demon scythes cleared the woods here, and a hard-working, very good teenage boy paved the road. You could express your gratitude, but instead, the hard-working, swimsuit-crafting, good teenage boy was subjected to a bonking of outrageous violence. That was pure terror. We followed the road through the woods, taking out any monsters lurking in the surrounding trees along the way. After trimming the forest, the demon scythes cleared the way for a road straight through to my cave. They demanded a ton of sweets as compensation. Can demon scythes gain weight? The carriage shook, nothing else shook. Nobody's fat, I was just thinking. We advanced through the woods, heading for home sweet home. All the girls were praising the scythes and giving them sweets. How about some praise for the boy who paved the road? Haruka-kun, why is there a sunlight-dappled, stone-paved road in the monster forest? I'm sure the monsters are just as surprised as I am. I invited Mr. Meridad and Mrs. Muramuri, too, only because I dropped by their place yesterday, of course. Mrs. Muramuri ran the orphanage, and Mr. Meridad was the business administrator, so they were close with the orphans. Plus, I had built a house in their domain without their permission. This way I could show them why I was qualified to do so. This is the way we came over to Amui all those weeks ago, isn't it? Yeah, and now it looks like a tourist attraction. This was the exact path we took. Wow, I remember that so well. All of a sudden it's a nicely paved street. When we last came this way, it was overrun with monsters, and now we can go on a pleasant day trip. The way the forest is so nicely thinned out, Haruka-kun put some real artistry into this. Yeah, the sunshine definitely isn't supposed to come through the canopy like this in a monster forest. The girls chatted about the good old days in the forest. We enjoyed a pleasant carriage ride, with my 6G** Endam funnels out on patrol just to be safe. The orphans were also enjoying the ride. Are we sure it's okay for the orphans' first field trip to be to the monster forest? No, it's not okay, but it's also the only place to go to out on the frontier. Yeah, the kids from the capital haven't ever really gotten to go out and explore nature. They seem happy about it. I'm more concerned about the education they're getting from the blood-curdling screams of the goblins the carriage is running over. Poster girl and stalker girl had come along in the hopes of going for a swim in the pool, and were also enjoying their first time in the monster forest. The sunlit road created an elegant contrast with the towering mushroom and moss-covered trees of the shadowy woods. We peacefully proceeded down the stone path through the ancient, untrodden woods. My home being in territory untrodden by humans was the most worrisome part. Didn't all us humans come here before? Alrighty, we're going to take a little break for breakfast in the forest park up ahead, I called. Yale. He made a park in the forest. He's giving the monsters modern amenities. Unfortunately, the monsters didn't have any time to enjoy their amenities since they'd gotten cut down along with all the trees. It wasn't really a public park, either. I know. It was stingy of me. Thanks for all the food. Wiggle wiggle. The kids stood before a sea of assorted sandwiches. Meanwhile, my classmates charged at the food with wild abandon. There were no overflowing compression shorts to distract them today, so the guys were going all out too. By the way, I called, I got all your sizes down to a T, so there's no excuse for not being able to fit into clothes anymore. Bikinis don't cover the stomach though, so it's all you can inflate there. Hey, swimming will burn all the calories we eat now, so it's fine. They intended to ration their exercise but not their appetites. This was an endless battle without a victory, but I supposed they'd gotten more fit overall. Maybe they were in the right? Fantasy worlds are amazing. Hang on, you have to put on the swimsuits before you swim. They're gonna expand. Didn't we tell you to shut your mouth? I sped up the carriage after we finished breakfast, and we headed straight for my cave. I was a bit disappointed. There were no sexy female knights in my glamour model glorious haughty female knight, enthusiastic reception, DX rolling SB liner carriage with the Imperial Guard here and all. I knew that women could take a while to get ready, but this wait exceeded all expectations. Wow. I supposed Royal Girl, Maid Girl, Marimary, and Elf Girl had all never seen a pool before. They couldn't move for some reason. You gotta move to burn those calories. Standing still isn't helping. This is like a freaking water park, the girls shouted. Yeah, this is a whole different level from what I was expecting. I mean, I needed a pool big enough to handle your level 100 plus stats, so this was necessary, I protested. We've got 100 orphans, so I needed to make the kids section big too, and there had to be space for the water slide. Anyhow, the land already had a natural slope, so it was easy to make diving boards and water slides to get into the pool. You know. Making the fancy version took the same amount of effort as an ordinary backyard pool would. I rolled with it and went all out. It was also, like, by the time I finished, I realized I had already gone a bit overboard. I also mass-produced colorful inner tubes and floats out of waterproof cloth. I lined deck chairs and tables up poolside and used all wood to give off a high-class Bali resort kind of vibe. Yeah, I made water hyacinth pattern sofas, baby. The girls took the orphans around the pool and then went straight in via water slide. The meatheads kept jumping in off the diving boards. As expected, they appreciated that I built them so high. Man, they would have even pissed off N. The girls changed into colorful bikinis, creating a diverse, flourishing world of varied bouncing and jiggling as they jumped around. That was some hard work, I thought. The pool was inundated with a flowering flood of gorgeous girls, with their smooth, sparkling skin catching the eye even more than their colorful swimsuits, although not as much as the various shaking objects, but there weren't any wardrobe malfunctions. That's how hard I worked. Now what do you want to do? Class rep asked the orphans. Water slide, they all shouted. Agreed, yelled the girls. Water splashed up to the sky. Thick thighs shot into the pool. Appreciated body parts appeared. Sumptuous skin dripped as everyone played their hearts out. Let's grab floats and go swimming now. Get one of the big boats, too. Woohoo! The swim team duo were giving swimming lessons to the orphans in the shallow pool. Royal Girl, Maid Girl, and Marimurray also joined, not as teachers but participants. Hang on, I thought they weren't going to swim. I didn't give them the fully modified bikinis. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl joined in, too, and were learning freestyle. Poster Girl and Stalker Girl also joined the lesson, but I couldn't possibly use the magic thread on them, so I'd given them two-piece swimming suits. I used Jupiter Eye to evaluate their sizes, so the suits still fit them way better than any standard size on the market. There wasn't any risk of them tearing their swimsuits just by moving around, so it wasn't a big deal. We all assumed that the Fantasy World group would suck at swimming, but 2 minutes later, Elf Girl is doing the butterfly in the competitive pool. Rock on. Jiggle jiggle. Within 5 minutes, the nerds were lounging on the deck chairs. Are you guys high schoolers? This seemed a little age inappropriate. Are y'all old dudes? I got that they were tired, but the real old dude, Mr. Meridad, was getting all cozy with Mrs. Muramuri in the hot tub. I'd have to blow him up later. I thought I'd go for a swim, but when I walked over to the pool, I saw a tentacles prohibited sign. Since when was tentacular discrimination a thing? Seriously, who put up the no squirmy squirmy? And do not throw lotion into the pool signs, not that I would, but still. Wiggle wiggle. I got on a raft and drifted around with Slimy. Within seconds, the orphans, who had learned to swim at the astonishing speed that only children can, started surrounding me. Orphan torpedoes, I gasped. The sheer technique, they've got me surrounded. No, calm down. Focus. The water should have slowed down their maneuverability. I won't get held down by the water. I'll hold on to the water instead. Yep, I let my magic penetrate the entire pool until I had all the water withholding. After that, I only needed to wash them all away with water magic.
Image summary, manga illustration featuring two women in swimwear. The top panel shows a woman laughing joyfully while splashing in water, and the bottom panel shows a woman reclining calmly on a poolside lounge.
Whirlpool, whirl these pool children away from me. Water magic, spiral wave. Hang on, I'm using water magic, but it's just giving them a good wash. Stop using water magic on the children. They just learned to swim. They could drown. Wahoo! Soon I was surrounded by bikini-clad guardians, a bunch of psyched-up complainers. Psych, there were no wardrobe malfunctions, even in the whirlpool. My swimsuits were that good. They were too close, things were touching me. If any of them start to drown, I have my tentacles. Plus, I can see 360 degrees with Jupiter Eye, and wisdom allows me to grasp the individual situation of each of them perfectly. My tentacles are the perfect, squirmy safety net, you know. Didn't you see the sign that said tentacles are prohibited, and you need to save the kids before they drown, obviously? My idea was shot down. The kids were having a blast riding the big wave, but the girls weren't willing to get on board. They were close and surrounding me and poking me. Now I couldn't get out of the pool for various teenage reasons. Come on, let me save the kids to wash away the tentacles' bad name and wrigglingly reclaim the tentacular glory of squirmy, swirly, and stuff. Your tentacles aren't lifesavers, they're maiden slayers. Surrounded by prismatic floral and polka dot pattern bikinis created with the pattern printability, I was amid a very squishy, high-density, high-skin ratio, psych anti-tentacle lecture stampede. It was none other than the thrilling show, Gadzooks, Swimsuit Teenage Stampede, featuring a lecture and special guests, the Surfing Orphans. Come on, big bro, more. Spin around, you little children. Spin and swirl in the mighty waves transcending the might of whirling typhoons and yay. And stuff. We were spinning. They were having a blast. As was I in a very objective sense, with the ratio of bare skin squishing up against me, but I did not have the leeway to take a step back and observe the kids from a distance. BBB butts butting against me, this isn't like, oh, you accidentally backed into me. This is like, your ass is assessing my beauted body. I think you're trying to headbutt me, but with your butts, it's very squishy. Stop spinning the kids like that, don't make a whirlpool. Okay, I got it. I'll stop so you stop too. I mean, it's not what you think, as in it was exactly what you think. I'll stop the spinning so you stop the molesting. You grow. I mean, you know, I mean, come on, I did everything I could to prevent wardrobe malfunctions for you. We're not molesting you. The pool was so wide. Why couldn't I use 10 tentacles? I needed to fight back against these anti-tentacle protesters, or we'd all be in trouble. After that, it was barbecue time. How could you go camping and not have a barbecue? It wasn't a barbecue on the beach, but a poolside barbecue was a good enough barbecue. A meat and mushroom barbecue. A shish kebab barbecue. A rice ball and grilled rice ball barbecue. Barbecue, 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 barbecue. Thanks for the food. Jiggle, jiggle. The orphans had been much paler than expected after washing away all the dark grit and grime they'd had on their skin when I first met them. Now that they were eating well and their blood circulation had improved, they were still too pale. Even after coming to the frontier, they worked so hard every day that they rarely had time to play outside. After work, they helped with all the chores at the inn, too. That didn't make them good kids. Good kids needed to play and laugh until they couldn't move anymore. They'd spent their whole lives in the shadowy slums of the capital and were now working their butts off in the frontier. They needed to play. They needed to eat their fill, play until they couldn't move a muscle, go back home with smiles on their faces, and then play again until they fell asleep. I made sure to feed them properly. Today, I made doubly sure I cooked more than enough. Day 90. Noon. They required a relative ratio and raised resistance, so it's not my fault things got all slippery. Monster Forest. The Cave. Home sweet home. Miss Armor Rep, Dancer Girl, and Slimy all had their own rooms. It was our house. Slimy's room was like a weird automaton cat house, but he liked jiggling around in there. I wanted everything to look good, so I constructed the whole house in an Art Deco style, Slimy's room included. Was he going to get any visitors in there? While Miss Armor Rep in her black bikini, Dancer Girl in her white bikini, and but naked Slimy were all romping around outside, I tried shutting myself in. I cleaned up and started prepping dinner. I had everything I needed in terms of cookware and dishware. It was hard to believe this cave was going to see over 100 guests. Whatever happened to my loner life? My gosh, I don't have the time to get attacked by a loitering, huffy bikini beauty right now. I'm too busy. Or at least I'm not a shut-in or anything, so cleaning is a big problem, so give me 30 minutes. For cleaning, obviously, definitely, don't wield the broom and mop like swords. Why yeah, I made those. Shadow Incarnate, Shadow Crows, go. Kerbonk Kopink. A Dungeon King's techniques wouldn't work on Dungeon Emperors. Yeah, the shadows were getting bonked. They couldn't hit my Shadow Incarnate though, so it would have been faster if I got the hell out of there. I thought it would take 30 minutes, but when I tested out the grotesque necklace last night, the furious, fiendish excitement might have been a bit too much for them. Yeah, I very much did boost the poisonous glove with all its ailment inflictions with my sensitivity-boosting lascivious-imbued tentacles. If I put in any additional stimulation, their jerks and writhes would have knocked down the walls. We broke my redesigned, double-strengthened, alchemy-upgraded bed. Clean in too. I had no regrets. My sticky, slippery tentacles entangled Miss Armor Rep's white skin, crawled all over and caressed Dancer Girl's amber skin. I may have gone a bit overboard with the sensations and the dripping and twitching fury, causing the glowing, sticky naked bodies to writhe and faint in a frenzy. This fluid-covered, sticky teenage boy smashed the bed in two out of loneliness. Yeah, I strengthened it with magic steel thread, and it still broke. Turns out I need to upgrade fantasy, world beds with mithril. Well, it's hard to dispel the idea that a teenage boy who grows tentacles and spouts sticky fluid is bound to have sex appeal challenges. Also, why do I suspect that perversion and grotesque morphosis aren't helping? Jiggle jiggle. Maybe it was because we woke up so early or that they were out of strength, but they didn't attempt a morning revenge. I had a lot pent up in teenage boy terms after seeing all those bikinis and being pressed against by so much bare skin, no more fun for me. Night was a long way away. Okay, all clean, I'll go swimming. Today's a day off, so the kids don't need to help, they can just play. I need to show the kids that playing is okay. Wiggle wiggle. Ah, nice wiggle, Slimy. I was sure a lot more jiggling awaited me in the pool. So much jiggling that the nerds had to practically vanish into thin air. It'll defeat the whole purpose of meeting the furry chicks if they hide like that. I built a separate pool for the orphan girls out of eye shot with plenty of anti-nerd repellent defenses. Far away from the kids, the meatheads were jumping into the water. I didn't need to worry about those guys hitting themselves in the head because they couldn't become any stupider. I did need to worry on the safety front, though. They kept using earth magic to throw the orphan boys off of higher and higher ledges. Maybe I'll take all the water out of the pool the moment the meatheads jump next time. Haruka-kun, is everything ready? Let us know if you need anything. The inner tubes are super popular, so all the kids are fine. They don't need that many people to watch them, so we can come help. No, everything's done, I said. It's an energy recovery menu, pasta and mushrooms a la carte. Despite the a la carte menu, I'm anticipating an anti-a la carte, aka order everything, stampede from the teenagers, so I got plenty of giant plates ready. They're strengthened to prevent plate smashing too, although it's faster to make extra regular plates. I explained the deal to class rep, who was in her red bikini. It was black a few seconds ago, but she enjoyed playing with the prismatic fabric. I could charge 50,000 ale for 30 minutes to stand next to this pool and still get people lined up. I mean, I would buy those tickets. Maybe even a season pass. This was my house though, so who could I buy them from? Slimy was floating in the pool with Vice Rep B. I'd love to go into detail about what else was floating and how, but my senses told me I was currently surrounded by aquatic morning star mite. I've experienced this bonking from Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl before. Meanwhile, a column of water rose up out of the 500-meter competitive pool. As suspected, Fish Girl and Nudist Girl were swimming, looked like they were having a good time. They were like different people. Normally, competitive swimmers didn't splash when they swam. They moved efficiently, so they left behind a quiet stream. Water blasted up behind the kicking feet of those two. Their transformed bodies were having a very different effect on the water despite using the same technique. They had much more strength and speed, but their arms and legs were the same length. Only their motors had gotten stronger, causing a veritable vortex to rampage behind their legs. Hey, should I make some tail fins for y'all? I'll include webbed fingers for a complete fish anthropomorphosis plan. Hey, Haruka-kun, we got a lot stronger, so we can't keep good form like we used to, but swimming with strength is fine, right? Yeah, it's kinda hard to swim I'm barely moving. The water resistance feels so weak that I can't get a grasp on it. Yup, the water resistance wasn't enough for their level 100 plus bodies. The fact that water felt so light to them now meant that they couldn't swim in it the same way humans couldn't swim through air. There is a solution, you know. Really? Before long, they were swimming, properly swimming, just like what I'd seen back in school every day. The two of them swam their hearts out. Their shadows darted across the water. They looked like they belonged there in the pool. Seeing them swim like that really took me back. I'm sure they felt it too, nostalgia, wistfulness, and anger. What? Why are they swimming in a pool full of lotion? What'll we do if the kids try to imitate that? I bumped up the viscosity by dumping in lotion. That was the only way for them to get a workout. Their bodies had changed too much from back then. I mean, how else was I supposed to slurpee, raise, squirm, the relative squirmy resistance slurp? I mean, sure, they'll be dripping and glistening in wet lotion when they get out of the pool, but what else was I supposed to do? I can't believe I dismissed the combination of school swimsuits and lotion. Let me keep a recording of this forever in my brain. I don't care if it's helping them swim. This is way too much. Everyone got tired and went to take a rest. I passed around some tropical juice in glasses garnished with various types of fruit for a multicolored mocktail. Since foods taste different to humans depending on the appearance, the fruit topping also helped add extra flavor. They were technically fruits from the monster forest, so they weren't tropical, but the monster forest was jungle-esque. At least they can't lecture me while they're drinking juice. Here's your towel, I said to Elf Girl. How was your first time in the pool? The crowd of teenage girls lay out on the deck chairs, exposing themselves to the sun in their brightly colored bikinis. Of course, that was when the previously vaporized nerds decided to go swimming, although they probably couldn't get out of the pool anymore. No matter the stimuli, they were fine when vaporized, but they were way too sensitive now that they were in 3 dimensions. "It's so much fun," replied Elf Girl. "Swimming is the best, it's like a dream. This is like a never-ending dream come true." Given how long she was sick, I understood why she was so happy. All the times I'd stuffed a fat mushroom into her mouth had been worth it in the end. "I'm glad you all learned to swim," I said to Royal Girl, Maid Girl, and Marimuri. "If you couldn't, then all the effort I put into the upgraded bikinis for you would have been for nothing. Here, towel and juice." "Thank you." We had to have the same outfits as everyone else. Making the princess wear something so revealing is a revolting disgrace, but swimming is fun, said Maid Girl. The 3 of them were high-leveled to begin with. Those levels jumped higher after they started fighting in dungeons and training with my classmates. Forget the swimsuits. It put a strain on their ordinary clothes. Only prismatic spellstone-coated fabrics could withstand their strength. The orphans are all sleeping. They must be so tired. It's totally the first time they've gotten to play so much. I'm glad that they can laugh so much now. Look at their smiling little faces. I had laid out beach towels for the orphans to lounge on and gave out a towel and a juice to each member to the Orphan Protection Squad. Now, let's see, just how long were those idiots going to keep jumping? They were over 30 feet in the air now. How were they not hurting themselves? Maybe I'll drain the pool when they jump. It's your guys' day off too, I told Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl, so go ahead and hang out with everyone. I don't know how to explain to everyone that you can have fun and join everyone else who's having a day off in a fantasy world like this, but that's normal back where I come from. If you get invited to a party, it's good manners to enjoy yourself. Thank you. The 2 of them could converse fluently with Slimy nowadays. While their sentences were a little stilted, we could all converse. They still spoke overly politely to me, but maybe that was simply the way they talked. How did they learn polite speech when nobody else around here was remotely polite? After a long rest, everyone went back into the pool, screaming their heads off as they went down the water slide and splashed into the pool. The orphans playing, the teenagers who should have been enjoying life all along instead of fighting in countless bloody battles, they were having a blast. I wished this could be normal and not just a one-day thing. 1 more hour until dinner, I called. We're going back after eating, so get your fun in now, 'kay? Well, I'll make it a heated pool so you can come back anytime. Okay, everyone shouted. Everyone was enjoying themselves. All that pain I went through making those bikinis had been worth it. Where to rest my eyes was still a precarious matter, as a teenage boy and all. All of those lounging, bikini-clad bodies leaped up from their towels, jiggled over to me, and asked to take a towel home. They giggled exclamations about how well they dried and wiped their perky butts down comprehensively. I shouldn't have been looking in the first place. It was a precarious world of 360-degree, high-def, scantily clad body vision with surround sound. I had already seen it all. I'd checked the bikinis after having made them blindfolded. But when surrounded by a crowd of them like this, where was a teenage boy to look? I couldn't stay there. I had to leave. Quick, dinner. Thanks for the food, everyone shouted. It's so weird being back at this cave. Hang on, since when was it so big? It used to be like camping. Now it's a beach resort. It turned into a freaking luxury hotel. Our original rooms are still there. This is the living room where we slept at first, right? Wait a second, what kind of luxury life were you all leading in the monster forest? Gasped the nerds. Well, it was really hard to get to this point. Yeah, after you guys left, it was real wilderness survival. Thanks for everything you did. No, I mean, we just set up a tent back then. I'm sure living in a tent was tough after you saw this cave. He made my own room. That's great. He made me one too. Show us later. Boink boink. Even Slimy has his own room. Didn't the cave used to have a modernist vibe? Now it's like a tropical resort. Wow, Haruka-kun made all those individual rooms. I wanna see. Everyone started exploring my house in groups of 2 or 3, or exploring my dungeon, one or the other. The dungeon emperors in here are fearsome, so don't try to clear out the floors, K. I don't think we would attempt to defeat a dungeon that has literally 3 bonking dungeon emperors in it. You must be pretty guilty if you need to make a house that's more dangerous than any dungeon. Slimy's room was popular with the orphans, but they were the only ones small enough to play in it. I had set it up to be a maze-like series of ladders and holes and monkey bars. A cat playground, Slime Edition. It was an Art Deco play space, currently overrun with little children. I decided to make the kids a playground next. Meanwhile, the girls had split up into tea parties in Miss Armor Rep's Art Deco European-style room with a canopy bed, and Dancer Girl's Egyptian-style room with Middle Eastern carpets, fabrics, and sculpture. Mrs. Muramuri lived up to her reputation as an experienced mother and played with the kids as they clung to her. The teenagers had trouble taking on the role of parents, but the kids looked safe and sound with her, and the useless Mr. Meridad. I should have invited his advisor instead. We put the sleepy kids back on the carriage and went back to town. The girls were all exhausted, too, but they had satisfied looks on their faces. I thought we all deserved a true day off like this. We were all high schoolers. This sort of lifestyle should have been the norm, not fighting against monsters. Time to go home. Well, this technically was my home, but town was everyone's true home. I was still having problems paying rent, though. Just how long would they let my tab accumulate? I used every penny I had on this party. Yikes, right. Day 90. Evening. Looks like they should have aimed for getting summoned into 2 dimensions, not a fantasy world. Planes. I didn't want to get on a carriage full of those chumps, but I did. Chumps as in nerds. Did you decide? I asked them. Yeah, we're gonna head to the capital. It's over to the east, so we can always come back here. We'll have people to train with over there. Plus, even if the dungeons are small, we can't just leave them there. We'll be able to crush any dungeons up to 50 floors. For having empty skulls, the meatheads sure seem to have thought it through. Their excuses, that is. I know you're just after the macho soldier chicks, you bastards. You're never interested in girls, so I thought your story was on the path to BL until you lost your cool. Now you're so hot I thought you were gonna go Phoenix and burn to ashes. Who knew you were into Amazonians? I guess you hadn't met anyone like that. I dunno, man. Skinny types never got me going. Yeah, I feel like frail chicks would snap in too, you know. They need to be able to fight. For sure, I gotta be able to tell that they can fight for themselves at first glance. When they put it that way, none of the girls in our class looked like they could fight to the death at first glance, even thought there were buff sports chicks among them. Thank God, then we'd have terrorists in our class. I mean, if you're into strength, the girls in our class are stronger, I pointed out. They're beautiful, too, and they win in terms of sheer, overwhelming power, especially when you measure lecture power. Their lecture power is too strong. I suppose they liked tall, macho chicks. Oh, who were ready to fight to the death at moment's notice. A girl like that would terrify me. I'd keep their tastes secret. Oda Kun, your guy's trip is hella long, ain't it? Well, we've got a ship, so that helps. Of course y'all nerds are going, I said. I mean, beast ears and all. Of course you're going for the furries. The nerds have an official invitation from the Beast Kingdom, so make sure to bring yours too, meatheads. No, the official invitation was addressed to the black-haired commander. I'm pretty sure you threatened to sink our ship unless we brought back Miso. Plus, the invitation requested the princess be in attendance. We've got a long way to go. First, we need to bring them aid as well as bring goods to the market. Okay, well, I know you guys won't be able to talk, so how about I graffiti furries be my bride, and I 3 beast girls, on the side of the ship. That'll turn them against us, please don't. I'd heard an envoy had come to the capital to thank us for the aid we'd sent, and the letter of thanks had been passed along to us. If we could stabilize relations between the Kingdom of Diorel and the Beast Kingdom, then official parties would be sent to each nation, designating the black-haired commander as the primary leader. Yeah, because of that move we'd made, everyone thought the black-haired commander oversaw and was allies with the nerds. What a stain on my reputation. The kingdom had also received requests for aid from the Beast Kingdom. Unprincipled pirates started roaming the rivers recently, so we decided to send the nerds and their sturdy ship. That worked well enough, given they were pirates themselves. An otaku king of the pirates. No, I don't think there are any otakus that aggressive in Japan. Forgetting the whole black-haired commander thing, we had an invitation. The Beast Kingdom exported rice and soy sauce, but they'd never sold well in this region before. To the resource poor, export poor Beast Kingdom, the renaissance of cooking using soy sauce and akazake was a huge economic boon. I'd happily go shopping there if the Beast Kingdom also had miso, tofu, and bonito flakes, but I needed to prioritize the dungeons here first. I couldn't move just yet. That was why I had sent the nerds to do my shopping. In addition to them having a boat, they were treated as heroes over in the Beast Kingdom. Or more like, I needed to make up an excuse or they'd never get over there. As mad as their passion was for two-dimensional beast ears, they got weirdly shy once three-dimensional ones had appeared. Maybe they should have hoped for a two-dimensional summoning rather than a real-life fantasy world. You gotta stay here, huh? Nerd A asked. The dungeons are getting stronger or something. Yeah, dude, are you gonna be okay? I mean I have Miss Armor Rep and Slimy, then you add in Dancer Girl. With that trio, nothing is okay. This fantasy world is screwed. Like, running to the edge of the world won't save you. These weapons are impossible to use. That's what it'd take to finish them off, so, yeah, there's absolutely no hope for any of us. In that sense, I suppose you're right. I tried making the guys my human test subjects for an experiment. The moment they held the universe staff, it drained all their MP and they collapsed. All of them were fast asleep and out of the fight in half a second. They needed holding or some other thought manipulation skill to be able to wield it. Given that it had wiped out all the guys, I didn't want to test it out on the girls. Miss Armor Rep, Dancer Girl, and Slimy never tried to touch it. Nobody else could use this thing. You gotta come so we can have some good meals, bro. Yeah, necessities outside of the frontier are crap. As for the rice, most people don't even have friggin' baths. We'll be back to camping again. Why is the food so bad in this world? We've gotten too used to this lack of common sense. We'll be eating stale bread every day. Things are good here on the frontier, but outside of it. They earnestly expressed their opinions and aired their honest inklings. In terms of teenage boy priorities, the bikini crisis towered above all else. That was mad dangerous. The black high-cut one. Oh yeah, that's for making legs look longer and stuff. Her legs are already long. Low-rise bottoms from behind are mind-blowing. For real, I couldn't get out of the pool. Didn't Vice Reps A and C's look kinda bigger? Oh yeah, I worked hard on theirs. Basically, I gathered all the muscle around to one point. That's a high-tech bikini. That netting, holy hell that netting. Yeah, didn't all that netting hurt digging into? Well, since Vice Rep B's boobs are so big, she could only ever wear big bathing suits. She said she wanted to wear a normal bikini, so I tried to maintain that design while supporting her breasts with mesh. Keeping them within the mesh was one of my greatest challenges yet. That was spectacular. Since when were they all so fit? I didn't know where to look. That's 'cause all of their bikinis were nuts. They not just fit, I swear they're also hella curvy now. Well, I've been providing shapewear to help them get perkier B. Oh no. We're surrounded, it's an assault, enemy count 26. W with 2 dungeon emperors, we're not gonna make it. What did you just say? The enemy roared. By the time we escaped from the carriage, it was already too late. A meteor shower of morning stars blazed on us with a thunderous roar. To put things less poetically, they disciplined us with a morning star lecture. The meatheads, who had been a wall in front of me, I'd made them a wall in front of me, were blown to the skies. The nerds, who were the next line of defense, I'd made them the next line of defense, were blasted aside. The meatheads, who were a decoy, I'd made them decoys, were systematically downed in morning star strikes. The nerds hid behind me before they were flattened into pancakes. The meatheads whiplashed straight to the heavens. The girls were slowly whittling all of my defenses away. Hey, I'm not being creepy. I was merely discussing the various challenges of swimsuit design. It was the meatheads who were talking about the netting digging into there, and the nerds who were talking about there being no gap in her cleavage. I was objectively explaining the technical functions of my swimsuits and the various techniques and devices implemented in the execution of safe water flow functionality. A purely technological, manufacturing-based, topical discussion in which I merely mentioned the eroticism of your voices when twitching and moaning, in the sense of the inherently objective recordings, I took in the spirit of scientific inquiry. So I'm not the bad guy here. If you reject my responses to your questions, I will happily attend a formal class, hearing and retain my veto, right with my teenage boy temperament. Refusing conclusions in this case in question leads to the general consensus that I am absolutely guiltless by law. I'm innocent. Verdict, guilty, on multiple counts of spilling maiden secrets. Lecture ensuing. Please wait until the bonking finishes. Yeah, they were pissed. For some reason, the trials and tribulations and real-life suffering of a teenage boy were less important than maiden secrets. I mean, I wasn't a maiden, but I was still the only one forced to sit with my head bowed in the girls' carriage, getting a lecture. It was cramped, and they were close. For a lecture about embarrassing them, they sure were embarrassing themselves with the closeness of this lecture, which I will not discuss for my own safety. The fickle whims of women. I wished they would consider the teenage boy perspective sometimes. It's Lord Amui. Thank you for today, Haruka-kun. What a wonderful pool. And the swimsuit for my wife, my goodness. Mr. Meredith had awoken to the glory of bathing suits. It was a one-piece suit with a wrap, chosen by Mr. Meredith himself. Marimuri had looked uncomfortable with how her parents were flirting. Lord Haruka, please leave the matter of the orphans to me, said Mrs. Muramuri. We are fast friends now. They are such lovely children. To hear that such good kids were starving on the verge of death. Are there any of those nobles still alive? I'll happily collect their heads. The orphans all loved Mrs. Muramuri. I supposed a real-life, experienced mom was on a different level. The girls were only big sisters, all things considered. The orphans wouldn't get attached to them like they would an adult parental figure. I called in my G*Ndam funnels, which had been on guard, and gave the demon scythes some sweets as compensation for their work. They did a great job with logging and guard work. Thanks to them, everyone could have a great time. They deserved the pool party MVP award. I felt so bad for you guys, since giant scythes can't swim. You'd rust and all. We moved the orphans, who were all sound asleep, to their bedrooms for a good night's rest. We needed to make sure they played every once in a while. Today, we'd succeeded. Poster Girl was on the verge of falling asleep, and Stalker Girl was staying over. It was their first time swimming, so it was no wonder they were wiped out after splashing around so much. Just to be sure, I put some mushrooms in their mouths. For some reason, everyone got mad at me. You were all dead silent until I put the mushroom in. I announced politely, "There you go. Now open your mouth nice and wide so I can fit the big mushroom in. There you go, gobble it all up." It's so illogical to get mad at such a well-learned, intelligent teenage boy for giving a great heads-up like that. You know too much about perverted crap. Even though they'd already soaked in the hot tub, the girls went to take a bath. They needed to clean up with the bubbly body soap after all the UV radiation, apparently. They can go to the pool whenever they want so long as they're in the domain. Why did they give me a whole new stack of swimsuit orders the moment they got back, with a "Your Honor, more swimsuits, please"? Is this a period drama or something? We've got a suggestion box and all, so they don't need to misbehave like that. Speaking of which, I didn't install that suggestion box, so why do I keep checking it? At least I can make more designs without needing to take new measurements, but they're still going to need to try them on and get the suits fitted, which they'll ask me to do even if I say I don't want to. And if I say no, they'll get all teary-eyed. This poor, overworked soul is more than happy to graciously accept generous glares, but will heartily refuse lectures with open warfare if necessary. At least they haven't sent over drawings for designs yet, so for now, screw it. Jiggle jiggle. Slimy was jiggling fresh out of the bath. He must have been rubbing up against all those naked girls in the bath. Good job, Slimy. I gave him some pets. Wiggle wiggle. Say what? A lotion bath was under consideration. I had to make that right away. There you go. Finished. I mean, it was simple alchemical combination for an extra thick, slippery, gloopy, juicy lotion bath. Now it had to undergo comprehensive testing and daily refinements until the blueprint was perfected. I needed to toil tirelessly without rest and endure the throes and agonies of endless labor until I achieved a perfect, thick, syrupy production. At last, this world had recognized the glories of slippery lotion. How marvelous. Testing subject interviews commencing. What did you know? The two perfect candidates for a tub testing just returned from the girls' bath meeting. Activate perversion. Day 91. Morning. The obvious high-speed rejection of a death game and a game of chance wasn't a cheat. It was a bug. White loser in. That secret new ability, perversion, I needed to file a police report at once. The perversion skill from the grotesque necklace, perversion, grotesque morphosis, phlegm resistant, plus defense, enabled me to freely transform my body with magic, not just into tentacles but into anything. As you can imagine, the thrilling and stimulating fantasy adventure of a teenage boy infiltrating deep, dark dungeons, penetrating unknown depths, and erupting in fierce fights unfolded. The grotesque necklace must have been relieved to finally get its turn in the sun. I could talk all day about my peerless teenage infiltration adventures, but when I did so, certain somebodies started to bonk to me to death in a rampaging lecture. Why you'll kill, I'll die, straight to hell, fainted and die again and again. I lost my mind, broke down, go crazy, mind melted. That's too much, too evil, sin of madness. It was an unavoidable accident while testing, just the inevitable pinnacle that emerges during the search for truth. In other words, I'd gone a bit overboard. Look, I spent all day surrounded by 26 girls in bikinis and 2 more in semi-bikinis. Think of how much I had been charging up all day. I had to try my best, you know. I was just a guy summoned to fight dungeons in a fantasy world, and I was doing just that. I was diligently applying myself to bursting over my limit and going down on dungeon emperors. It wasn't that I didn't recognize things were getting out of control, but the adventuring was so marvelous I had to repeat it 78 times. It was an episode of a fantasy exploration that would leave any teenage boy smiling, yet they were pissed at me. Scary. Consciousness and memory in confusion, pleasure and madness mixed. Do you want to kill us? That will break my mind, my spirit, deathless but dying over and over. Look, you're undead, so you can't die over and over. I'm using Jupiter Eye to make sure your bodies don't take any damage at all. I'm over my limit, but within the safety limits, you know. I could keep an eye on things by watching their HP. Both were undead dungeon emperors with revival who trained on a nightly basis for high-speed revival. They were definitely fine. It is not safe at all. Not safe for my soul is going to go crazy. This is not about HP. The damage is not physical. I went all out on tentacle manipulation, metamorphosis, and alteration, which they sure seemed to have loved at the time. But now they'd changed their minds. They must have been at a fickle age. Can forever 17s get stuck in an age like that? I underwent rigorous training for lascivious to the point of agony for a heroic tale of deep infiltration tonight, and you guys are blaming me for it. This felt unfair. When they went all out on offering their sexual technique mastery, they always looked plenty satisfied. I was making a slight adjustment to sex god technique masochism. What was the big deal? Tonight, the kids were moving to the orphanage. They had to go to school. They had lots of friends, Mrs. Muramuri, and the maids and teachers there. It was a good environment. Tiny Tanuki cried all day, upset at having to part with the orphans, but she could go with them and nobody would notice. Thanks for the food. We all ate breakfast together. Later, we'd go to dungeons, and the orphans would go to work. It wasn't right. All they should have been doing was playing, learning, getting spoiled, and doing a few chores. When they were with us, they always ended up working. They thought they had to try as hard as the big kids. We didn't have enough time to give to them, to play with them. Come on, Tiny Tanuki. Don't cry. Here's a hot dog. Once you grow up big, you can leave the orphanage. Once you grow bigger, you can explore the whole flat world, even get summoned to a flat fantasy world to solve your hang on. Wah. Bonk. I'm not a tiny tanuki, and who are you calling flat? My puberty is modest, got it? I'm not crying. She bit me, she friggin' bit me. That hurt, as they said, as I said. I made my customary stops at the general store and the armory to collect my profits and swung by the guild in search of profitable quests for a nice glaring. I mean, those quests still hadn't changed. The custom of nobody reading that bulletin board had proliferated into a universal, eternal glarification. After that, I turned into a gust of wind and swept through the dungeon. Not into 1,000 winds. Then everyone would have to stand at my grave and weep. I was there, but I did not sleep. I drew out my power, chugged along on pure speed, and tore down everything in sight in a clean sweep. I managed to keep all the magic entanglement barely under control, 99% controlled. If I had that last 1%, I would make it through unscathed. I was still too weak. My power didn't function like arithmetic but geometry. I needed to be 100% under control to avoid self-destructing. I mean, I was fully equipped in gear that knocked out level 100 plus guys simply by holding it. With the additional boosts temporarily locked and loaded, I was hanging on by the edge of my teeth. If I wanted to go all out on top of that, I'd kill myself. The power compounded exponentially, so adding a small additional boost would get amplified out of control and put a burden on my own body. I didn't know how to quantify it all, but I could sense it, mainly in terms of pain. Dance steps, 2-step, 4-step, closed promenade, progressive link, open reverse, turn outside, closed promenade, back court, and 2-step into open reverse, ready outside rock turn, natural twist turn, natural promenade turn. Was that the routine? I led with my feet and made my body dance. I could see the enemy's movements, and they couldn't keep up with mine. I chose a routine that would keep me at an advantage, measuring the distance and matching the timing with my steps. I was up against the battle-axe-wielding, ground-shaking level 81 armor axes. Their axes whipped around with terrifying force, but once they swept past me, I was in the clear. I could swiftly turn on my heel and strike. I leaped onto the dance floor of bonking, denying my partner the rhythm they desired. Pop in, sweep out, kill the monster, and plead ignorance. Ah, this feels kinda good. I've got a natural talent for this. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. One remained. I let it swing its axe and get caught up in the moment, then wedged my staff blade into its collar and brought it down. From there, I could slice open the armor, flip it over, and finish the job. I wouldn't die if nothing could hit me, and if I could hit them, they'd die. That was the way I'd done things up until now. Strength, levels, none of that mattered. The first to kill was the first to win. I won with speed and technique, and I fought to the extent that I could perfectly evade. None of this involved unstoppable cheat skills, although it did involve literal cheating in the sense of tricking and swindling. A cheater was someone who did something improper to get their way, but there was no fair and proper way in a world this cruel and unfair. The monsters were the ones with the real cheats to begin with anyway. Like this, I mean, it's impossible to remember or understand those dance moves at first sight. It's literally impossible for Miss Armor Rep to have started off with such incredible sword skills. My only chance to keep up is with cheating and stuff. Yeah, I cheated. Life or death was an irregular slash, a jump from no motion into instantaneous slaying. I supplemented the attack with the tempo of the dance, doubling down on deceit with no excess swordplay punch. From my experience so far, if something seems impossible, I combine and mix everything together into a single act of fraud. Do the killing until it's done. Good job staying level. Your vertical and diagonal motion, improve axis of rotation. Less power, the speed and smoothness of the turn. Build sword muscles using awareness. Boink boink. I get it. Getting bit by a flat tiny tanuki made me focus too much on horizontal motion. My circling movements were adequate, but I needed to move toward a sphere. In conclusion, Tiny Tanuki would never get 2 round objects of her own. I mean, she was already 16. If she did miraculously still have a growth spurt left in her, she was already over level 100. She was the poster child for slow aging. My 2 dungeon emperors worried about me. From a different perspective, my whole way of fighting was a death game and a game of luck. Even though my defense was paper-thin in this rough world, I could leave it all to my luck and my sick equipment and win with blazing speed. Evade, elude, elicit attacks, and get out of their way. Take attacks at the perfect angle. Trigger the perfect vector to disturb them. Even if dodging was impossible, dislocation was always an option. Turns out I'm good at dislocation and relocation. The girls praised me as being elusive to the point of illusion. Hang on, is that praise? They were smiling when they said that, so I thought they were being nice, but that's a diss. Wiggle wiggle. dislocate attacks with the universe staff, and relocate them with the shoulder shields. Elude the enemy with the gauntlets, as in gloves, and elude them with everything else. Even the slightest grazes from attacks made my HP plummet against a level 80, 1 power specialized monster. Don't underestimate the power of maxed out revival. Through the endless nightly battles I've fought, I've surpassed the limits of revival's possibilities and catapulted into the realm of getting falsely accused. Those wimpy grazes will never match the boundless limits of reviving that I've achieved in my nightly battle. Even the deflections of my own attacks did damage to me. That was how absolute the level gap was. I had to dodge the blocks to my own hits, accumulate attack after attack to cancel out attacks and delay attacks. And attack. It takes way more than this to topple 2 dungeon emperors. I need to, or else I'll be subjected to a terrifying world of obscene counterattacks. A rave review, a long-form feature of him. I was getting glared at. Was I saying that aloud? I better end this before they get angrier. I was facing off against level 82 whip grasses, long and tough whiplashing vines. Their attacks packed a serious punch, but they were nothing compared to class rep's scolding whip. That thing was terrifying. Slash, mow, dodge, and high-speed dance step into a slice. I put together slashing combos as I whirled across the floor. The hardest part was curving toward the monsters without them anticipating my movements. I had to combine my parries into finishing blows. I'd be in real trouble without revival, but since I had maxed it out, I could take a few grazes. I feel like I've managed to fine-tune this. As in, my interest in punishment from sexy chicks, not getting whipped by giant vines? No, that's not on the agenda. Wiggle wiggle. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl were watching to find out where my limit was. I couldn't have them think too little of me, but I was good at deception myself. I could extend my limit with my limitless deceptive capabilities and attain limitless lies of limitless strength. Now that was life or death. Not a skill, but an idea. Even so, they weren't going to let me fight in the 90s, or possibly they couldn't stand to watch me run off on my own. It turned out they were worried about the monsters, not me. Slimy was getting hungry without any monsters to eat. They were all chaperoning me at my classmates' insistence. The limit to their patience was the 2nd floor. They're invincible in combat, but they lack self-restraint. Day 91. Noon. The dungeon bucking, horse surfing rodeo vibe turned out to be pretty popular. Dungeon. 88th floor. The guardian of the hidden room's treasure. It was the most dangerous monster on the floor, and massive. Since hidden rooms were hidden, it was way too big for the room. The monster was so big that it could barely move, but that also meant I didn't have much space to dodge. It put me into a close-range, evasive maneuvering situation. I was distracted by the close-range pressing of teenage girl bodies. I didn't need more trouble from the close-range slithering of a massive steel-scaled snake. Whoa, that tail. Yeah, going into a small room with a steel-scaled snake as my opponent is way too reckless. I'm not opposed to wriggling and squirming, but I want to be the initiator of the wriggling and squirming, not the recipient. There'd be all sorts of problems if I was interested in getting strangled to death by a snake. Since it's a snake, I'll refrigerate it, cause snakes are reptiles and stuff. There I was, alone in the 88th floor's hidden room. Miss Armor Rep and the others had swept through the floor and run off, heading straight down to the next floor after having exterminated every last monster. My only chance to fight was now, in the hidden room. But it was a snake. I chilled the room, put it to sleep, and then went about breaking apart its body. I needed to do this quickly. The room was just so small. Yeah, getting all snuggly with a dead snake is not my cup of tea, but neither is getting snuggly with a living one. As a teenage boy, I wouldn't hesitate to get all cute with a cute Lamia girl, or a hot older Medusa babe, or an echidna chick, or a wild Kankandara maiden. But a metal snake? No way. In the treasure chest buried underneath the snake corpse, I found 2 protection hairpins. Simple emergency barrier, limited number of uses. I could sell them to the girls, but if I wanted peace of mind, I'd have to mass manufacture these. I only had 2 for now, so I'd give them to Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl. Sword swings, monsters scatter. That was Miss Armor Rep. Nod nod. There were also chains and gelatinous variations of this theme, but I'll leave those out. I'm sure those poor monsters on the 89th floor tried their best. They were up against 3 friggin' dungeon emperors. I'm not specifying what they were because they were already spellstones by the time I got down there. O ye nameless spear-throwing monsters who fell to the sword, chains, and mouth of this small squad of relentless exterminators, I shall forget ye not. Not that I know what you were. What were they? All I'd deduced from the spears, scattered everywhere, was that they were something that threw spears. Good work, as in, I'm sure it wasn't work at all for you. The enemy did a lot of hard work throwing all those spears. I bet the monsters got cut apart before they put in any work. Slimy, did you get to eat your fill? Jiggle jiggle. Excellent, it was more efficient for them to leave me behind. Yup, that was how I had made it through these dungeons, getting left behind by my slaves to take a leisurely stroll through the now empty dungeon floors. I put the protection hairpins on the 2 ladies who started fawning all over me. These 2 were a whole new kind of hot and cold. The way they went hot and then bonked on me with all the bonking force of dungeon emperors. I thought this was an impossible game, but it was really a death game. The pair linked arms with me and rested their heads on my shoulders as we walked. This looked good for me in theory, but they were wearing armor. It was very hard. Also, they now had me trapped. There was no escape. All right, this is the 90th floor now. Maybe there's a floor boss. I've been thinking about what poses I'm gonna do, but posing results in a pause during which the floor boss gets killed before I even have the chance to attack. Horse. It was a horse. This could work with a carriage for the nerds. They might be into the ride to the edge of the world and turn this land into a sea of flames sort of vibe. Yeah, I want it for the nerds, but it could cause some problems if we take it outside. It's spewing poison, for one. I mean, I resist poison, but not the poisonous lecture some teenage girls will spew at me if I bring it out. It had like 8 legs and poisonous breath. Fangs grew from its chomping jaws. It could even breathe fire. Yeah, this would be a nuisance to society in the outside world. I decided to endeavor to be even more of a plague on the nerd's existence in this horse's stead. Slimy went bouncing at it head-on. He's so adorable. Miss Armor Rep went around to the left side, and Dancer Girl to the right in the time it took me to strike a pose. Shit. I was already too late. I pushed myself into the air, raced across the room over top of the horse's head, and sat down. Yeah, I tried riding it. It was kinda like horse surfing, but I whacked it in the head from my position on the horse's back. I dunno if it got mad about that or something, but it had started to buck, and I got bored. Whoa there, boy. If you buck while I'm horse surfing like that, this is gonna turn into a rodeo. Wiggle wiggle. I tried whacking the horse's head, as I focused on keeping my immaculate balance on the thrashing horse. Sheesh, I just wanted to ride you and all. This thing isn't suited to be a monster. Jiggle jiggle. I enjoyed my surf rodeo while the other 3 lined up and waited. Hang on, did they want a turn? They all stood there, enjoying the rodeo. Then, when the horse was too tired to move, Slimy enjoyed a nice big lunch. I wish it could have given at least one more go at the rodeo, but this badly behaved horse lacked determination, I said, sighing. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. Yeah, I had been enjoying its jumps, sudden stops, and aggressive upright rearing, but it ran out of energy after 27 of those. Well, that was a nice live surf rodeo break. How about we go to the next floor? I'd love to make artificial waves over at the pool so we can go bodyboarding, but the scope and construction required for surfing probably isn't realistic with my limited resources. I wanted to keep practicing, so I bought time with the monsters on the 91st floor in exchange for crepes. Yesterday, my dainty, dodging, deflecting G***N funnels had gotten in some solid experience guarding the carriages. Oh yeah, they could rain fire bullets down on the enemy while maintaining a mid-range defensive position, too. They sure are useful now that I'm used to them, I said. They haven't done much shoulder protecting, but they've got a lot of uses in combat. Choo-choo. Munch munch. Gobble gobble. Was that their response? All I heard were chewing sounds, but maybe that was just my imagination. I mean, slaves surely aren't ignoring their master and eating treats. That must have been them acknowledging me, no doubt. None of them are looking at me, but that's surely them responding. That had to be it. I had to believe it. Oh ho ho, now there was a Talon glove, speed plus 40%, magic talons, attack in the hidden room. Now that was a Talon-equipped glove worthy of a place in one of Cagliostro's teenage boy tickling tricks. Still, it would clearly get in the way of handling weapons. Yeah, as much as I loved this, I had to sell it. We raced through the dungeon in a first-come, first-serve fashion. Cool poses really get in the way of this approach. Everyone was already waiting by the stairs, which meant the 97th floor was the final one. That was the only reason they would wait for me there. I'd made them promise me that much. The last floor was the only one with the danger of the darkness. I warned them that if they broke their promise, I wouldn't make them dinner. That was how strict I was about it. Sorry for the wait. As in, you guys were the slaves who left your master and his dope poses behind all lonely. I know you guys are impatient, so I'll give you at least a little sympathy, though. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. Ah, what a nice reply. Well, it was technically a reply, but it was also merely the sound of them walking. I slipped into my own single step and vanishing like mist, enveloping myself in all my skills as I swung my sword. The universe staff, entangled in my abilities, lashed through the air and blasted through the empty space enclosing around my unfolding life or death. The very air shook. Oops, time to run away. It targeted my new position for a huge blow and started to swing downward, which I saw with clairvoyant. I stopped my movement midway through and shifted my rotation to get out of its range. It somehow managed to lock onto my adjusted position for a second strike. My 6 shoulder shields whirred through the air as defenses, warding off stabbing attacks and getting blown back one after another. I saw the direction of the next attack with clairvoyant, activated high-speed dance steps to dodge, and sent out incarnate phantoms one after the next as well as some shadow crows. It could see through everything I did. It anticipated my teleport fainting maneuver designed to confuse the enemy, seized favorable ground, and cornered me. You, I know what you're doing. I never thought the day would come when I had to use this. Thank you. It even shaved apart my invisible magic thread attacks with its greatsword. That cowardly bastard. You've got clairvoyant too, don't you? I shouted. That's not fair. I'd rather you not look at my future like that. That's a violation of my right to my own future, a clear infringement of privacy and various other bad things. You see? Yeah, you literally do see. What an unfair, illogical, dastardly bastard. There was nothing more cowardly than being able to see through the enemy's attacks. If I hadn't been using clairvoyant myself, I would have been in real trouble here. This Dungeon King was so unfair. If we continued exchanging clairvoyant anticipated blows, the Dungeon King would eventually overwhelm my defenses with sheer force. This was a level 24 versus a level 100, you know? I was a completely normal teenage boy, and this was a Dungeon King monster. It didn't matter how fast I was. Of course, I couldn't win in a battle of clairvoyance. All I had was technique. I was at an overwhelming stats disadvantage. Any attack that got past my shields would cleave my arms straight off. Well, and get stuck to me. Even the choice to block an attack would get anticipated with future sight, resulting in the attack coming in a slightly different angle and at a different speed. I then spotted that with clairvoyant, made the necessary adjustments, and so on in a loop of attack and parry. See, understand, react. I couldn't do anything about the fact that it could see my future movements either. The shadows and smokescreens didn't have any effect, so it must have had Wisdom Eye or something similar. Plus, it had the necessary stats to react on the fly. Fighting against it was hopeless. What I needed was an attack so incomprehensible that it couldn't react even if it did see what was coming. I let the skills accumulated, interwoven, and piled on with magic entanglement unravel, then re-entangled myself within them. It was a sudden change too great to control, an agglutination of chaos. Even wisdom had no idea what was happening in the incomprehensible world of unimaginable strangeness. The monster could see what was coming, but the chaos crashed against it in a swing of the staff. Gugrea. It still somehow managed to see what was about to happen and used its devastating speed to escape. I extra exploded so it couldn't completely avoid the attack. It must have been so pissed off at how ridiculous that was, which was honestly fair. We both needed to vent our anger. I enveloped myself in randomness and covered myself in combining vicissitudes of transforming skills. My limbs snapped and tore in 8 directions. That was how ridiculous this attack was. Trying to comprehend it was a mistake. If you tried to block it, you'd miss. If you tried to dodge or teleport, it'd still come. The sheer randomness of random fire meant you shouldn't think about it at all. Even if you felt it, it'd still hit. It'd cut you down no matter what. Only Miss Armor Rep, Dancer Girl, and Slimy Class Dungeon Emperors have been able to dodge it, and even Dancer Girl still ate a random fire attack when she was level 1. You dodged, so I thought maybe you were a Dungeon Emperor at first, but no. You have Clairvoyant. Yeah, this thing was still a Dungeon King, a whole class below Dungeon Emperor. Clairvoyant was a huge burden for such a little guy. Gugrao. Oof, you mad, bro? It was incandescent with rage, but I also had Clairvoyant. I could dodge its attacks, no problem. Cowardly warriors that only saw the future in order to win deserved a rough ending. Indeed, I love to stare my eyes off, but it is not in my nature to get stared at. Yeah, I'm not into that sort of thing. I mean, I think I look dope in this cloak, but I'm not trying to flaunt it or anything. Is it really that much fun? It was true that a glancing blow from Miss Armor Rep could take out a level 100 Clairvoyant boosted Dungeon King if it made a mistake. It also had Mega Kill, which sounded awful, although that was probably the promoted form of power word kill. Yeah, it couldn't so much as scratch their shadows. It wouldn't hurt 3 deathless Dungeon Emperors, not in a million Googleplex years. But I wasn't going to risk it. When it comes to probability, leave things to the great luck guy. Yeah, judging from experience, you'd be better off landing a regular hit on me than trying to kill me with Mega Kill. That's never gonna work on me. It's seriously a 0% chance. Looking super upset, the level 100 Death Guardian died and turned into a spellstone. The danger of clairvoyance was gone, but my allies were glaring at me. Let's go home already. The orphans were moving tonight, and we had to say goodbye to them. There was a lot on my plate. Day 91. Evening. After all the effort I put into making that sign, they're already changing the name. Amwi City. A festival? Yup, a frontier-style temple festival. The frontier had become rich, their sick had healed. The monster forest had been cut down. War had been avoided, the domain was peaceful now. Yet the falling and crashing situation seems to get worse every day. How about a recovery from the high-speed crashing crisis? A new unbeatable surpassing of the rushing speed situation. Okay, a festival, we get it already. We needed to say a prayer, make an offering, to protect the frontier and our families, and to bless the souls of those who'd lost their lives to conflict and calamity. It would be a festival to make all the families in the domain overflow with joy. All those souls and all the gods we'd ever needed were their smiles and laughter. To pay our respects to the dead, we'd put on a festival of joy. 2 bows, 2 claps, and a 3rd bow. We didn't need a god. He didn't extend a hand to anyone in need around here. This territory was the result of abandonment. Even worse, God was a force of evil, what with invaders attacking the frontier in his name. The frontier protected itself. The countless people who had given up their lives to protect this place, and those who remained here to happily raise children despite all the suffering around them. That was why the people here never gave up on the dream of happiness, and why they were able to celebrate today. Yeah, I'll call it the Great Frontier Festival. It was such a marvelous name that I astounded myself with my own good naming sense. Good thing I made all these signs. I was getting glared at. Glare power from this many people is intense, I thought. It was enough to make a glare scouter with its unprecedented, titanic glare force. It was such a good speech, even Father loved it, but Great Frontier Festival, grumbled Marimuri. That's the name for a clearance sale in gratitude toward the fallen souls. Who let Haruka-kun decide the name? This is what happens when you go along with the nicknames he gives you. All he was talking about before was a festival. He went ahead and made the signs on his own. Festivals didn't need names. A good name wasn't what the spirits of the deceased longed for. They longed for the living to enjoy life, to live in happiness, to laugh, and to be grateful. That was all they ever wanted. Any name would do, although the one I came up with was kinda long. Okay, then how about the Great Frontier Memorial Festival and stuff? The orphans were playing. The girls all looked beautiful in summer yukata. Paper lanterns and candles lit the path between countless food stalls. Passers-by smiled and laughed. That was all a festival needed. All the people who had sacrificed their lives in hope of a better future longed for this. I got to see the girls in yukata, too, so all my suffering was worth it. The way the slim neck peeped out of the cloth, the collarbone appearing and hiding itself time and again, it was mesmerizing. All the townspeople had their breath taken away by the sight of my classmates walking through the town in their colorful yukata. Excellent! Booming yukata set sales are on the way. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl clip-clopped down the road in Japanese geta sandals. The orphan boys frolicking in their happy coats and Jinbei got scolded, but they couldn't help themselves. They were having so much fun. The joyous orphan girls raced in circles in child-sized yukata, having the time of their lives. Woa candied apples. OMG. Look, a target shooting game. We gotta do it. The girls were also having a blast. I doubted kids ever reacted so happily to candied apples back in Japan. It was a memory they thought they'd never see again, never encounter, now realized. They went like flies. They flocked to the candied apples like flies to honey, and I profited. Yeah, most of the vendors here were supplied by my side jobs. A target shooting game? Didn't these girls spend their days volleying arrows at monsters in dungeons? Crap! Elf Girl was going around to booth after booth, winning all the big prizes with her perfect marksmanship. Those were huge losses for me. I had carefully bent the shafts of all the arrows to distort their center of gravity, but she was still knocking me deep into the red with bullseye after bullseye. The orphans and the girls didn't bother trying it themselves. Instead, they told Elf Girl what prizes they wanted since she kept right on winning. I'm banning her next time. Everyone failed at ring toss and ball toss, as planned. I'd bent the throwing objects to mess with their centers of gravity, in addition to placing an illusion on the targets to distort their actual distance. Darts, however, was a different situation. I implemented a board that swung depending on the difficulty. A teary-eyed old dude was making it swing back and forth as hard as he could, but the rocket-fire speed darts still blasted into the board on target time after time. I'm deep in the red. Hey there, Haruka-kun. It was the two festival sovereigns. This is the first time I've seen so many people enjoying themselves like this. Our ancestors are surely grateful. Thank you.
Image summary, a manga page featuring 4 panels of girls in yukatas enjoying a festival, including one eating a candied apple and an elf girl holding a prize.
Lord Haruka, thank you for outfitting not only Muriel in one of these yukata, but me as well, said Mrs. Muramuri. Your comrades taught me how to put it on so I could help the little girls with theirs. I was thankful. After I had explained my intentions, they'd given me a permit and had delegated the event to me wholesale without any restrictions. The advisor was the one who had done most of the work, of course. The orphans found Mrs. Muramuri and started hugging her and hanging on to her. The orphan launcher doesn't fire at Muramuri. What sort of discrimination is this? Beyond the dim glow of lit candles and swaying paper lanterns sat the former orphanage, now converted into a temple. The frontier's deceased were enshrined there. Everyone lined up and bowed their heads, lost in memory. They gazed upon the guardian ancestors of the frontier. That's who we should be praying to. Everything that allowed the frontier to survive and achieve happiness had been right here all along. Haruka-kun, can I borrow some money from you? I've sorta spent everything I got. Go ahead, I won't make you pay interest, so here you go. No way, thanks. If I spread money around now, all those riches would return to me. All this spending was an investment. The girls were the frontier's biggest earners anyway. I could rip them off endlessly, no holds barred. We were moving the kids to the orphanage tonight, so everybody wanted to make lots of memories. My classmates would break the bank for them. They didn't understand what I meant when I said the former orphanage was now a temple. Assuming that they'd only be able to see the orphans every so often from now on, my classmates wanted to make tonight unforgettable for the kids. Little do they know that the new orphanage is actually right behind the inn. It was directly connected, so we'd be able to see them every day. Yeah, I hadn't told anyone that yet. I kinda made it without telling them. Before long, I was surrounded by girls bringing me their promissory notes and subjecting me to much rubbing and squishing. Yukata fabric is thin, so you can't get too close to me for teenage boy reasons. Hang on, slow down. This is inexcusable, incredible. I can't add in an order of underwear. You know that, and don't stand so close to me. I was feeling some problematic teenage boy sensations. I had a yukata on, too, so the thin fabric allowed me to feel much squish and boing as if directly touching my skin. Who's giving a teenage boy a direct contact squishy boing? W8, whose hand is that reaching inside my yukata? This isn't the way it's supposed to go. I'm getting molested. Who untied my sash? We're in the middle of the city. Get away, molester. I thought this was the Great Frontier Festival. Instead, it was the Great Frontier Molester. Teenage boy malfunctions were not needed here today. What I needed was an arrest warrant. Oh Lord, that is some direct pinpointing. You're making a teenage boy rub your butt. This is all wrong for so many reasons. The guy normally comes on to the girl, and in fact, that would also be wrong in this scenario for many reasons. A festival is not the right time or place for a teenage girl stampede. It's turning into sexual harassment. I drowned in a sea of sweet scents and squishy pressure. Better off not knowing what happened while I was unconscious. I was scared to ask myself. Exhausted, I sat on a bench at the far edge and watched the festival. I heard the shouts and laughter of the townspeople and the clamor of vendors hawking wares. Voices and laughter mixed. Yukata and jinbei flew off the shelves. The masks were also popular, although I admit I wasn't expecting kobold masks to be such a hit. I better increase production. The cutesy chick masks were also popular, but why were they getting outsold by the kobold masks? Did people love how realistic they were or something? The orphans played with the other kids. They ran around, shouting, laughing, buying things, and eating. A certain populace that faced an interminable rebirth cycle of one more sets were doing the same. They entered the temple holding hands, lost in memory before slowly getting swallowed up in the laughter of the town. They couldn't stop smiling. The dungeons won't stop popping up, and the way they're getting deeper and deeper is kinda out of control. I sighed. With such peace and wealth, everyone deserves to laugh like this. I can leave the rest to Mr. Meridad. He'll leave it all to his advisor. After that, I handed out sweets. Business continued to flourish at the festival, sending me into the black, not as in accounting, as in despair. Yes, a black deeper than darkness itself. My biggest regret was not making water balloons happen. The little kids with their masks and jinbei and happy coats, hot dogs and cotton candy in hand as they ran around, but no water balloons. Yeah, I didn't have rubber. Maybe rubber hadn't circulated in this world, yet because other materials from plants were soft and durable. Who knows what will happen to civilization if I don't find some rubber trees? Mind if I sit here? I looked up. Oh, class rep, if you promise not to molest me, you can sit 3 feet away. Oh, come on. Everyone was over the moon about the festival and got a little out of control. Let it go, just for today. With that, she sat right next to me, completely ignoring my plea. Yeah, she was acting like she was looking after me, but when I had been handing out manju, she'd been right in the thick of it with the rest of them. In fact, you were holding the line against me with gusto, if I recall. Yes, in terms of positioning, she was just as culpable as the rest of them. How dare she put on an innocent smile like that? Look how much fun everyone is having, she said. I don't think anyone will forget today. Her white neck and collarbone peeked out of her Japanese morning glory patterned yukata. Her black hair was tousled, falling out from its tied-up position and onto her neck. She wasn't listening to a word I was saying. Now I'm gonna have to make an even more fun plan. The orphans will get bored with these events once they get used to them. It's necessary to devise strategies to bring in new customers and new avenues to highway rob big spenders. Today was a profit bust. I can't believe it. Yeah, you don't need to try that hard, she responded, but thank you. With that, class rep vanished back into the crowd. She fled the scene without giving a single testimony about the sexual harassment case. So long as everyone's having fun, it's fine. but is it really? Day 91. Night. The incident of the traditional move-in soba, made by the permanently settled shut-in. Amui City. The festival was ending. The more I enjoyed myself, the more I settled into silence and loneliness. The clamor of the day disappeared as if it had never happened. The departed stalls left behind vast empty swaths along the main road. The red glowing lanterns, the last remnants of the festival, vanished into the night. When the festival ended, the orphans had to move. The orphanage had a proper school in it and caretakers who would always be around. It was a much better environment than the inn, since we were always out all day. The orphans would no doubt be happier there in town with everyone else. While they'd be separated from the rest of us, we still lived in the same city. We could see them anytime. We all held little hands, tearing up as we walked toward the inn only to find a new orphanage built right behind it. Did we even need to ask who the culprit was? Look, the former orphanage is already being used as a memorial to the frontier people's ancestors. Plus, with all the additional orphans coming in, it seemed a bit tight. They asked me to build a new orphanage, so I did. I'm just a hard-working teenage boy working his butt off at his side job. I'm not the bad guy here. It's better for the orphans to be closer anyway so they can help with errands and stuff, and it's all sneakily connected, so we're technically all under the same roof. I mean, the literal roofs are different, but since we're gonna be neighbors and all, I made some traditional Japanese move-in soba noodles. Although why a permanently settled shut-in is making welcome neighbor noodles is a mystery. I made some for the orphans, who aren't moving, so it doesn't make sense at all, but let's eat them. I got buckwheat flour and stuff. Just to make things clear, I didn't do anything wrong. Let's eat, the class shouted. Seriously, tell us earlier next time. Everyone was crying on their way over here. Soon everyone was too busy slurping to lecture him anymore. The culprit claimed, the church orphans had to move out of a church anyways, and it's better to be closer, and having tiny tanuki join them was, gwaa. Don't try to bite me while you're slurping noodles, please. My hair is covered in noodles now. I'm not trying to get noodly hair. Perms are definitely not permitted in my workplace, although that's here and I set the rules. Although I could teleport over to the staff room if I got called there. Not an ounce of regret. His head was getting bitten, and nobody was trying to stop it. Don't you have any idea how sad Vice Rep C was? Yeah, also the soba is amazing. Haruka-kun had gone ahead and built the new orphanage behind the inn. He must have needed to ask the people living there to move and make them new houses in addition to doing all the preparation for the pool and the festival. He had been lining this all up since the moment we'd gotten back to the frontier. He hadn't said a word, though, so the biting continued. Chomp chomp. Jiggle jiggle. Tea-tiny tanuki, you're turning into a monster. Is it a soba allergy? Haruka-kun had made the soba from scratch with buckwheat flour. He was unhappy that he couldn't get fish broth, bonito flakes, or kelp, but it tasted great regardless. Book club president said unorthodox, but delicious was the way to go, a huge stamp of approval. Vice Rep C was happy but embarrassed that she cried so much. Now she was crying because it tasted so good and it made her mad. So yeah, she bit Haruka-kun's head. Yup, she was that happy. She was biting him way more than usual. We had the light meal and dessert and moved the orphans into the new orphanage. Haruka-kun had already moved over all their luggage, so they walked over with their personal belongings. The two buildings were connected by a hallway. Good night, we called to them. See you tomorrow. Muramer-sama took the kids to their beds in the orphanage, or should I say orphan wing, as they waved good night to us. We'd see them tomorrow and the next day and the next. The kids had been playing brave, but there was no way they'd been ready. They had pretended they were so they wouldn't bother us. Haruka-kun would never accept that. If they were sad, and Haruka-kun couldn't go to the orphanage to care for them, then he'd have to move the orphanage here. We didn't have to give up anything. Everything was okay now. He had made everything okay by sheer over-the-top force. That was why a lecture was needed. I had a lot on my mind I needed to lecture him about, lots left over from earlier today, too. He had gone and put his life at risk again. We instantaneously surrounded him in lecture formation, but he vanished with a flap of his black cloak. Countless dancing, black shadows swooped out and slipped through our encirclement. Seal off all escape routes. Watch out for illusions and trust your presence sensing, I called. Aye aye. He managed to slip through our shoddy formation because we were dizzy from all the pudding we ate for dessert. If I just hadn't asked for seconds, 4 times. Hang on, I wasn't being shady. I was using shadow magic. All this damage to my reputation is gonna make my sex appeal vanish into the shadows. His black cloak turned into multiple dark shadows that scattered across the dining room. When we sealed off exits and captured the shadows, they split into black crows and flew away. He seemed to be aware that he deserved a lecture. He was trying to flee at all costs. There was the orphanage thing, but also that dangerous monster. He fought a level 100 dungeon king by himself, of all things. One with the ability to see the future and kill with a single blow, all by himself. Even after surpassing his limits and deliberately weakening his body, he tricked his limits into letting him slip by, cheated his way to his former strength, and beat the dungeon king alone. There wasn't a single ounce of regret in his typical, incomprehensibly garbled, garbage statements. Look, I tried my hardest to kill it, and it was killed. I'm a killer. If a thing can be killed, it wasn't about regretting being killed, but regretting the killing before I got killed. Put on the innocent face all you like, you can't fool us. He fled in a hurry. Haruka-kun broke through to another level, attained new abilities, and risked his life. No matter how much we worried, he said, they got mad at me and pretended he didn't understand, blaming our frustration with him on his lack of sex appeal. He hasn't reflected on his ways one bit. We managed to get another half-hearted circle formed around him, which he broke through with shadows again, slipping through the gaps and disappearing. In the end, we let him get away. He gave us extra pudding and all, so we sort of had to. He tried and he did it. A killer of a thing can't be killed, that's scary. Is he gonna try to get the killing? It's true that if he didn't kill it, he'd regret it, but how many times does he need to kill? Nodding in earnest approval, he sprinted away again. With enough questioning, he always revealed himself as the most brutal, villainous murderer of them all. Stronger and sturdier than before, definitely, explained Angelica-san. He fought reliably, with impossible attacks, and won. It wasn't fair, said Nefertiri-san. The Dungeon King was strong, but his opponent unfair. If the two of them weren't mad at him, then he must have shown true strength. They didn't have peace of mind by any means, but he'd shown them something in that fight, proper fighting technique and the outlandish scheming necessary to defeat a Dungeon King. He'd achieved safety through trickery and had become a true warrior in the process. He did easily slip through our 21-person strong formation, shadows wisping off into the dark without us so much as touching him. It was way overpowered, so we asked Angelica-san what the skill was. It turned out that it wasn't a skill at all. It was incarnate, illusion, shadow incarnate, and shadow crows all at once, which he'd used to blind us and then escape by crawling under the table. It's a cheap magic trick, simple misdirection. You'd think that someone with much simpler skills than him would go for a trick like that, but creating a flock of shadow crows to dash and caw in every direction had us distracted. I thought I kept my eye on him, but I'd gotten distracted. In that instant, he'd used Incarnate to produce a body double as he dashed under the table. This feels seriously OP. The kids weren't here anymore, so we had a girls' meeting in the bath. It felt a little empty. The topic of discussion was the terrifying dangers of perversion. We got an inkling of how deadly that was based on the name, but the destructive capabilities were beyond anything I could have imagined, matching the evil imaginative prowess of the user in a crazed rampage of pleasure and madness. With extreme interest, everyone got undressed and rushed into the bathing area. We girls washed our bodies with the bubbly soap, then went straight into the hot bath. Then we listened with rapt attention to the fear, to the horror. What, how, that going in? Curse blush. L lumpy lumps WR wriggling and T transforming. Burble. Seeping sticky fluid, C creating a sensitivity boost both inside and out. Plunk. M making mushrooms throb inside, the nubs vibrate when in. Borble. He had made them lose their minds by applying a sensitivity boost with the ailment-inflicting poisonous gloves. Once they were out of commission, He had used the effects of the grotesque necklace to make them more sensitive inside with a secret fluid before inserting a special mushroom shape and letting it go to town. It was a brutal, nasty combination that was difficult to put into words. It was so stimulating that they couldn't even pass out, their consciousnesses tormented over and over again in a masterpiece of pleasure. It's SOS, need assistance, get him a wife. We don't have enough time to revive, 2 people not enough, we need at least 5, 10 to match him. I shrieked, WHWHY, is everyone looking at me, ye? NN, no way, I don't want to go crazy inside and out, DD definitely not, NN, no way, I'm not getting hollowed out and melted and dissolved inside and out. No way, definitely never. Why are you all offering me up without hesitation? There's no way I would do that, getting hollowed out by nubby nubs and lumpy lumps infiltrating me, vibrating and rotating on the inside. There's no way I'd. Kerplush. Healing commencing, munch. Sheer fearsome, evil power, now these were the terrors of a sex god. The strongest dungeon emperors in this world could do nothing against this calamity as he drove them to the pinnacle of madness. We took the overstimulated, drowning girls out of the bath, dried off with our new towels, and went to our rooms. Yanu, said Vice Rep B, so long as you have revival, then no matter how crazy you go or how many times you die, you can totally keep fighting. We could also mitigate damage with a designated management system in place. We can bring in everyone to apply a constant flow of healing and recovery magic. With a medic on standby to stuff a mushroom into your mouth as soon as you pass out, you'll be able to keep going, no problem. Again, why am I the one who is going to be sacrificed for this cause? The body tormented. Skin stroked delicately until the mind was brought to the brink of madness, caught between pleasure and lunacy. Tentacles infiltrating, causing anyone to overflow at their touch, then skills that added even more pleasure from the inside, unleashing unrestrained penetration torment to wreak havoc. Yeah, this is way too much. Nerves go crazy, headlights on fire, lost my mind, said Angelica-san. Losing my mind, then it worse. Craziness comes. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over, said Nefertiri-san. Don't know what's happening anymore. It never stops. The freakiest part of all was that his whole body was weaponized. He even transformed his tongue to morph and secrete fluids. It went without saying that his 10 fingers could transform and vibrate as well. He had too many weapons. It made sense that you'd need 10 people to match him, and even then you might not be able to overcome such an atrocity. Need backup, someone marry him, save us from the brink of death. If we don't defeat him soon, he gets stronger and stronger. It's already out of control. With that, the 2 of them put on tight mini dresses. They were bare-shouldered. Their curvy, busty figures were on full display. Stockings were on their long, gorgeous legs. And like that, they went off to attempt to subjugate a sex god. They should have been at an advantage, so long as he didn't have equipment, but it was impossible to topple a fully equipped sex god. He was the ultimate sex god of this world. Even reinforcements weren't guaranteed to do the job, that be sending maidens to the grave. This sex god's eyes couldn't stop swimming around when we were all at the pool, and they sunk into a deep, deep ocean when we crowded him for orders. This sex god froze up when girls got too close to him, and when his blindfold went away in front of a naked girl, he desperately tried to keep his eyes shut. No matter how clumsy or shy he seemed, his attacks were out of this world. Day 91. Late night. I got sent to another world before I saw that I was at the age of seeing, but that level of see-through is still brutal. White loser in. I made a blunder. Did the Dungeon Emperor's grand illusion of deception fool me? Had I ignored the signs of danger? Perhaps it was that I simply let my guard down after experiencing the powers of perversion last night. Regardless, 2 gorgeous girls in strapless, form-fitting dresses approached me from either side and sat next to me. They closed in, licking and stroking. That was all it took to exert complete control over a teenage boy. No guy could resist that. I mean, if he could, he'd have his teenage boy qualifications revoked and receive an eternal banishment. Since day back, I cried. Our gift to you. Long legs in stockings emerged from the mini dresses and wrapped around my lap, straddling me. Soft, white cleavage closed in and then smothered me. Close-range stimulation and pressure were repeatedly applied from left and right. No teenage boy could be free enough of lust to struggle against this. I didn't think there are any teenage boys free of lust in the first place. Yup, they stripped me. I'd let my guard down, and they robbed me of my equipment, leaving a defenseless teenage boy pinned down by every limb and with no choices left. Miss Armor Rep giggled. You can't use high-speed thinking if we don't let you think. We thought through your weaknesses. Your thoughts outthought me. The long-polished wisdom of thousands of years of conjurers and magicians developed a sound methodology to delude the human consciousness and muscle memory with illusion. Call it the mastery of manipulation of our most basic psychological and physiological responses. They got me with the all-mini dress misdirection. Of course, I was staring at those dresses. The first thought I had was to stop thinking and stare my eyes out. By the time I came to, my equipment was completely off, leaving a powerless teenage boy pinned down from both above and below. I was caught, tied up, and locked in a grapple, entangled and entwined from both sides. It was an extremely complicated and troublesome situation. I surrendered. Failure. At some point I started relying too much on my equipment, so having it stripped from me left me completely open. I'd forgotten to fight in the midst of battle. I mean, 2 dungeon emperors at once would usually be way too much for an ordinary teenage boy. At least let me have my necklace. MMMRF. Pa, just give me my Chloe. Plimth. Aya. Communications were down. We'd entered the phase of battle where words no longer worked. No and not there oog, if you keep Kiss slurp. No, I'm not done yet. I'll concentrate everything I have into conscious overdrive. Schlabber schlurp. Lick. The firm, juicy paradise of plump, soft, round rears that shook and swayed despite entrancingly tight waists. The splendid spectacle of butts jiggling and bouncing into place every time they moved with thick, curvy thighs extending toward my face. My palms were occupied with the sensation of soft, firm, smooth roundness, tight enough to send me bouncing straight away, moist enough to suction me in place, soft enough to make my fingers meld into the smooth flesh. With my arms pinned down by meaty thighs, I had no hope of moving. I didn't have the leeway to come up with a counter to this. Yup, someone had leaked the secret of teenage boys' taste, tastefully taking advantage of taken tastes, and taking the lead with ease. I knew what was happening, and I still couldn't help looking. In fact, I was still looking. Cries echoed late into the night. 2 softly smiling faces lay next to one another. Even without equipment, I still had means at my disposal, as I could see through all their weaknesses. I didn't stand a chance against their overwhelming strength. It was one-sided. They didn't stop until I was utterly annihilated, licking and sucking until revival had exhausted itself. So unfair. The 2-on-1 rodeo session was just kicking me when I was down. I was the dungeon horse getting its punishment for misbehaving. That was the kind of true torture they inflicted on me. 2 cowgirls surfing one hopeless bull, a calculated conspiracy. Their graceful faces mumbled in their sleep. I wiped off the white fluid from the side of their faces, their tongues lolling out like works of art. I slowly got up. Unfortunately, this teenage boy didn't have any fuel left. Without any hope of revenge, I started to do my side job. I investigated some of the equipment my classmates had left me with Jupiter Eye. I could see evidence of their strengths and weaknesses and fighting styles in the wear and tear on the metal. I took notes on where the materials were under more strain and where they frequently took hits. I took the damaged pieces and strengthened the surface hardness with alchemy. I didn't want to increase the movable joints of the equipment, or else the toughness and longevity would suffer as a result. I examined the unique parts of each piece, optimizing the mobile joints and buffing the defensive portions. Experiencing taking hits from swords in a duel myself had drastically increased my understanding of armor. A curved design that would force blows to glance off the armor rather than simply taking them straight on would be better, so I remodeled the armor to curve more. Now that I was working on this armor, I understood something. Those dudes aren't even trying. They have some damage from their own attacks, but none from getting hit themselves. The meathead's armor had scratches. Not just scratches, in fact. Their armor was completely busted up. They were scratches from attacking the enemy. They used their armor as a shield, ramming into the enemy head-on. I could tell from the places on the armor that had received damage. Meanwhile, the nerd's armor was spotless. The damage was, my god, they're using the meatheads like shields. By comparison, the girls had far too many scratches on theirs. Some deep cuts sliced almost all the way through. Plenty more scratches indicated they had barely managed to avoid getting cut to the skin. They weren't operating within the safety margin. They fought to the point where the slightest mistake could have been fatal. They were cutting it far too close. They're overdoing it. They don't need to worry about me. I haven't died yet, not once. Why were they being so hasty? Judging from experience, my death rate was literally 0%. I hadn't died yet. I mean, living people normally have a death rate of 0%. I'm totally fine until I die. In a sense, I'm immortal, you feel. I wanted to upgrade Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl's armor with Mithril. The amount of Mithril required increased with high-level armor, so doing their armor might use up my entire Mithril stock. Still, we needed all the extra margins we could get. The deeper the dungeons went, the more risk we faced. My best bet is to go searching and digging for it. I haven't found anything promising yet. I guess I'll need to go over to a mountain and start digging as deep as I can until I detect something. I had found a couple places that had iron ore. If I dug a tunnel from those iron mines, there was a chance I'd detect mithril somewhere along the way. If I left in the middle of the night, the three of them would get worried. They'd try to come along if I told them where I was going first, and they needed their sleep. I didn't want to wake them up now that they were finally able to sleep with smiles on their faces. After spending eternity alone in the darkness, unable to wake up from a never-ending nightmare. No, I couldn't wake them up now. But I couldn't get my revenge yet, either. I was curious about the jewel the Death Guardian had left as a drop item. It was the Abyss Orb, Clairvoyance, Wisdom Eye, X-Ray Vision, Understanding, Mega Kill. That's redundant. Clairvoyance and Wisdom Eye and X-Ray Vision. X-Ray Vision was the problem. No teenage boy would be able to resist its capabilities, and it would totally neutralize me in the constant battle of blindfolds to protect my sex appeal. Although, if I thought more carefully about it, the blindfolders in question were neutralizing themselves in the first place. They were the wrench your eyes open type of blindfolds, who had picked those two for that job. Incorporating Jupiter Eye into equipment? Fair enough, but understanding seems to point to something beyond clairvoyant. Something like Elf Girl's emotion sensing skill, maybe. I'd heard about the tale of a demon that could see through the human heart. The ink painter Toriyama Sekian recorded it in his collection Kenjaku Gazuzoku Hayaki, but it didn't lead to spiritual understanding, you know? Oh, and having mega kills seemed like it could give me a nasty look in my eyes, you feel. That Death Guardian had a nasty expression, I sighed. To be honest, I'd never seen a monster with a friendly look in its eyes, though. The item was too dangerous to sell. At the same time, none of my classmates had any thought-boosting skills like Clairvoyant or Wisdom Eye. It was difficult to wield things that made unnecessary things show up in your vision, though. And with X-ray vision on the menu, it was definitely off-limits for the guys. I didn't really want the girls to have it, either. Well, thinking about it wasn't helping, so I decided to seal the orb away for the time being. I got the feeling that quite a few items had been sealed away by this point, but sealed was sealed. Sealing was the only option for items that threatened my sex appeal. Clairvoyance and Understanding did just that. This orb is all about violating girls' privacy. I got to a good stopping point for my side job, so it was time to sleep. I'd been so busy preparing for the festival. Now that my side job stuff had calmed down, I could focus on resting up for the morning, fully equipped, of course. Day 92. Morning. Square One sounds like the name of a movie, but it's really a rhombus formation that I could bust out of. White loser in. I placed every cubic inch of the room under the complete grasp of holding. The screams didn't even echo, just a little fuss in the morning made them this mad at me. From the earlobe to the nape of the neck and collarbone to chest. From the belly, they arrived at the groin and passed on to thighs. My procession of tentacles stroked their skin. My tentacles took on three-dimensional forms surpassing all levels of disturbing, thanks to grotesque and fluid secretion with perversion, proceeding and marching and crawling across seductive skin as they warped and vibrated. Tentacle terror. Soundless screams. Their pale and olive bodies were wet with fluid, arching far up to the sky as they trembled uncontrollably. Their bodies writhed in a frenzied dance as the transforming tentacles swept and squirmed all over their bodies, drenching them with liquid as they crawled over their smooth skin. Grotesque is amazing. I can't believe I never thought of suction cups. My tentacles sprouted small suction cups on their tips, pinching and pressing as they wriggled over the smooth peaks and valleys of the two girls' bodies. The tentacles clung to them as I lifted up their legs, suckling with every inch they crawled, making juicy sucking sounds. Wrapped head to toe in my tentacles, faces in rapture, they continued to let out short twitches as the tentacles' mouth tips teased them like wriggling sea anemones, eating into their soft flesh and stroking the smooth skin with countless buzzing bumps. They doused them in sensitivity-boosting fluid that made their bodies twitch and writhe and shake all over. They're gonna be pissed later. This was even more powerful than I'd imagined. If I didn't designate the resulting form, Grotesque would morph my tentacles into a random shape, automatically assigning grotesque imbued effects. Surely you could understand the beauty of their writhing bodies entwining with my tentacles, of their gasping faces and sizzling skin as they bent and twisted with every tease. Fat tears gathered beneath their swollen pupils, eyes wide open as pale drool dripped off of their bright red lolling tongues. Their mouths were half open, but a full-blown stream of drool was coming out. Yeah, they're gonna be hella pissed. After eliciting an unbelievable concentration of cries and convulsions in a short period, I let the two relax on the bed. They let out intense sighs. I wiped the sticky fluid off their gorgeous skin and the drool from around their mouths. I also changed the sopping wet sheets. Their eyes were still unfocused, but once they came to, I knew I'd be subject to a tumultuous tempest of lectures, and that wasn't just a feeling. As the light returned to their eyes, they skewered me with killer glares. Oh no, this is going to be the bonking sort of lecture. Died 100 times, revenge 101 times. I'll make up for it with everything I have. Clear my anger now, I'm coming for you. B, but I'm really sore. Kiss. Araraye, and D-dancer gi. Slurp. Yeah, it was an acid. Schloop. Eog. Smooch smooch, suck suck. This is a large-scale lecture from Ultimate Dungeon Emperor class deities. Please wait a moment, or 93 moments. Gasping for air, I stumbled out of the room and staggered down the stairs. I can barely move my lower half. What nice weather, I sighed. Is it just me, or does the sun look green? The strong beams of the sun fell on me. I was starving, and they were so mad. Their revenge for the fluid-secreting grotesque tentacles was as terrifying as what I'd done to them, and just as sexy. Good morning, as in it's a bit late for that, but good morning. The orphans had come in their mass migration from down the connecting corridor. Good morning. Morning, did everyone sleep well? Yeah. All the orphans ran down the hall. With all their bustling, mixing, and mingling, I couldn't find that lost little Tanuki in their midst at all. Vice Rep C was like a baby. As flat as the sea and endless plains, no peaks or valleys to speak of, let's leave that aside. I sensed an urge to kill from somewhere among the orphans. Battle-biting lust, to be specific. Look, forgetting the whole flat part, she was still like a baby. Not in terms of appearance, but mentally. I suppose what I meant by that was that she was fragile. Vice Rep C was the one who had cried the most about getting dragged into a whole other world like this. She had been saved by saving the orphans. They'd also lost their families. She couldn't admit it to the other girls. That was why I'd talked to her before the orphans had moved. I'd put it to her straight. Look there, little Tanuki. You don't need to fight, you know? It's peaceful now, so go work in the orphanage and be with them. It doesn't make sense for a little baby Tanuki to have to fight in a fantasy world to begin with, for one. I mean, what god goes? Our world is about to get ravaged by a demon king. I shall now summon a baby Tanuki. Cabbing tiny Tanuki time. Yeah, that's not a standard development, so go be with the kids, you feel? I'll tell class rep, so don't sweat it. I'll say, Tiny Tanuki went back to the mountains.